It comes down to Xavi trying to get them to play with greater urgency, greater pace and more penetration in those first 20, 25 minutes. Then when they get themselves 1-0 up, 2-0 up, then they can start playing possession football and be more patient.
Why is that so difficult to achieve?
I think you have to look at the manager. I mean, he's talking about construction. This team won the league last year. And they ended the season. They're actually playing the way they ended the season. And it's up to the manager to have his players in positions and in a frame of mind to perform the way they did last year. That's down to the manager. I question whether he's capable of doing it because, as you said, every time we get a statement from him, you're kind of scratching your head. I think the things that he's talking about are basic things that the manager should be doing to keep his players on their toes. Look at Pep with them. They've won the league 3 times in a trot. And you know why? Because he doesn't let them take the foot off the gas, whether it's a Monday morning or a Saturday or whenever. I think that's the problem. I don't think he has this group of players on the edge of the seat. And I don't think he controls them well enough. Because that's why they...
Can he change that, or is that just something he doesn't instinctively have?
I don't get the impression they're listening to him.
Right.
Because when you've started so many games so poorly, the last thing the coach is going to say before you go out is, hey, fast start. Let's make a statement right away. Let's do this, let's do that. And if he's doing that, clearly they're not listening. That's not good.
Yeah, well, it's a poor reflection to that point, Steve. It's a poor reflection on any manager, but certainly on Xavi. The fact that it's not one time that this has happened, that they get off to a bad start. It's been a theme for the season. Even in that game against Unionistas, a minute in, Unionistas is having a 1v1 situation in which Iñaki Peña is having to come up with a save or the shot goes wide, it should have been a goal. Are you kidding me? We're not talking about a slow start against Real Madrid. We're talking about Unionistas de Salamanca. And they were doing the same thing against Barbastro, and they did the same thing in La Liga, in which they gave up goal after goal after goal. They did the same against Alaves at home, where 30 seconds into the match, they're giving up a goal. It's happening too much. When it's one time, you say, okay, look, these things can happen. But when it's a theme for the season, then you obviously, while you can look at the players, and certainly the players bear responsibility here, but what is the message from the manager coming out of the tunnel, coming out of the locker room? For us, from the outside, you would think, rightly or wrongly, you would think, you know, the first 10, 15 minutes have to be a reflection of whatever was going on in the locker room before we saw this team jump out on the field. And if that's the case, it's very poor, because we see it in the first minutes of the game. We see it in the first minutes following halftime. The team comes out without urgency, comes out without any sort of fight in them, with any sort of intensity in them. I said, how can this happen? And certainly, even more for a team that has been struggling. No, it's not like you had the room to be complacent because you have been so good, and so you perhaps may overlook Unionistas. Here's the thing, Barcelona have been so bad this year that they're in no place to overlook anybody. And so you would think, coming from that place of doubt, that the one thing that you will get right is coming out of the locker room with urgency and intensity, and that hasn't been the case.
Last word to you, Robbo.
Yeah, Ali's absolutely right. Steve is absolutely right. It comes down to the manager. If after 5 minutes your players aren't passing it forward and they're passing it too slowly and going round the back, you come out from the side to the side of the pitch and scream at, get it forward, make forward runs. Come on, Lewandowski, run in behind. Rafinha, go past him on the outside. Don't keep coming on field and playing it square. You have to get after the players and make them play at a higher tempo and make them play with more risk, because that's what they're not doing at the moment. They're not playing with any risk in the first 20 minutes. It's too slow, it's too pedestrian, and they just play for the sake of playing at times.
What a great game we saw yesterday at the Metropolitano. Atletico Madrid beating Real Madrid 4-2 in extra time. It's like a giant Atleti.
That is correct. Yes. Well done, Dan.
Griezmann at the heart of everything that was good for Simeone's side. On the call for us was Stuart Robson. Stuart, you do a lot of rubbish games. This wasn't one of them.
It certainly wasn't. I wouldn't say the quality was at the very highest. I see both teams play much better football over the course of the season, but it was intriguing, it was exciting, there was lots of twists and turns, it got feisty in the second half, and of course we saw that great goal from Griezmann, who you said everything that Atletico did, he was at the heart of. I didn't think he played particularly well in the 90 minutes. He was a bit ineffective. He dropped a bit too deep. But when he went and played right up front, as he did when Morata went off, then he looked a different player. And it was a great goal from him. Good pace. He did everything right. The finish. And it was a fitting that won the game, really.
Here is the big question, Ali.
Yeah.
What is it that Atleti have got that no other opponents who've played Real Madrid this season have got, because they've played them twice, of course, at home, and they've lost on both occasions?
I think this version of Atletico Madrid, what they do is that they threaten Real Madrid, given the fact that they do have enough quality in the attack to pose a threat to Real Madrid. And the question would have been, would Atletico Madrid be willing to attack Real Madrid? They would have been encouraged by their performance in the semi-final of the Spanish Supercopa and say, you know what? When we attack Real Madrid, going back to that first game of the season as well that you just mentioned there, when we attack Real Madrid, we cause some problems. We cause them issues. We have enough quality in the attack to go and take a chance going forward. Now, obviously, that's a question that we all asked ourselves, why doesn't Atletico Madrid do this more often? And the answer is very clear. It's whether Diego Simeone frees this team up to say, go and get it. And I think what we have seen in the games against Real Madrid in particular is that there's been a shift from Diego Simeone, noticeably so, in saying, yeah, we're not just going to absorb pressure. We're not just going to sit deep. We'll defend well, but when we get a chance to go, we're all going to go. And we're going to add numbers in the attack, and we're going to have overlapping runs, and we're going to have people that are willing to run out of the midfield and from wide areas. And Real Madrid have proven that they're a team right now that is vulnerable defensively. So in the case of Atletico Madrid, what have they done that everybody else hasn't? They've exposed the frailties from Real Madrid that are there. And they're obvious to see, and if you attack them in flank areas, they have issues. And if you put enough services in the box, they have issues. If you test both these goalkeepers, you have issues. You continue to do that,
I mean, let's be honest. They've won a game. Come on.
Really? You don't want to give them any credit?
We're talking about Atletico Madrid here as if they've just won something.
But
come on.
But they beat Real Madrid.
It's
unbeaten.
A derby. Yeah, it's a derby. Derbies are won and lost a lot of the time on getting in the opposition's face and not giving them time and having a go at them and all the things that that Ali was talking about there. That you're at home, it's a derby, and you're playing against a side that does have vulnerability. We know. Ali said it defensively with the keeper, the two centre backs. So when you get the opportunity, you should be having a go at them, and so. Yes, they deserve credit, but come on. It should be more about, well, hold on a second, why can this team not do this on a consistent basis?
No. Well, they can consistently. Consistently, they can, obviously, at home.
Where are they sitting in the league?
No, exactly, but that's their away form.
Right,
so
that's why...
The driving part of this is just the fact that they seem to have something about them that gets them past Real Madrid this season.
Derby. I'm telling you, it's the derby. Having played in derbies, sometimes it's not the best team that's going to win a derby because of the whole circumstance, the whole atmosphere, depending on the time of the season where you're playing somebody. And there's so many different reasons that when you throw it all in the pot, derbies are sometimes unpredictable. And yes, you've got to give them praise for winning a game, and yes, give them praise for having a goal. But I think we should calm down. I mean, they've won a game.
They won a game. They're now favourites to go and win the cup.
But what we can agree is that yesterday was a different version of Atletico Madrid than one.
Don't appease him.
I'm just saying.
All right, the favourites to win the cup, right? But the problem is, you don't know. Would you put your mortgage on them winning it?
Yeah, I think so.
Absolutely.
I think so.
Absolutely.
You look at it and look who's left.
No.
I think they've definitely got.
Play with a freedom though with that he doesn't really do elsewhere. He's just comfortable,
right?
And there's no pressure on him. He didn't help himself with the stupid video and everything before he went to Barca, because all that does is puts more pressure on you. And then when you don't deliver and you're walking into a place where they expect you straight away to be doing the type of thing he did in this game all the time. And he couldn't handle that. He has no pressure. It just seems there's no pressure on him. He's got a freedom to go and play, and that's why at times, like he did with that goal, regardless of whether it's good or bad defending, he's taking advantage of it, and it's a sensational finish.
You mentioned freedom. There was, in the time that Antoine Griezmann was at Barcelona, there was only one player in the whole wide world in that team in Barcelona that was going to have the freedom to do whatever he wanted, and that was Lionel Messi. And guess what? If you're a manager and you're going to give freedom to anybody in your team, and Lionel Messi is part of that team, there's no question. Leo, you do whatever you want. Antoine Griezmann did not have that option at Barcelona, and he spent a lot of the time defending and covering spaces. And by the time he was asked to go forward and asked to be a player that was going to produce, he wasn't comfortable enough to do it because, again, that freedom that Stevie was talking about was never there.
Meanwhile, last thing on this, Carlo Ancelotti after the game said no one deserved to lose. We gave our all. I think in the end there's nothing to reproach. We have to look ahead. We leave this game with good sensations. Overall, Robbo, it's kind of like, right, Copa del Rey is low down when you think of La Liga and the Champions League in Real Madrid's list of priorities. They would have had to play again, of course, next midweek, if they indeed had got past Atleti. Is this some sort of, can I sell this as a blessing in disguise?
No, I think they wanted to win it badly. I think it was against Atletico Madrid. They were desperate to win the game. They're disappointed they're out the cup. But what I would say about Real Madrid, they played some very good football at times. They looked threatening on the counter-attack. There was some great movement, but they conceded bad goals, and he can't be happy with that. The goalkeeper made a bad error for one of them. They get a bit unlucky and they get outnumbered at the far post with a deflection when it goes off Rudiger, and Carvajal's looking the wrong way at one point, and Lunin, I don't think, covers himself in glory. So there was lots of areas that they did well, but he can't be happy with the defensive play. And that's what Ali was talking about. Real Madrid, at the moment, are vulnerable defensively at times.
Hi, Mikel.
Hi.
I was just looking at the statistics this morning, and obviously it's one win in Southern. I know that includes the PSV game, but it's one win in Southern. If you look back over the last 3 seasons, there's been a pattern of you often going on fairly long runs of not winning that many games, 2 in 8 a couple of times. Does it worry you at all psychologically that becomes a little bit of a pattern? Obviously, it's not like win, lose, win, lose. It's like often you've got long runs of losing and drawing games.
Yeah, we want to cut that as quick as possible. Every time you lose, the most important thing is to win, to cut that happen. We haven't managed to do that, and that's a reality, and we have to face it.
Is there any work? I mean, you've identified that yourself. Is there anything you can do to try and help beyond winning games?
We have done a lot of things to try to do that and to produce as much as possible in the games and as little as possible from the opponent, which has happened. But at the end, you have to win the games, and we haven't.
And then one last question for me, probably a little bit of an unfair one, but obviously you're 5 points off the lead at the moment. Does it mean that tomorrow is really a must-win game for you if you're going to be title challengers this season?
Well, we better start to pick up points, that's for sure. If we want to be up there, we're going to have to have consistently 3 points in the board, and we know that at this level you cannot have more slip-ups.
Hi. You said about the results in December not being what you wanted, but performances barring Fulham were really high. When you sit down with your analysis team, you see all the stats and they're all so high, barring maybe finishing. Just can you explain how frustrating it is as a manager to see how good your team is in most areas of one?
Yeah, when I look at all the data, Arsenal in the top. The reality is that we haven't won enough matches, so there is something underneath that has to be. It's like an onion, the first layer, 2 layers. We have to go to the bottom of it to understand, okay, actually what is making us win or not win. And it's been small details, small margins, and then obviously the boxes that have played a big part of that. So we have to change that. It's not, as a coach, I do that, and then you have to do it. It's not that. We have to find something else then to win.
When you look at those stats, can you say which ones of those that you're most pleased with in terms of the stats that are really high? Is it in terms of passes in the box or?
I'm more pleased when we win. That's it. Our job is to do that. I'm much better than the opponent. I'm ready to win the game, but at the end we have to win them. So I'm more looking. My focus is in the other things that we can we can improve and do better, and that are going to help us to have much more margins to win games.
But is it fair to say that Arsenal are one of, if not the best team in the league, apart from finishing those chances?
If you look it from that perspective, objectively with what we are producing, the answer clearly is yes.
I'm Mikel. You've obviously got a lot of young players in your squad, the likes of Bukayo Saka, Gabriel Martinelli. They've played quite a lot this season. Going forward in the next weeks and months, are you mindful in terms of managing their workload going forward and maybe having to put the likes of Emil in there to get the likes of Saka a bit of rest?
Yeah, well, we want to play the players that are in the best condition and to maintain the players in the best condition, because what's going to have to come when it comes to March, April and May, that is going to be very different. It's now as well that our fixtures look very different without the FA Cup as well, and we're going to have more time to train and more space to games, so we'll have to manage that.
If you absolutely had to sign a player this window, which position would you prioritise and why?
It's a great question that I'm not going to answer.
Thank you. And with in terms of the fullback position,
Yeah.
we've got obviously Tomiyasu in Japan. He's going to come back next month.
Yeah.
Timber, whenever he comes back. With them two, obviously, whatever the time scale is, does that kind of make you mindful that you might not need a fullback in this window if them two are coming back?
Well, when we plan the season, obviously, we have those two in mind, being fit, available, and with the impact that we're expecting them to have. And that's a beautiful thing of a piece of paper. Then it's not the reality of what happens. A player gets injured on the first game, and you have to deal with that. And then we have all the issues on top of that. But those two are going to be massive when we come back. It gives us so much strength, flexibility in the defensive line, and we are hopeful that we're going to have them both for the last part of the season.
Gary?
I think the players maybe are sort of overthinking it, maybe against Liverpool, where they've lost the instinct. But some of the chances, the instinct was just to hit it, and they just delayed and they wanted the extra touch. I think that's when you're on a run like this, they lose the instinct just to take a shot.
That's a question more for the players, but when we have to make an action, especially in the box, it has to be with no hesitation and no thinking, and just deliver the moment. And there were a few situations that we were taking extra touches and moments where we didn't make that decision quick enough. That's for sure.
Is that one of the marginal games that you've been in the last 2 weeks trying to emphasise the different ones?
Yes.
What were the others?
No, they are related. Some of them to the game model, the one about how we compete, the one about how we face certain situations when things are not going well for us, or when we miss a chance or 2 or 3 or 5 or 25, how we're going to do the next actions, and that's something that we can do better.
It's just what the Klopp said after that game. He thought that once he had all the chances, he couldn't see, because he thought almost that would affect Arsenal by not scoring, that almost then that would affect you and not affect Liverpool. Therefore, the second half will be completely different. That's what he said after the game. So that must affect. Is that correct? Players will get affected.
Well, I don't know. That's his feeling, so I don't know.
Okay, last couple now.
Yeah, just on the players and how they're feeling in terms of confidence in front of goal. Have you worked with any sports psychologists a bit over the last week or anything like that, or is it just been kind of on the pitch stuff, or is it a mental approach as well?
His approach is a very holistic approach, because there is not a single factor, and the factor for a player is not the same factor for a different player. So you always have to take a very holistic approach to things, and try to touch and try to look at every aspect that can be affecting in a positive, negative way a player.
Just more generally, you mentioned about the players spending a bit of time with their families and together. Has that helped the general mood in the camp and refreshing now coming back to games?
As I said, it was an exceptional camp. So if I had to plan it again, I don't think it would be as good as it was. That's what I can say.
Okay, finally to Paul.
I'm not going to ask now, so why did you decide that family should be with you? Why did you feel that was so important? And do you think that was almost as important as anything you did on the pitch, or in terms of analysis, having them there and just improving the mood, the atmosphere maybe?
Well, first of all, we've done it for a couple of years now, so it's nothing new. So not because now we haven't won 1 or 2 that now we're bringing the families. And the second one is because I don't decide whether the families are part of that or not. They are part of us. They live with us. Maybe they are not in the building every day, but they live with us. They live our professional, our lives, our success and failures every day with us. So they need to be recognized. They need to be present. And for me, it's one of the best moments that we had.
Do you think sometimes your strikers get a bit unfairly criticised for these chances? It's not just them in your team, but your team builds a fair lot of chances for a lot of players, and you have wingers who would like to come in and do more than just create. Right? Do you think it's a shared responsibility that people need to?
I think strikers and goalkeepers, very tough jobs, because they can be heroes one day and the next day they can be highly criticized. It's the job, they know that, but that's the beauty of what they do as well, that the margins are so small and the emotions attached to that as well. But they know there is no one new here that is the first time they experience something like that.
Okay, Ron.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Now, speaking of Liverpool, one of their former players is on the move. Jordan Henderson was in Saudi Arabia, got a bit of flack for moving there. He's now moved closer to home. He's gone to Ajax. I'm not even going to tempt and set this up because there's a question from a journalist, and it's the question we would all ask. Let's find out what that question is and Jordan's answer.
Jordan, you've spoken about how different the challenge was in Saudi Arabia. Given that it was 6 months after a very big decision to leave Liverpool, I just wondered if you had any regrets over that decision to go there in the first place.
I think, listen, looking back, at the time, obviously it was a big decision. It was a decision that I felt was right for me and my family at the time. But things happen. Like I said before, things happen. Things change quickly in football, and I had to make another decision. And this is the one I felt was the right decision for me. And the opportunity was too big to turn down for me. Playing at this great football club, and yeah, I was just so excited by the opportunity, and this is why I wanted to come.
Say that's a yes on regrets, or is it just something that happened?
I think, listen, in life, you can, if you want to call them regrets or mistakes, you can call them that, but at the same time, they're only mistakes if you don't learn from them. And I learned a lot of things out in Saudi. There was a lot of different experiences, and like I said, I haven't got a bad word to say about anybody over there in the league, in the club, the people. They tried to make us feel as comfortable as possible, and my family. And I'll have friends over there that I'll speak to forever. So there's still positives to come out of it, and yeah, in the end, it didn't turn out the way we both wanted it to. But we ended it on great terms, and like I said, we'll shake hands and we'll move forward.
Same question to all three of you. Has his reputation been damaged? Stevie first.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, there's no question. When you're going for the money, just say you're going for the money. Don't start spinning stories about growing the league, and then you start talking about things at Liverpool, and just tell the truth and keep it simple. And if you do that, then the door will always be open, wherever it may be. But when you start trying to be clever and start making things up that we can all see isn't the case, then I'm afraid when you fall on your face, there's no question it's going to affect you, and there's no question his reputation has been affected. 6 months, I'll tell you what, he can make some friends in 6 months. He's got a lot of people he's still going to talk to. So yeah, this is a complete mistake. He went about it the wrong way, tried to be too clever when he left, and there's no question that every time he appears, and certainly I think the only time we'll see him is when he's with England, but it'll be the same old question forever and a day. It's not going to change. So yeah, his reputation absolutely has been tarnished a little.
James.
So he left his agent in 2020 to look after himself, and I think we're seeing probably the fruits of that. Well, probably the fruits of that is the wrong term, but maybe that was a big mistake now, because I don't think he's been. I think the lack of good advice around him has really shown in the last sort of 6-8 months. Because as Stevie says, if he'd said, right, look, I understand the issues around this. I understand everybody's complaints and concerns as a prominent advocate and defender of the LGBT+ community and all the work that I've done to support that community. But this money is life-changing. It's too good to turn down. I'm going to give some of it back to charity or to support that community in another way. Or, if he'd gone there and then now he'd said, you know what, even though the money's great, I just hate it here. The standard of football is not what I expected. I'm playing in front of 1,000 people each week. This is not what I signed up for. I realised I still want to try and continue a top-level club career back in Europe. I think people would have a hell of a lot more respect for him than they've got now. And the fact is that it's only Gareth Southgate's loyalty to him, really, that has kept him anywhere near the England squad, because I think a lot of other managers would not have burnt so much political capital in defending Henderson in the way that Southgate did in the last 2 or 3 camps. I remember talking to Southgate about this, are you not concerned about the backlash that he's going to get from supporters? And he seemed almost bemused by the idea that fans would be upset about Henderson going out there. Of course, what happens? He comes on, he gets booed. I think he's going to get booed for the rest of his England career because of this. I don't think there's any kind of rehabilitation, particularly at 33. How many more tournaments has he got in him? You'd think this summer's Euros is probably the last one. And he probably still will go, because Southgate feels that he's such an important part of the leadership group. He's an important characteristic within the squad, binding everyone together. And he is a good lad, don't get me wrong. I think he's a genuinely nice guy who's just, I was going to say he's badly advised. He's had no advice at all. And he's made some mistakes along the way. And unfortunately, in terms of his footballing career, he's going to regret that, I think, for some time.
Ryan, just moving on a little bit, if he does well at Ajax, as James was saying, he reckons he'll go to the Euros in Germany. Do you expect that will be the case? Does it depend on performances, or is it just going to be a case of if he plays enough, then, as James was saying, the loyalty aspect should be enough to take him as part of the 23-man squad?
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that he made this move and was sort of battered by fans, and Southgate seemed kind of bizarrely seemed surprised that happened, and then Southgate continued to rely on him, suggests that he'll be there this summer. I unless someone else in that kind of 8-6 role kind of plays lights out from now until the end of the season, and I'm not sure there are that many candidates for that role. I think Henderson will be there unless he's just awful in the Eredivisie, and I really don't think he will be, because as he's gotten older, he's not the Jordan Henderson that just runs around and covers a ton of ground. He's now a pretty creative passer, basically, is what his game is at this point. And the Dutch league, playing for Ajax, where you have better players than almost everyone in the league, other than their struggles this season aside, there's not as much asked from you from a defensive perspective. So I think he'll look quite good for Ajax from now until the end of the season, and then he'll end up on the Euros squad.
Before we go on,
can I just say one thing about this? Is that I think also England have kind of evolved beyond him a little bit. So when he played in the World Cup, he was kind of holding Bellingham's hand a little bit. And I think we've all seen in the last year that Bellingham doesn't need anyone to hold his hand anymore. And I think England's midfield composition has slightly changed in that I think I think what he wants to do is play Rice and Phillips as 2 holders and play Bellingham as a 10 and effectively let him go and dictate the games. We saw that against Scotland to devastating effect. He was phenomenal that night. And I think that might be the way that he wants to play it, which means that Henderson won't be in the starting lineup. But I think I could see him squeezing into the squad because of his versatility. And if they want to switch it, then obviously you can do that.
Was that deliberate that we dig at Scotland, Ollie? Just wanted to chuck that in towards the end of the show.
Yeah, move yourself.
Just in case you've forgotten it. That's all.
Well, it's a meaningless game. I mean, we drew 0-0 in a Euro game at Wembley.
Didn't feel meaningless when you were all waving your flags before kick-off and giving it a big one. No?
He's a brave boy, Stevie, right? Brave boy.
Good job on all the shit, isn't it?
Quickly move on to transfer talk and end this before the referee stops the contest.
wondered if you spoke to Jordan at all about making this move to Ajax.
No, I didn't speak to him after that. But I'm happy for him because it looks like he's happy, and that's the most important thing to me. And I think it's absolutely. From time to time, I forget that I actually don't read these kind of stories. But when it's not about us directly, so I read a little bit, and people are really critical with Hendo about the move. First there, then now coming back, and all these kind of things. I don't know how we dare always judging these kind of things, all of us. What's about we have one life and we have to make decisions, and sometimes our decisions are perfect in the first place, and sometimes that feels different after you made them. So he was there, and it's 100% interesting experience. I spoke to him. 99% of what football-wise what happened there was absolutely fine. It's a start of something, and it's not like it is here. Imagine it would be immediately like that. Many things to develop in the future, but never really critical or saying, it's not possible that's not there or whatever. And then he thought it's better for him and the family to come back to Europe, and now he's here, and he found with Ajax Amsterdam a sensational club in a difficult moment, who can need for sure. Ajax always played the best football when they combined their real talent, what's always there, with some experience, and that's obviously now rather the job of Hendo, being part of that experience group. And then you can go there, and from fifth place in Holland, you can make steps and in the table, and it's all positive, and it's an experience. And only in England the people think it's why do they go abroad and stuff like this. All other countries want to come to England, so it's as beautiful this country is lesser the reason. It's just they want to make international experience, stuff like this. It was for me the same. And now he's going to Holland, where he can enjoy his football definitely again, where the family will feel wonderful because the city is absolutely outstanding, and I'm very happy for him, and I will definitely talk to him. But so far in these few days now, I thought he has something more important, a few things to do which are more important.
Arsenal against Crystal Palace, a TalkSport exclusive, 12:30. And commentary from Sam Matterface, and alongside him, former Chelsea defender, and I love this guy, Scott Minto. Scott on TalkSport duty as well. Arsenal Invincible Martin Keown is in studio with Simon and myself at this lunchtime. Martin, where's your beloved club going? I mean, when you look at it, Arsenal have never endured a worse 7-game run under Arteta. They've now lost their last 3 matches in all competitions. Losing 4 in a row. You got to go back to March 2018 for that. So why, to a degree, have the wheels fallen off?
Well, I think the team has been found out a little bit. It's become quite predictable. The opposition doubling up in wide positions, stopping those talented young players, Martinelli and Saka, from flourishing. And then, of course, collectively in front of goal, where there's been an issue in terms of scoring the goals. And then the confidence seems to have dried up. I know that you may look at that record and you say, OK, it's alarming. And, of course, it is. But I think the approach play was first class against Liverpool. And the way that they took Liverpool to task, we know they're top of the table. We know the quality of their team. There's not many teams that can do that. The killer instinct, Stuart Pearce said it in the commentary, that killer finish is where they need to change, and there needs to be that kind of nastiness in front of goal. If we look back
they
to
haven't
someone,
got the personnel, have they?
Well,
that is a oversight. I mean, Arteta has to be judged by the opportunity to win leagues now, because that's the space he's put him in.
Mm-hmm.
He spent 500 million pounds over the last 2 or 3 seasons, which is a hugely significant amount of money, and it's almost. I don't think you can win Premier Leagues without people that can score 20, 25 goals. And Arsenal don't have that. And the's no argument that they don't have it.
Well, you can if you're Man City, which they proved, didn't they?
But they're not doing it now, are they? It's moved on now.
Yeah,
they've got a goal scorer in there, and so have Liverpool, and so have other sides around them that are challenging for it. In this instance, the only ones that don't are Arsenal.
Well, I mean, you look at Havertz, and 9 goals from 49 games at Chelsea.
Yeah,
so you know that he's not prolific.
Jesus
was played out on the wing. So it was always going to be like a collective goals coming in from Arsenal, and they're all down at the moment. Everyone is down on their contribution.
Are they still in the title race?
What I would have looked
they're
at.
fourth at the moment. Are they in it?
We're in match day 21, by the way, so we're all on a winter break, would you believe? And we've only got two Premier League games this Saturday, so there's a bit of a break there. And Arsenal have been on that break, and they've been training warm weather, training away. I would have thought that was a moment to reset, to come back, to put the building blocks back in, to put the messages back in.
But answer my question,
to retain,
are they in the
I'm
race?
telling you what they've been doing the last number of days to get
They're
that
contenders.
belief. Yes, but they needed to go away, Jim. It's made
Are
the
they
break.
in the race to win the title or not?
They're still in the race, 100%.
Right, okay. Do you think they'll win the league?
I didn't think they'd win at the start of the table.
No,
so I'm not
neither
saying
did I.
anything differently here.
But I don't.
If you follow me closely enough.
I do follow you closely. That's why I get an opportunity to be able to discredit
Man
most of
City,
it.
I said at the start of the season, win the league.
point is,
they were top of the table on Christmas Day, Martin. They're 5 points adrift now of Liverpool. So
Massively disappointing.
You have to think. I mean, I asked you a question that's maybe a bit unfair. The wheels coming off. The wheels aren't really off. They're still in there fighting.
Jim, you get knocked down, you get up again. This is about winning. You look back, and you look back over the teams that have been successful. Yeah, you learn a lot about the group when things aren't going so well. So what I'm talking about now is reinforcing the belief, regaining the confidence, putting the building blocks back in again. Now I'm sure the messages would have been coming loud and clear when they were away in this training camp they've been on. They'll come back ready to go, Jim.
Do you think they'll win the Champions League?
No, I don't think they'll win the Champions League, but I think they're going to go. I think they can go a distance.
Do you think the owners think spending £250 million to at very best, which I don't think they'll do, stand still, is a good look?
I think there's a credit in standing still right now in the Premier League in terms of making it into the top four.
Okay.
I think if you look at the competition now with Spurs re-emerging, Villa starting, Emery's done an exceptional job. They're in new territory, though. You could say that they're where Arsenal were, and you could say recently that Villa have fallen off a cliff a little bit because they weren't, used to the sort of expectations that come with playing there. The Arsenal players know that a little bit now. They've just fallen from a really good level.
But you accept that they're not good enough.
They're not good enough right now. And so but they're not out of the race. The fight is not over.
They're not out of the race, Martin, which begs this question. They're still there. They can still almost touch Liverpool. Should it be, in your view, should it be Ivan Toney to the rescue?
No, I think that shoves the narrative. Because he's not going anywhere, Jim. If you look at his own situation, there's injury issues. Wissa, Mbuemo are injured at Brentford. Okay, that's a separate story.
He'll go, and Arsenal pay £80 million for him.
Yeah, but
he'll be gone.
We said Smith Rowe might be going somewhere else. Maybe they're out now, starting to actually try and accommodate that. They're trying to get the monies in to actually make some.
But I think probably about 80 million. Is it not clear to you though? And I think it's not an attack on Mikel Arteta, because I'm a huge admirer of a lot of the things that he's done. Some of it not, most of it I am, right? Because I think he's brought life back into Arsenal, re-energised the football club, and I've seen it a couple of times for myself. But do you not think it's a huge oversight for somebody to spend £200 million in the transfer window this summer and to have not fixed an ailment which is clearly evident that other clubs that they're rivaling have fixed themselves, which is a formidable forward line and one that can give one goal scorer 20-25 goals a season? It's evident in Manchester City, it's evident in Liverpool, but it doesn't see, and of course the lack of a goal scorer at Chelsea compounds the issue for Chelsea. But do you not think
Arsenal spent 100 million plus on one player to play in midfield? Now, can you argue with me that you've seen many better Declan Rice this season?
But that's what about?
No, you're not talking. It's not fitting your argument.
That's what about.
So what they've done, they secured the midfield.
Clear and evident.
They didn't have two set. They couldn't have paid 100 million on another player to do the same up top.
That's one part of the transfer budget.
I don't think they had the revenue. Well, they
bought Havertz.
They went.
What's he, a tax write-off? Come on now. They bought Havertz. Everybody knows, and perhaps they don't want to say it. Why would you spend £65 million on a project of being able to get something from Havertz that everyone else hasn't been able to get, when you clearly know that to win the competition that you're participating in, which ultimately is to be challenging for the Premier League, you needed goals. And you didn't have it. So it's on Arteta that.
Yeah, well, of course, he makes the decisions, but I think he's big enough to make them. I mean, we've already seen him make a lot of big decisions. Ozil, Aubameyang.
You didn't agree with them, though, did you?
People. I think there's only one or two players that are still there,
you didn't agree with
and they're
them
the kids. They're the kids, Martinelli and Saka. They're the players that are still at the club, and they're only there on performance. Everybody else is gone. This is a rebuilding now. This is very much.
You were at your
team.
height, mate. As an Arsenal invincible, look at the goal threat that team had.
Yeah, but Jim, look, let's have this conversation at the end of the season. But they're in a critical moment in the season. They have to respond. They cannot feel sorry for themselves, but they are not out of the race. And let's not start. Let's put people away at the end of the season, yeah, but not yet, because he's building something. Now, Havertz had 6 shots to goal against Liverpool. We know that he should be more aggressive in front of goal. He's got to start taking those opportunities. I'm pretty certain that's sinking in right now.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see how they respond.
The bookies,
Palace,
having
Jim,
said that, the bookies say it's Arsenal all the way against Palace.
You said that. You said that.
But that's
3-1.
But that's a different argument. I mean, if Martin thinks they're in a race, that's deluded. They're so far behind in the race. People, Martin thinks they're winning. Look, the bottom line is that beating
5 points
beating
behind.
Palace, yeah. But if you look at the performances of Arsenal, yes, it's wonderful that they build up play. That's called a fur coat with no knickers. It's wonderful they've got loads of build up play, but they can't.
There's a lot of clubs would be happy with the way their approach plays.
And that's fantastic. But we're not judging. We're not judging
Palace,
Arsenal. Yeah, but you want to compare Arsenal to Palace? You want that conversation?
Well,
Don't be silly.
Do they spend
you
money
compare
at
Arsenal to Man United, to Manchester City or Liverpool, not Arsenal to Palace. Will Arsenal beat Palace on Saturday? Yeah. And should they beat Arsenal on Saturday? Should they beat Palace on Saturday? Yeah. What's the big deal about that? We're not talking about beating Palace. We're talking about beating the bigger guys.
If they don't win, it's over, isn't it, at the weekend?
Well,
it's
really?
that big for
It's
Arsenal.
only 23 games into the season.
You're
Let's
saying
not
it's
write
already,
them off now,
You're
Martin.
saying it's already over.
Tick tock, tick tock. There's lots
You're
of
saying
time
it's
to
already,
go.
Are you saying it's over for Arsenal?
Done. Not good
Well,
enough.
let's see then.
Stand still.
Let's see.
At
It's up to the
best.
players. Look, I don't play anymore, but that would be great motivation for me.
I'm just saying.
Not that I'd be listening to you, by the way. But as a player, I'd have enough motivation to want to win for myself.
If you were on the radio, I wouldn't listen to you.
Don't blame him.
Do you know, back in the day, it's interesting, I didn't even listen. I didn't buy Sky. I didn't have Sky.
Why? You're too cheap.
Because Andy Gray was having a go every time I played, so my dad said, don't watch it,
Because you
don't
probably
listen.
wanted it for free. You wanted to put it for your own
Not
expenses.
at all. So I never saw Jim or do all those transfer window days you did.
You never saw me?
I'm sorry, but yeah, dressed in yellow silly ties. I never saw any of it.
Exactly
Oh,
right.
I tell you
Silly
what.
yellow ties.
But Martin, you are saying, and I think I'm picking you up on what you just said, if Arsenal were to lose to Palace, if somehow that was to happen, it's over.
Yeah, I think they're out of the race then, 100%. They're not out of the Champions
strong,
League. They're not
Martin.
out of the Champions League race, but they're out of winning the title because look at City last weekend. And by the way, no one said it, but Pep was quite brilliant. He was sitting there wrestling with putting De Bruyne on. And it took until, 72nd minute when he went, right, do you know what? Let's play him. Let's introduce him. And that timing of his decision-making and then Bob coming on as well, quite magnificent. I actually enjoyed, I shared in the joy of watching Man City. I didn't enjoy the 5
He's
trophies.
deflecting away from the
I
central
didn't
theme, which is
I didn't
Arsenal.
enjoy the 5 trophies, but no, because that's the benchmark. That's
Right.
the team that everybody's got to go
But you
after.
shared in
So
City's
let's watch
joy.
them. Look
Okay.
how they managed to respond with De Bruyne off the bench. Quite magnificent. Let's say it. We don't talk
he's a
enough
good
about
player,
Man
that's
City.
why.
Okay, so I've gone 3-1.
Does anyone ever compliment Man City on what they do?
Martin,
Yeah,
I've gone,
all the time.
Not you.
I've gone
all the
3-1
time.
Arsenal to beat Palace 2-1. What would your take be? Am I in
I've already
the
told you.
Are you in the same territory?
I've already told you it's only 1 win in 9 for Palace. It has to be an Arsenal win. If you don't win, then they're not going to win the Premier
But we
League.
rested
It's over.
Eze midweek, so we've got a better chance.
Better
Would you-
chance.
Oh, what's this wee bit now? You're a Palace
Okay.
fan again.
I've always been a Palace fan.
I like
That's the reason
that.
I wrote checks out rather than took money out of football.
Okay, Arsenal against Crystal Palace, and it's a massive one for both. It's a TalkSport exclusive, 12:30. It's Jim White, Simon Jordan, and Martin Keown, who never listened to the radio but listens to it now because he's on it.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Monday to Friday mornings from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Mikel,
Hello.
how's the somewhat lengthy injury list looking after you return from Dubai?
Yeah, we still have a few, unfortunately, in that list that we haven't managed to get back yet. But hopefully they are much closer, and some of them are in a better place than we expected.
How is Zinchenko?
Yeah, individually, I'm not going to tell you exactly how everybody is, but we are still missing a few.
Okay. Anyone due back? I mean, Gabriel Jesus has a knee problem.
We are touch and go with a few, that's what I would say.
Okay. How was the camp? Bit of warm weather and a chance to work on a few things?
It was great. It was a phenomenal camp in every sense. We worked really hard in things that we wanted to do. We recharged our batteries. Obviously, the context, changing the environment in a beautiful weather helps. The togetherness and the moment that we shared together were great. So yeah, we feel fully recharged.
Did the break come at a good time when you're on a run of form like you've been on? A good chance to hit the reset button and turn a corner?
Well, it was. I think it gives us the opportunity as well to look at things with a bit of perspective as well, to analyze what we've been doing, and we take a lot of positives from the first 6 months of the competition. And even though results haven't gone our way in the last few games, when you look at what we have produced in terms of the Premier League with any other team, we are up there.
And in terms of improvements for the second half of the season, you're creating opportunities, perhaps not taking them. Is that the focus for you a little bit?
Yes, continue to be who we are. You know, defeats cannot make you lose who you are, because if you do that, then you were never who you said that you were. And we have to continue to be ourselves. But there are certain details, certain marginal gains that we have to improve and evolve. And this is the beautiful thing about my job as well, is constantly find the evolution of a team and what it needs to keep winning.
I mean, you're not finishing in front of goal. To what extent does confidence become an issue?
For sure, that's a big factor. But if you don't produce the number of chances that we have created and expect that we create more than any other team in the league, for sure we're not going to score enough goals. But I love the players that I have and the way they work and the way they go about it, and that will come for sure.
And how important for you is it that Gabriel Jesus maybe scores a few more in the second half of the season?
Yeah, but for everybody, you know, we have to share goals. We are responsible for everything, you know. And on set pieces, the goalkeeper is responsible, the striker is responsible. When there is a throw-in, everybody is responsible to what's going to happen that throw-in, and we have to share that responsibility, like we always done.
After the Liverpool game, you said the chances of bringing in a striker in this transfer window, well, it wasn't a realistic option. Have you changed that opinion, or do you feel the same?
No, but the first thing, because I love the players that we have.
And Crystal Palace, Roy Hodgson, he never makes it easy for teams to get by. What are you expecting from Palace, and how much respect do you have for Roy Hodgson?
A massive respect, a big admiration for the way he's conducting himself, especially, and the trajectory that he's had. His teams are extremely well organized. They are really hard to beat. He's really good at provoking things that he wants in the game, and tomorrow is going to be a big battle for us, that's for sure. Thank you.
Go to Alex in the Premier League.
Hi, Mikel.
Hi.
You said the break gave you some perspective. What is the message to your players going into this?
Keep doing what we are doing, and small margins to improve. That's it.
Roy Hodgson in the opposition dugout, 76 years old. Can you see yourself managing at 76?
You always ask me that question. At the moment, I cannot see that happening, but you never know. This job is extremely addictive, and when you do it like I do with people that I love as well and respect so much, you never know. It's difficult to find a better place or a better thing to do in your life.
What do you think the key is to lasting that long as a manager?
The passion for and the love for the game, that's for sure. And then enjoying and the company and the people you work with, and then being very good at dealing with defeat, for sure, because all the matches at the end we lose more than we win, and I think you have to be really good at that.
Is that something you've got better at over the years?
I'm not sure. Every defeat it's extremely painful, but after every defeat you are closer to winning again, and it makes you a better coach, and it makes you reflect and act and be all the time on the move, and this is what it's about.
It's the early kick-off tomorrow, and so it would be difficult to get the crowd going that early. What do you hope for?
No, we need to get them going, but they've been exceptional with us, and as I said, we are recharged, we are full of energy and super motivated. The team is super motivated, and we want to attack the second half of the season with a lot of ambitions and with the understanding that the team is capable of big things, and they are convinced of that.
Just like, what was your highlight of the trip to Dubai?
The beautiful moments that we have spent together, when you have families, kids around, and mixing life and job. I think it's something extremely necessary, that because we are living their lives, they are living our lives, and if we want this to make sense really, and everybody to be part of it, I think it's a really positive thing to do.
Go to Jordan from The Athletic.
Okay, well, after just wondered, after you've had a few defeats and then you've got a week or two to wait, which is quite unusual. Are you someone who usually studies footage over and over again to try and find what the answer is? But I heard you say that the message is so clear, just keep doing it. Has this been a slightly different camp for you in terms of looking at what's wrong?
Yeah, you have to look at it objectively, and in order to do that you need to dissect the game in many parts as much as you possibly can to understand what happened, and then is the balance. And in football, what you merit and what you actually have is not always at the same level, and that's been the case. But I think overall in the season where we are, but these things that we can improve and do better, and those marginal gains have to be installed, and they've been installed for the last 10 days, and we have to see them coming up.
A couple of years ago, you had a difficult start to the season. I think I remember you said it was the best 10 or 15 days you've had in football. Just wondered if you can reflect on, you know, that first time of turning around a bad few results and what you've maybe done differently now you're a bit older.
A lot of times it's not what you have to do, it's just looking around and how people behave. And when I said that I love so much my job and what I do, is because I love so much the people that I have next to me, that they are every day with me in my job. And when we are together, and okay, we had a difficult time, it's true that we play in a certain way against big teams and we didn't win, but we know what we produce. They are a joy to work with, and that gives me every reason to be super positive for the second half of the season.
Just as a manager, like as a personality, you know, 4 or 5 years into the job, how do you find the emotional side of not getting too high or too low? Do you need to hide your emotions from the players when it's been difficult?
I don't know if the word is hide, but I think you have to be honest and you have to tell them how you feel, and you have to be as clear as possible for them to understand what they expect from you, and as well for them what they are actually doing and can we improve, and find always the motivation when things they don't go your way or results they don't go your way. You have a problem within in the team to resolve it, you know, and we are all here and we are all willing to win, and we have to continue to do that.
Okay, last couple in the last section. James from ESPN.
Hi.
You spoke before the break about goal scoring becoming a psychological issue. So when you've been away, how do you tackle that? Do you switch off? Do you make practice harder? How do you actually approach that sort of psychological?
Changing certain things, analyzing first of all from my side, from our side in the coaching point, what we can do better. Is the most difficult thing to coach because it's so unpredictable. Times, distances, spaces, opponent, they change from picture to picture, and they change immediately after the ball is moving. But try to give them clarity, and we have to take the responsibility, and we have to give them the tools to deliver the best possible way. And that's what we have to. They have it in them, you know, and they know that, and we have a lot of individual talks about it, and it will come. Yeah, and I don't want to give the responsibility to the players. That's what I'm here, and the responsibility at the end to win and to score 3, 4 or 5 goals is there. And the question we said, okay, how do we score 5 goals every game? And that's a question raised. How are we going to do it? And the rest is just there. And we expect it to change it tomorrow. It's not going to happen. So we have to make things happen, and we have to be active and find solutions to that.
We've spoken to you before about possible points tallies to win the league. The league is Liverpool have got 45 after 20. You've got 40 after 20, City 43. I think in the past we've always thought we said 90 points plus. Do you think it might be less than 90 points?
I don't have a clue.
You do look at it though, don't you? Because we've talked to you about it before. Have you thought that?
Well, I look what happened in the league, but it's always after it happens. I'm not that good at predicting what's going to happen before.
Well, City won it with 89 last year. If I push you, do you think it would be higher?
Depends as well what's going to happen in direct games. You know, that's obviously a big consequence to that number. So let's see.
Okay, Charles.
Can I just ask about Emil? There's been quite strong reports today about West Ham being interested in talking about possible loan for Emil. Is that something you can sort of shut down the possibility of that happening this season?
I'm really happy with Emil, and he's in the right trajectory, and now he's settled. He's training really well, and you know that I'm not going to be talking about any individual situation.
How? I mean, everyone's been back from the latest injury for a few weeks now, being away in Dubai. How have you seen a change in Emil? Does he look ready now to really sort of make an impact and push towards the first team?
No change. Emil is Emil, you know, and he's got incredible qualities, and we are really happy to have him. And what he needs now is chances to put all the desire and qualities that he have on the pitch. In order to do that, we have to give him minutes.
And just quickly, while you're away, the club released a video that got fans pretty excited, seeing you and Timber working out in Dubai. Pretty strong, you know, working with the ball on the grass. Obviously, there's still a long way to go for him, but how close is he to potentially playing any sort of part in this season? Is he progressing very well?
There is a possibility, but at the moment is still very, very far from competing, and that's the realistic picture of it. Are we hopeful that he can have an impact at the end of the season? If everything goes well, it looks like there is a chance that might happen, but I think it's too early to make that call.
He said, I don't want to be arrogant, but I am the special one.
He backed it up though, didn't he?
Apparently he tried to side me as well when I was at Man City.
Well, everyone makes mistakes, Mike, or even Jose.
He got a lucky escape there then.
He obviously knows the quality, doesn't he?
I would have loved to have played against you, Micah. I can smash you into oblivion.
I'm sure he listens to the pod. And if he does, Jose, I love you. I'm sorry, I don't know what I did wrong. Hello and welcome to The Rest is Football with Alan Shearer, Micah Richardson and me, Gary Lineker. This week we've got a number of topics to discuss. I want to talk about Jose Mourinho, a deep dive into his career because he's just been sacked by AS Roma. Then we could talk about Saudi Arabia and one or two players wanted to leave, most notably Jordan Henderson. The possible punishments for Everton again and Nottingham Forest, and hopefully talk a little bit about the Africa Cup of Nations at the end. But let's start with Jose Mourinho. I mean, a remarkable coach, the special one, of course. He was fired by Roma. We mentioned him, didn't we, on the podcast earlier in the week, after his 2 red cards in the space of just, I think, 4 days. And I mean, whatever you say about Jose, and obviously I told you the story about, I think we fell out because he stopped texting me.
Has he not been in touch?
He's not, actually. It'd be great to have him on the pod. I mean, I like Jose, and I think...
Why don't you send him a message?
Well, actually, that's a good shout. I doubt he's got the same number.
Life's too short to be little.
Well, to be perfectly honest, and I should have probably said this at the time, when my dad passed away a few years ago, and this was after all, it kind of stopped the lack of conversations between us. He did send me a really sweet message. So, you know, I mean, I like Jose. I've always liked Jose, and there's no question he's been one of the greatest managers in in any era, really. His record is absolutely superb, isn't it?
He's amazing. I mean, serial winner. When he first came here to England, he sort of blew us all away, didn't he, with his enthusiasm, his passion, his, I don't know, arrogance, confidence, however you want to put it. I mean, you know what you're going to get with him. You know warts and all, who and what he is. But ultimately, he'll more than likely deliver you a trophy.
Well, he's won trophies pretty much everywhere he's been, hasn't he? The only place he didn't, I think, is Spurs. And don't forget, they fired him just a few days before the Carabao Cup final. And given Jose's record in finals, I think he barely loses any of them. I mean, he lost the Europa League on penalty to Sevilla last season, but he might well have won Spurs that trophy.
Unbelievable. He's one of my favourites. He's got to be my top 3. And I know there's managers in the past that have won some incredible things, but just like Alan says, he had that swagger. You know, when you walk into a room and someone's got that aura, and he says it, but he does it. Do you remember at Porto when he was there? I was thinking, ooh, this guy looks a bit spicy. Really good in his interviews, backed himself, won the Champions League. Then he comes to Chelsea, and everyone's saying, okay, he's a good young manager. Can he do it? And he's been to England, he's been to Italy, he's in Portugal, been to Spain. He does it absolutely everywhere he goes. And it's sad that people are now writing him off, saying he can't do it anymore. He does get a little bit agitated. I mean, we talked about how many red cards he's had. But I just love him. I think he's been great for the sport. And I still think he is a top manager. I
remember in his very early days, I think he was manager of the Porto team that beat Celtic, and we did the game live. I think it was in Spain, the game. and you thought, even then, you thought, crikey, this guy's got something. And he, to win the Champions League with Porto, I mean, he's quite something special. Which he also won, and then to go on to do what he did, and particularly I think in his early, well, not just early days, but the first decade, let's say, of his management. I mean, he had an incredible charisma and a charm, and he was funny and witty, and obviously slightly cocky. He called himself. He said, I don't want to be arrogant, but I am the special one."
He backed it up, though, didn't he?
Well, no, absolutely. I mean, he's won everything in the game. He's an extraordinary coach. I just wonder, because he has his ways, doesn't he? And he's particularly successful in finals. He's only ever lost one, I think, UEFA final, and he's been in a lot of them, and that was the penalty shootout against Sevilla last season. And I remember even in the conference, which he won 2 years ago with Roma, in the semi-final, when Leicester drew Roma, and we were going, because three of my boys are Leicester fans, and we were all going, oh God, it's going to happen. I mean, how the hell are we going to get past, a Roma side, even though Leicester were a really good team at the time. But you just knew it would be difficult. And then once they got ahead in the set, and you just thought, nah. And Leicester never had a kick in that game. They just couldn't create anything. He got that early goal in the second leg, and then just sat back. And it was one of his masterclasses in that. The only thing I would say, possibly, I think in perhaps the last few years, is the game has evolved into more of an attacking, high press kind of game. That's the teams that seem to be more successful now. And I wonder whether you can be as successful as he was in his first decade, playing the way that he does.
Do you think clubs, chairmen, owners will be wary or scared of hiring him now?
The only thing I would say on that is that he's won trophies. I mean, he won Roma's first ever European trophy, and then took them to a final the following year. I must say I didn't particularly enjoy his behaviour after that defeat. If you remember, he castigated the English ref in the car park and all that sort of stuff. He's obviously such an incredibly competitive person. He couldn't bear to lose his first and only ever UEFA final, but I still think clubs will be interested. How can you not be?
Even clubs that are going for the championship in terms of the league title, not in this country, I don't think. But I mean, if you're a club that hasn't had success or chasing success, then you think, you're almost, if he's got the tools to do it, then you're almost pretty much guaranteed a trophy, aren't you?
Mm.
I don't know. I mean, it's just sometimes he leaves chaos behind as well, doesn't he? And that's his sort of mentality, his siege mentality about his football club at that particular time where he's at. And he does create that, doesn't he, at times?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Apparently, he tried to sign me as well when I was at Man City.
Well, everyone makes mistakes, Mark. Even Joe said.
Escape there, then. Where was he at?
He obviously knows the quality, doesn't he? I remember.
Is that right? Go on, where and when?
Maybe he's not such a good judge after all.
When all you boys was bigging me up on the BBC, and I've said it before, Alan Hansen. I was playing a game against Man United, against Tevez, and Tevez was a wonderful, wonderful player, and I marked him out the game. I was stepping in front of him, playing out, last-ditch tackles, big headers. I was doing absolutely everything. And Alan Hansen said, "You've got to watch out for this Michael Richards. He's going to be
He's going to end up on a podcast one day."
Let's get him on. The great Alan Hansen.
He won't come on. He's retired, and retirement means retirement.
I would have loved to have played against you, Micah. Fucking smashed you into oblivion. I would have. Honestly, I would have sucked you right in front of me. Just a little elbow here and there. Honestly, I would have smashed you up. No problem.
You would have been a piece of cake. It would have been easy. It would have mean, if you shoot from 40 yards, I can't defend that. You know, you'd have to drop into little
Well,
pockets.
you're meant to be fucking marking me then. Why are you letting me shoot from 40 yards?
Anyway, there's no chance you're running with me.
I'd have ran you ragged. I'd have rang you
You're not
every
stronger
blade
than
of
me.
grass in the corner. You'd have been breathing out your arse, and then I would have smashed you to pieces.
There's only one way to settle this, and I think we need to get you two in a ring. Charity, whether it's boxing or UFC.
Oh, you're joking. He'll have. Look at the size of him, man.
Well, you just said you'd smash him all over the park.
Well, I would on the pitch. I would not in a boxing ring or whatever it was. Look at the size of his guns on him now. There's no chance of that. Back in my prime, I'd have ran him ragged.
Before I was rudely interrupted, it was around the season of 2006, 2007, I would say. And I was playing for England, and Man United was sort of interested, and Chelsea was interested. And I was just basically, I've got a chance to play for Mourinho. And you go at bed at night and think, and you look at houses in London, you go in the Chelsea area.
How did you know you had a chance to play Mourinho? Had someone told you? Were you tapped up?
No, it's not tapped. There's inquiries made. It's all done by the book. Agents speaking to agents, and Man City was saying they wanted 20 million quid for me at the time, and I'd only played really one season. It was a good season, by the way, but yeah, it was only one season. And then I never really wanted to leave Man City in the end because it was my home. You know, I was there. There was a couple of youngsters, Michael Johnson, Daniel Sturridge, Nader Manua, Ishmael Miller. It was all sort of a group, Stephen Island. And I wanted to stay at Man City. But when I knew that he was potentially interested in me, it was a nice feeling.
It's a polite way of saying he was tapped up.
He had that remarkable record, didn't he, where that he didn't lose a home game for about 1 million years.
Yeah. Wow.
It's crazy, wasn't it?
9 years it was without losing a home game.
Wow.
Yeah, and what he achieved at, Chelsea, well, Porto for a start, Chelsea, and certainly Real Madrid and Inter Milan, of course. Remember when he toppled Barcelona and he went on the stadium and in front of all the Nou Camp fans, just like, he was never shy, was he?
Have you seen his list of trophies? I mean,
I've got it in front of me. Do you want to? Shall I read it out?
Yes, please.
We'll start with the 4 times world's best club coach. 2 times Champions League winner with Porto in 2003-04 and Inter 9-10. 3 times Premier League winner with Chelsea, of course. FA Cup winner with Chelsea. 4 League Cups, 3 with Chelsea, 1 with Manchester United. 2 Italian Serie A championships with Inter. Italian Cup winner, Italian Super Cup winner. La Liga winner with Real Madrid. Spanish Cup winner with Real Madrid and Super Cup. Europa League winner with Manchester United. UEFA Cup winner with Porto. Conference League winner with Roma. Portuguese League twice with Porto, Portuguese Cup and the Portuguese Super Cup. It's not bad, is it? Wow. Not bad.
Here's us saying, do you think clubs would take him? I mean,
and that 77 home game unbeaten in the Premier League for a while, which was... It's extraordinary, isn't it? Youngest manager ever to manage 100 Champions League games. First manager to reach all European competition finals, and obviously the only manager to win every single European competition.
It's not bad.
I think it's fair to say he's been the special one.
Oh, absolutely. Incredible. What a career. What a man. He does it his way. No one can say any different to that, can they? And
before we move on, we've had I think it was a tweet actually to us from Steve Goldie 2196, and it says, it was no surprise to hear that Jose Mourinho had been sacked after Gary told a story of him shunning Gary for no reason. Lineker's power and influence over the football world is unparalleled, and everyone should beware, including Alan and Micah.
But I think you should, after we finish this, text him and say, we've just done a thing on you. Just want to say how much I respect you and like you.
He's blocked him already.
If he's still got the same number, I'd be absolutely shocked.
Well, you can easily get his number off someone, can't you?
The one I've got is an English one, and I imagine it's probably Italian by now. But I'm sure he listens to the pod. And if he does, Joe, say, I love you. I'm sorry. I don't know what I did wrong. Bless him. Wish him well. Wish him well.
Yeah.
Let's take a break. Let's start the second half with another possible punishment for Everton, and also possibly Nottingham Forest as well. We don't know what that punishment, or if there will be one yet. Possible point deductions, obviously, which will be exceptionally worrying for the fans, players, staff of both those football clubs. The profit and sustainability rules, they're aimed, of course, at promoting financial stability within the Premier League, and the current rules limit the losses clubs are allowed to make. Essentially, clubs are allowed to incur losses of 105 million over a 3-year reporting cycle. It's with this one, I think what's surprised most of us is that it's Everton are in there again. They've already suffered 10-point loss, of course, which they've appealed, and apparently this case can't be heard until that appeal is decided one way or the other. And I was a little bit confused, to be honest, because I thought, well, how can they do them again? But it's for each 3-year period. So this, say, for years 1 to 3, this is now from years 2 to 4. So they've obviously got issues on that. Both these clubs are kind of just above the relegation zone at the moment. I think Forest are 4 points clear, Everton just the 1. Must be massively, massively worrying for both of them.
Ramifications are huge, aren't they? I mean, yes, it's the football clubs, the players, the staff, but it's the fans that are left to suffer and be frustrated and show their anger and everything else, because all they ever do is pay their good money and hope that their club does well, and obviously they don't want to see their club punished. I mean, I have read that Everton feel sort of hard done by because they feel as if they're getting done for the same punishment as what they've already been done for and what they're appealing against. So I get the frustration and understanding and everything that goes with it. I don't know. I mean, the bottom line is, Gary, the clubs voted this in, didn't they? The clubs voted this
about 10, 11 years ago. Yes.
I mean, ultimately they have to stick by the rules. I mean, whether you think it's sustainable or what. I mean, look at the Newcastle situation now in terms of that, because I would imagine they were one of the clubs that voted in that time ago. Now they're desperate to go out and spend money and bring different players in. They can't. It looks as if, or it sounds as if, next summer, this summer coming up, that they'll have to sell one of the big hitters to try and generate finances to be a better team. I
wonder if the kind of owners of a club like, and I know they're also obviously got a lot of cases against them, a club like Manchester City, and it's, although these are different issues, I think it's worth pointing out, as we did in a pod that we had with an expert on this field, Nick Harris, a while back. They're different issues, but could Man City do what they've done now if say the owners had only taken over a few years ago?
Well, probably not. And Chelsea are the same, aren't they? I mean,
so therefore, is it fair on clubs that then come in later on with huge amounts of money from really rich owners? I mean,
it's ridiculous. And first, the first point I would like to make is the agreed 10 to 11 years ago. So we're saying 2013-ish, around that time. And you can't lose a certain amount of money within a 3-year period. Is that right, Gary?
Correct. 105 million, yeah.
Basically, you're going off numbers that are 10, 11 years outdated. So back then, talk about inflation. I'll use a house as an analogy. something is cheaper 10 years ago as it is today. That was the old market. So it needs to be re-looked at for clubs to actually compete. So if it's 100 mil 10 years ago, 100 mil 10 years ago is like 200 million today. And I understand the reasons why they wanted to bring something to safeguard the clubs, and it was sort of a fairer way of doing it. But you tell me how a team that, like Luton, who come up and have to compete with the likes of the big six, say, when their revenue and their commercial revenue is way greater, and the players that they have already is way greater. How are they supposed to compete with the rest? It makes zero sense to me. I can't get my head around it at all. It makes the club like Newcastle. So it took Man City, the takeover was in 2008, I believe. And we won the FA Cup in 2011. It took us 3 years to win the FA Cup and then 4 years to win the league. Newcastle have been taken over, done things the correct way, not gone and bought ridiculous players, bought the right players to fit what they need. Yes, of course, they've got an injury crisis at this moment in time. But how are they supposed to compete? It's not a fair ruling, is it, really? No matter if it was signed a year ago and teams were getting, I could understand. But it's been too long. I think it needs re-looking at.
I think you're right in terms of, I mean, a player 10, 11, 12 years ago that cost 20 million would probably cost 40 or 50 million now, wouldn't they?
Exactly.
I think that's absolutely right. I think your property analogy is an interesting one, but I think the inflation of football prices compared with property is massively bigger, yeah.
Don't forget, I mean, Liverpool sort of did it, didn't, when they got rid of, or they sold Coutinho for over 100 million, wasn't it? That they brought in, was it Alisson? They brought in Van Dijk. So they've sort of had to do it as well. I agree in a way with Micah. I mean, the Newcastle situation is I suppose is a classic example of, I mean, profitability and sustainability. Absolutely. They can do all of those things.
If they've broken the rules, these clubs, what should the punishment be then?
I think it's very difficult to answer that, Gary. I think in terms of what they've done, how much they've broken it, how much they've tried to help their own situation, it's very difficult. I mean, we all felt, without knowing 100% of the details, the Everton 10-point deduction was too much. And I still think that with their appeal, again, without knowing too much, that they may win part of that appeal. I don't know. That's only a guess. So it's difficult to say where points or fines or whatever in terms of how many or how they've broken the rules. But let's not forget the clubs actually signed up to this.
It could lead to chaos, though, at the end of the season, couldn't it? There's no question about that. If you've got two clubs that are obviously just above the relegation zone at present, and then they might suddenly get a fine, and I don't think it can possibly be done until the Everton appeal is done, which is scheduled for late in the season. So it could be conceivably given punishments with 5-6 games to go.
Just a mess. It's just a mess. How are you supposed to plan as a player? We always you talk about the finer details and the marginal gains. Like, you don't even know where you're going to be, whether you're going to be fined a point or you're going to be fined money. Is it going to be 3 points? Is it going to be 6? You're going out there, blood, sweat and tears, and the fans cheering you on with not knowing. And I mean, it's just, I just don't like it. I don't like it. The timing of it, it just doesn't sit right with me at all. Yes, rules are rules, and if you break the rules, you should be punished, of course. But the timing of it is just, I don't like it.
And who suffers most?
Fans.
The fans, of course. The fans always suffer the most.
And they haven't never do anything wrong other than support their football club.
The other interesting story this week has been Jordan Henderson leaving Saudi Arabia just 6 months after joining Al Ettifaq. Rumours of Firmino and Benzema are also wanting to leave Saudi Arabia. I think it's just a case. I've done a kind of little bit of an examination into this and whether it's going to be possibly another China situation where it was a thing for a while and moved away. I'm not sure that's the case on this. I think it's just that some players don't settle when they move. But it's a fascinating story, Jordan Henderson's, because it's now being reported that he won't receive any of the money that for the 6 months' work that he's done. So no money there. He's now going to Amsterdam. Someone said, my partner Tony said, is he actually just going on a gap year? which I thought was quite funny. But sometimes you settle in, sometimes you don't.
Do you think that's agents getting to work to try and rectify the damage maybe that he feels he's done for his character by going over there, by saying he's not going to receive a penny for playing? I can't believe for a minute that someone goes to 6 months over there and they don't get anything.
Well, yeah, I find it's staggering, isn't it?
It's just strange, the whole situation. I mean, we've talked about it before, didn't we? It was always going to be difficult, especially because of his views when he was captains and the campaigns that he was sort of running with. But we had a conversation on the radio, actually, 5 Live, and was talking about it, and he was coming back to the Premier League, and I was just like, I can't see him coming back to a Premier League side unless it's sort of challenging for the Champions League. There's Euros at the end of the season. He obviously wants to be in that Euros squad and thinks to himself, okay, I need to be playing in a top league somewhere, potentially win the league over there, and then... Well, to be fair, Ajax have been struggling though, haven't they? They've been struggling.
Cool. Ajax have, yeah. I mean, they had an awful start. They've rallied a bit.
Yeah, they've been an awful start. But I don't know. I can't get my head around all of this now. Surely, as an agent, as the people around him know what he's going into it, and they know the backlash he could potentially receive. So if you go there, surely you just stick it out. Do you know what I mean? Or don't go at the very start anyway. But he must have just think the standard of football's not what I thought it was, might not be able to settle. But it's a very strange story why you would do that and then come back after 6 months. Just doesn't make sense to me at all.
Certainly for no money. I mean, there might be tax implications, I imagine, that sort of thing. Who knows? But whatever happens, we wish him well at Ajax. Just a few facts. Ajax had a dreadful start, the worst they've ever had to any Eredivisie season ever. They were really near the bottom. They're now in 5th place, so just not far off the top, although they're 23 points behind the leaders. So they're, So we'll follow that one closely as well.
Can we just put into context before we move on how much he would have got? So what was he on? £600,000 a week.
It's a living.
Tax free.
Yeah, but he's meant to have been there and he's done it all for nothing. Righto!
Oh, you don't believe it then, Aaron?
You go to Saudi Arabia for 6 months and you come back after that and you don't earn anything.
2 plus 2 is equaling 16 at this moment in time. Something's not adding up.
Yeah, unless he's trying to protect the huge tax bill he's about to get.
We've just been on the calculator. 14,400,000, that is. 6 months worth. Oh dear, world's gone mad. Speaking of the world, the Africa Cup of Nations has been taking place. I've watched quite a few games actually, and it started really well because the 1-2 years ago there were a hell of a lot of 0-0s. And lots of games settled on penalties. I know it's only the group stage anyway. It's only just started the last few days. But a lot of the big teams have struggled, actually. Nigeria only got a draw with Equatorial Guinea. and Osimhen scored the goal and then missed a good chance actually towards the end. Egypt drew with Mozambique. Mozambique were 2-1 up. And Mo Salah got a penalty in pretty much the last kick of the game, which if you've not seen it hit the post and it was as tight as you can. In fact, you could say it's the most unsavable penalty possible because
you know what's mad about that. Before you move on, it's just everyone goes goal and assist for Salah as well. The assist, he shanked the shot. Salah, he shanked the shot, and then his penalty. Look, you still got to put it away, but he did shank the assist.
He did, but he's human. He is human. I saw Morocco play. They won. They actually won quite comfortably, and so did the defending champions Senegal. So we'll monitor that. The Asia Cup also is going on at the moment, and we'll discuss that as it goes throughout. We'll keep an eye on all these competitions. The Africa Cup of Nations has definitely grown in terms of its interest, hasn't it? I think over the last decade.
You ever get out, by the way?
Not the way I'm feeling, Alan.
Oh,
no,
right,
I've been
okay.
stuck at home.
I was going to say, when was the last time you had some fresh air?
I take the dog out still.
Oh, right, okay.
I take I can't not take the boy out. He just looks at me all the time. Keeps patting me on the leg. Oh, Dad, any chance of walk? Which he does about every minute of the day, even 2 minutes after he's just been for a walk. Anyway, that's it for today. But before we say goodbye, we have a quick stat for you that you can find more about in today's newsletter. The Premier League is currently on track to break last season's goals per game record that began in 1992. We're seeing more goals than ever before, but out of all the goals ever scored in the Premier League, our very own Alan Shearer has scored almost 1% of them. What about that?
God, why is it all about Alan?
It's a good mention, Micah. It's a good mention.
Do you ever go to sleep at night, Alan? Just think, I'm the f***ing man, you know.
Every night, Micah, he does. Every single night.
260 Premier League goals. You know when you're at home and you're just thinking about it. If someone's getting you down or someone's not going the right way, you just think.
Micah, what's your percentage, do you reckon? Dear. I'm only kidding. For more stats like that and the best football stories each week, sign up to the newsletter at therestisfootball.com, and of course it's completely free. Have a great weekend, and goodbye from me.
Goodbye from me.
Goodbye from me. Have a good weekend.
Well, they provide a massive challenge. I mean, you're not a title contender unless you're an extremely good team with extremely good players. So we know. I mean, I've never taken a team to Arsenal from Blackburn Rovers through West Brom, through Fulham and through Palace. I've never taken a team to Arsenal thinking we'll win this one. This is an easy one for us. It's always been up against it, really, the underdog, which we still are in this match as well. But I thought there was a lot of aspects to our play on Wednesday night which were very satisfying. I thought we carried out a game plan pretty well, and on another occasion I think we'd have even got a result from that game. But that's past. We will have to wave goodbye to the cup run and really concentrate now on getting some points in the league, and that starts tomorrow. But I do think we take a little bit of positivity from the Wednesday evening game into that game tomorrow with us. I'm okay, thank you.
Arsenal obviously 3 defeats in a row, no wins in 4.
Oh dear. Crisis.
How important is it, given the fan atmosphere, it might get a little bit nervy, a little bit expecting of obviously turning that form around? How important is it to start the game well and nullify Arsenal from an early stage?
Yeah, it is. There's no question about that. You know, the question is so well formed that you've almost sort of answered it for me. It is important. I don't really go too much into that. You know, I didn't know they lost 3 games. You know, I didn't know. I mean, I just look at their team and what they've done and what they're capable of doing, and I look at it thinking, right, how are we going to combat this? How are we going to nullify them, as you rightly say, not just in the first part of the game. We've got to do it through probably 100 minutes. How are we going to do that? What have we got to do? How good have we got to be? Because we know they're good. Why do we know they're good? Well, we watch them play, one, but also they're top of the table. And often teams at the top of the table are better than teams near the bottom of the table. That's a fact of life. There's not much you can do about it. We can't wave a magic wand and swap places with them. But we also believe, personally, when I say we, I personally, and we as a team, I think, believe that we're capable of going there and making life difficult for them, playing a good game. And if we're lucky and we do play that good game, and maybe, as you rightly point out, their form isn't quite what it was a few weeks ago, who knows? You know, the result's there for us to get, and we'll do our best to get it. That's all we can do.
If you start the likes of he's obviously a player that you want in front, but how important could he be at the Emirates tomorrow?
Well, you're a goal scorer, that's the good thing. I mean, we see him as one of our goal scorers. Michael's another, Jordan Ayew's a third, and you know, we're going to be without Jordan, that's for sure, but it's going to be important to take chances. You know, when you play away from home, we'll have to accept that they are a possession-based team. They're a very good team. They keep the ball well. They probe and look to get into dangerous spaces. The first thing we've got to do is to make certain we don't fall into traps there and let them get through us easily. But then when we get the ball, we've got to do something with it and ask them some questions. And often you do that away from home on the counter-attack. And if you're very lucky, things can happen to you as happened to us at Manchester City. We can survive a lot of pressure. We can't suggest that this is an even game and we are playing toe-to-toe with them. But by staying in the game and defending well and stopping them from scoring lots of goals, maybe if you're very lucky, a couple of chances will come your way and then can you take them? So that's, unfortunately, it's a bit like teaching your grandmother how to suck eggs, but I mean that unfortunately is a situation and I can't dress it up in any other way.
Jordan Henderson. Jordan Henderson is now an Ajax player. I mean, Martin, very keen to get your take on that. He decided no time up on Al-Ettifaq for me. It's not for me, or at least that's what we perceive the situation to be. Saudi football and everything that goes with it, and he's moved out. And he's over in Amsterdam this morning, no doubt training with Ajax, having joined them yesterday. This was Henderson on arrival.
Ajax as a football club speaks for itself, and world-class players that have played here for many, many years. And once I knew that there was an opportunity, I was overexcited and really just overwhelmed that this opportunity was there for me, and it was something that I wanted to try and make happen. So it was, very humbling for me to be here now, and I'm just trying to take it all in, really. Special day.
A special day. I'm not sure what he's taking in at the moment, Martin, are you? Because there was a variety of things said as he left Liverpool and headed out to Al-Ettifaq and join the Saudi Pro League. A variety of things said when he joined up with Gerrard. We'll hear from Gerrard very shortly, the other side of 10:15. And now he's saying that he's humbled to be joining Ajax. I'm not sure where he is. Well, I know where he is. He's in Amsterdam, but I'm not sure where his head is.
I think he's realising what are the priorities, the right priorities perhaps in life and as a professional footballer. And I think in the summer, and I think it's easy to do this, and I don't really want to judge, I've been in this situation myself, that in the summer, often it can become about the money and about the package, and you forget about the wonderful people that might have been around him at Liverpool and the opportunity that he still represented. Of course, they might have been saying to him, look, you might not play all the games, but you're still going to play a major part. His head was turned. He obviously went out to Saudi Arabia looking at the bigger project, thinking it was going to be something it wasn't. Financially, it was incredible. And I think now he's decided to change his mind. And he wants to, his priority now is to play football to a higher level. I don't think it's quite the level of the Premier League, but nonetheless, there's 55,000 people in the Johan Cruyff Stadium most weeks. So it's a major step up. And maybe the atmosphere was something different. There was only 5,000 or 6,000 people in the stadium. They weren't going well. There's been a terrible record that they've been on, and he's changing directions. To be honest, I think I admire that he's made a mistake, Most people would have thought you've made your bed, you need to lie in it. Obviously, it's a financial thing, but he's saying, no, I want to play football.
Well,
so that's quite a big thing, Jim.
Yeah.
He didn't find utopia with the money that he was being paid in Saudi Arabia, and I think now he wants to come back and play football.
Well, the other side of 10:15, we'll hear from Steven Gerrard, who was his manager at Al Ettifaq, Simon. And Gerrard, amongst other things, reportedly is saying that being at Al Ettifaq has made him a better person. We'll hear that very shortly. Saad Al-Aziz is the vice chairman and interim chief executive of the Saudi Pro League. And last night I got a message, Simon, from him or his people. Jordan is a good guy, and it's a shame that things didn't work out for him. But he'd be the first to admit that full support was given to him and respect shown. So everyone tried, and no one's to blame.
I think that's probably a fair analysis. I don't think he's correcting any records, and I don't think Jordan Henderson has said anything derogatory about the club. I just don't think it suits him. I mean, he's going to Ajax, who are going for... I mean, Ajax are 23 points off PSV from the top of the table. He's going to an Ajax side that's in... at best way described in its transition, that's falling out with its fans, that's nowhere near the Ajax that we perceived them to be from times gone past. So he's got what he wanted, and I'm kind of, it's almost an element of me that's less interested in Jordan Henderson and his flakiness, and more interested in what this tells us about where the Saudi League is and what this tells us about Gerrard, because I would imagine that Gerrard advocated for him to come and sign for this particular club, which doesn't look like a good reflection back on Gerrard. He's got a win record in this country almost as bad as his win record in the Premier League, and yet he gets a huge reward, which I find absolutely perplexing. One of the things that really bugs me in society, and I think Martin might concur with this, is rewarding mediocrity. I'm not entirely sure how you can justify, besides the optics, which the word that we love here, of the Saudi Pro League needing to defend its position against the ongoing or the potential onslaught of observations that people don't like it over there, is to give a manager that's not won a game for quite some time, that's got a 30% win record in a league that's developing and is hardly at the highest end of its spectrum, a new contract with huge financial rewards attached to it, which are commensurate with managing the Premier League champions.
I agree with that, but with it being such a negative that they've lost their star player in Henderson, the club are reacting, aren't they?
Talk about being in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, well, they're reacting and saying, okay, we need a positive now. Let's keep Gerrard here.
Yeah.
If the manager goes, it's like pulling the plug. If one's going to go, and the money brought him here, but it's not kept him here, he's leaving. Could we lose a whole load of other players?
Yeah, but
okay, let's get the manager to sign a new deal. I agree that the record doesn't justify that.
I mean,
it's not Gerrard's fault, is it? They've been offered all this money.
No, it's not about the money. It's about the reward. Hold on.
Yeah, why are they rewarding
It's about the
him,
rewarding of it.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying and questioning, and it doesn't stem from any position of envy or coveting what others have. I just believe you occupy space in a world where you get rewarded for excellence. And quite frankly, you can make no argument that Gerrard has occupied that space right now, getting huge rewards, and it tells you something about the Saudi Pro League. This isn't about excellence, it's about the look.
Correct.
What's that about then? How much of a threat is that for our football leagues around the world?
But in Gerrard's defence, what is he to do then?
Build a better team.
If he's been offered all of this money
No,
to stay,
be worth it.
He wants
Just
to
be worth it.
Commit to the project.
If we were sat here now saying, well, look, we understand they've got to pull up the trapdoor, they've got to make the feel and look of this league look sustainable, and the manager's got a 60% win record, he's got a win record that would get most teams relegated.
Well, Al Ettifaq's form has slumped. They hadn't won in their last 8 matches before this recent 6-week mid-season break. And yet Gerrard has been rewarded and becomes one of the best paid managers in the world, Martin, and a salary of £15 million a year. We'll get to Gerrard in a moment because he'll come to us. We're going to hear from Steven Gerrard in a second. Jordan Henderson. Martin, if you're Southgate, by moving to Ajax, in Southgate's eyes, has he got a better chance now of being part of his England squad at the Euros in Germany in the summer?
Well, Southgate never made it a condition, did he? He said, look, I'm not going to tell you where you have to play your football. I think this is down to the player, Jim. Obviously, he's going to play at high level. It's much more competitive, as we know, and we'll be able to see him. Won't we? We'll have more access to watching him.
Yeah,
it's a different level. I do feel it will help his case. We have a lot of young English midfield players now that are just starting on his shoulder. But Henderson, for me, I still feel we need him in the group. The experience that he brings, it might be from the bench, but nonetheless, he has to be in top condition between now and the summer. So this will hopefully bring that to him.
Do you feel he could have come back to the Premier League, Simon, or do you not think there was sufficient interest there that he and his representatives looked elsewhere, and he's ended up at Ajax.
There would have been sufficient interest. It may well be that the underlying workings of this deal, because again, optics, buying from a Premier League club and then selling him back to a Premier League club is almost an even bigger hoisting of the white flag from the Saudi Pro League. Redirecting him into another league, it might have been a condition, because it doesn't feel like a logical fit.
No.
Jordan Henderson to Ajax, a almost beginning to become a mid-table side in Dutch football, top 5 right now, but notwithstanding it, still in poor form. It doesn't look like a logical fix. We talked at the top of the show about road to redemption. I would suspect it's road to Germany rather than redemption, because I don't think he really needs to redeem himself. The bottom line is he made a commercial decision. He makes a fool of himself by opening his mouth saying he supports a particular cause, goes over to a country that has no value of that cause, makes a fool of himself by turning around and saying he wants to go and grow the game, comes back 5 months later. All of those are there for everyone to poke fun at. But the bottom line is he made a commercial decision and he's changed it, and it's cost him a few quid to do it.
Yeah.
The bottom line is I wonder how many of the elite countries around the world, and Martin can answer this possibly, sit there when they're picking their international squad saying, oh, he'll be good around the dressing room. I wonder if they pick the best 25 players or 22 players and go, those are the players that are going to win us a tournament, rather than this silly draconian mentality that we have, which is he'll be good around the group.
Yeah.
You're in the business of winning tournaments.
They've been to a series of tournaments, haven't they? They've been to a series of tournaments over many years, so he knows the players he wants. He's not really going to bring a fast track anybody else in now.
We want to win a tournament.
Yeah.
We need 22 players that can do a job, not 22 players that can possibly hold camp and hold court.
Well, such as the level now is getting to the stage where you've got to put the performances in.
Indeed.
Well, he's going to have to show what he's got in his locker now at Ajax if he's to stay in the good books regarding Southgate when he comes to name his final 23. Al Ettifaq, curiously, have not shown patience with their managers in recent seasons. Their past 3 appointments lasting less than a year. But Gerrard is one they like, probably because of his profile. So he stays and they're rewarding him hugely, because Gerrard is reported to be one of the best paid managers in the world overnight on a salary of around 15 million quid a year.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Monday to Friday mornings from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Morning. You can't say hello as well.
The ultimately the normal breakout of the door.
Good. Some of you, I mean.
Jürgen, first of all, what are you hearing about the extent of Mo Salah's injury? Any chance that he could even come back early? Or?
We don't know anything about it. I spoke last night with him, and how it is with his injuries. We need further assessment. That's what they are doing now, and then we will know more. Of course, it was in that moment a shock. Oh my God, what's it? Couldn't see that it was like hit by something like this high intense, and then going down. You have these kind of hamstring injuries different way, but you still felt it, and we all know how rarely a Mo goes off or needs to go off, and so there's definitely something, and we will see. But I have not more information right now.
It's not a situation where you have to send your medical staff over or anything?
Yeah, we will see. It depends on the diagnosis. We have to, will be ultrasound, and we will do MRI, and then we will know what it is, and then we will see what each plans. Yeah, but that's too early. Sorry.
For the other injured players, is there any positive news as well? We saw pictures of Andy Robertson training over in Dubai, and how's Trent Alexander-Arnold as well?
Obviously, he can walk on the catwalk. Yeah, remember funny stuff. So, no, yeah, they're all positive, but not ready. So, but they're all going in the right direction, and we're getting closer and closer and closer. And some of them might be kind of part of team training next week. So for the Bournemouth game, I don't expect anybody back. I hope that nobody will be out until then. But after Bournemouth, I think, especially after, maybe for Fulham, we will see how the boys do. But they're all close. Trent close, Tom close, Robbo close. Right. Tom, I said Tom. Again, Tom?
I've got big enough.
Yeah. You should hear it, that's true. So it's all going in the right direction. That's all positive, but for the weekend's game.
It's probably a measure of how well the squad has done, the fact that you've got the opportunity to go 5 points clear, even considering all the injuries that you've had as well. But it sounds relatively simple to say, 5 points clear, but it's a bit more difficult than that against the side that's won 7 of the last 9 in all competitions, only lost 1 in that time to Spurs.
And that was a tricky game for Spurs. Yeah, good. And it's just kind of, when you don't play them at the weekend, I really have time to admire what he's doing there. So it was obviously a really difficult start for him at Bournemouth with the manager change and all these kind of things, which I didn't know a lot about him, about the colleague. And then you start the season, obviously the results might, if you don't have a proper look at Bournemouth, it can happen. But they turned it around. Wow, that's real coaching, I have to say. And he found a way to set this team up, and they have a really good mix. They play football, they find direction in the right moments. They use Tom Solanke in a sensational way. Support he gets from the centre, from the wings. The way they defend, really good, really compact. So that's proper. That will be a difficult game, definitely. But I don't think they are now preparing the game against us. I think, thank God, Liverpool is coming because we feel good as well, and I want us to show that as well. So we are ready for tough games in the Premier League. Can't remember the last match day when it was not tough, probably because it never happened, and so no problem with that. But they have my respect, definitely.
Morning, you mentioned Solanke there. He's having a great season. I wonder what you make of his development as a Premier League goal scorer after he obviously struggled with
I'm so happy for Dom, because when we signed him, we were all so excited about the talent he is, and he has so much potential, or had so much potential when he came here. But then it's Liverpool, and then we had other good strikers as well, and he had played games and everything. Was probably not at that time not the most clinical yet, but the talent was obvious, and then made how it is sometimes. Made the absolute right decision to go to Bournemouth. Went there through all different stages, and last year already scored enough goals, and now he's obviously up there with the greatest, and that's absolutely. I'm so happy for him, because a wonderful kid and a wonderful and a real talent and a really good player, and he did it. He won the hard way. Just trying here, realizing maybe a bit too early, and then going to Bournemouth and do it all the way is really cool.
You've had quite a significant improvement in away results this season compared to the last season. You've conceded the first goal quite often in these games. Is that something though that you specifically looked at to address? Is there anything that you can do about it?
I actually don't like to talk too much about negative things when it's not necessary. So let's turn it around, start in our mind with being 1-0 down, then we don't have to concede it really. So I don't know how that works. No, I wish we wouldn't, to be honest, but it happened. It was all for different reasons and different situations, and in the end we play 95, 98 minutes, sometimes 100, and the result we have then is the most important. And reacting on the things that happen in a game, because it must not always lead to a goal, but it can be a good spell of the opponent, a better start of the opponent. They are more aggressive, they are more this, more that, and then you have still to turn it around, so that you cannot see it on a score sheet, but it's still something you have to do, and so the difference is not that big actually. But playing convincingly 90 odd minutes away from home is definitely something we want to do, no doubt about that. And now we go to a place where that in particular will be pretty difficult, because they just have their own idea. They are in a really good moment, and that's why we play better a really good football game.
Jürgen, real signs over the past few games of Luis Diaz finding his form again. I know he's had a tough time injury-wise and personal difficulties as well. What do you think's enabled him to get back to something like his best? And there's also the potential in the absence of Mo Salah to maybe use him on the right-hand side. He's mainly being employed coming in off the left.
You might also have forgotten, but in the past, this maybe the best front three this club had for a long, long time, with Sadio Mane, Bobby Firmino, and Mo Salah. How often we were sitting here discussing about the little crisis, a little dip in form and stuff like this. One of the three, now he's not, another stepped in, and we discussed it, but it never really had that massive impact. So in these times, we let them just be, because the players, I don't have, if Lucha is not playing great, I don't have to tell him, by the way, Lucha was not great. He knows that before I know. And so it's just about trust and faith and time. And there was no doubt about that that he will be back. Definitely. And yes, that's why it's very important. Absolutely. But it's how it is. So in general, we were not struggling in creating and not really struggling in scoring. You can say you could have scored here more or there, but in other situations we were lucky when we scored, so we should have been denied in these moments. It's how it is. It's a general trust and faith what we have in the boys, and that's how we live it. That's why they can have a spell where for 2, 3, 4 weeks maybe, after the most challenging time of his life, where nobody is prepared for, and he's back. That's good and pretty helpful. You can see it in each training session. It's different. I spoke here and brought here when he came here. It was really, never saw something like that. He cannot not smile when he's on the ball. There was a beginning like that, and a few weeks where I missed that a little bit. The smile is back, so that's really good.
How impressed have you been recently with the form of Ibrahim Konate? And in particular, you look at games like the Arsenal match where he was absolutely monstrous at the back.
True. I'm not too impressed, to be honest. It's just what I expect from him, because that's what he was able to do. I thought our last line in particular did really well, on all positions. Sure, Kwanzaa did exceptionally well. Virgil is plays a great season. Joe Gomez. So it's really, that's all. But you cannot. We are in this moment in time. We're for top of the table. So how can you get there if the boys are not performing on a pretty high level? So, but for us, it's essential. All the numbers you have over a season, most of them you can kind of ignore, forget. The number of goals conceded, you never can ignore. So that's all about, and of course that's not Ibu Konate, but Van Dijk, Kwanzaa, Joe Gomez, Joel Matip or whatever. That's the whole team, and this is the thing we have to keep in our mind. And everything starts with a top defense, and a top defensive idea, and a common defensive idea. And if that's good, or really good, or super good, then you can start playing football and think about that. But without stability, you shouldn't even try. Top. Today's the third session already since we are back, so you could see everybody was really important to everybody, for everybody. Only from my personal point of view, like 4 days, perfect. Absolutely. Nobody wanted to have 3-4 weeks. We are in the middle of a season. We love what happened so far. We are looking forward to what's coming up. But these 4 days were just top class. And but now we are the third day in training again, and you can see the boys, as much as they like going on holiday, the thing they like the most is actually playing football, and that's really cool to see. And then the weather was good. It was freezing cold, obviously, but it was really nice going outside, blue sky, even when it's freezing. It was exactly like it should be, and that's now. We have had a break, and now we can go for the rest of the season.
Just wondered if you've spoken to Jordan at all and what you make of his move to Ajax.
No, I didn't speak to him after that, but I'm happy for him, because it looks like he's happy, and that's the most important thing to me. And I think it's absolutely, from time to time I forget that I actually don't read these kind of stories, but when it's not about us directly, so I read a little bit, and I saw people are really critical with Hendo about the move. First there, then now coming back and all this kind of things. I don't know how we dare always judging these kind of things. All of us, we have one life and we have to make decisions. And sometimes our decisions are perfect in the first place, and sometimes that it's different after you made them. So he was there, and it's 100% interesting experience. I spoke to him. 99% of what football-wise what happened there was absolutely fine. It's the start of something, and it's not like it is here. Imagine it would be immediately like that. Many things to develop in the future, but never really critical or saying, it's not possible that's not there or whatever. And then he thought it's better for him and the family to come back to Europe, and now he's here, and he found with Ajax Amsterdam a sensational club in a difficult moment who can lead for sure. Ajax always played the best football when they combined their real talent, what's always there, with some experience, and that's obviously now rather the job of Hendo, being part of that experience group. And then you can go there, and from 5th place in Holland, you can make steps and in the table, and it's all positive, and it's an experience. And only in England the people think it's why do they go abroad and stuff like this. All other countries want to come to England, so it's as beautiful this country is, it's lesser the reason. It's just that they want to make international experience, stuff like this. It was for me the same. And now he's going to Holland, where he can enjoy his football, definitely again, where the family will feel wonderful because the city is absolutely outstanding. And I'm very happy for him, and I will definitely talk to him. But so far, these few days now, I thought he has something more important, a few things to do which are more important.
Guten Tag. You're a master at integrating young players into the first team. Just how proud are you of Jarrell Quansah, especially after the clean sheets at Burnley and Dallas?
These clean sheets, they're good, absolutely, but it's the performance. Jarrell is played an absolutely outstanding preseason. So Jarrell is one of these players where people knew that he's a real talent, but his real face he only showed in the moment when he really was when he got close to the first team. And since then he played only good games in preseason. Each game was good. When he came on against Newcastle, it was outstanding in a really difficult game. And from that moment, it's all fine. It's just really good. It's all nothing. I can only integrate into the first team what the academy produces. So I think the amount of academy players at the Arsenal game, I think it was 10 altogether. Yeah, that's actually a really nice thing. So the academy produces players, but it's all about the players, because even the academy cannot perform miracles and make wonderful art out of a piece of wood. So there must be some talent, and I love that when these boys, there must not be Scousers, but when it's on top of that, a Scouser, it's even more fun. But obviously we have players from different areas here in the region, so that will not be the ticket into the first team, but it's cool. And I think that what helps the most is the rise of Trent, Curtis, now Jarrell. That's what drives young players to see it's possible in a top team in the Premier League or maybe in the world to get into. And it's good. We're really happy about that, but obviously we needed it as well, so that's clear.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Breaking news reaching us, and we can tell you that West Ham are in discussions this morning over a move for Manchester City midfielder Calvin Phillips. Talks are centred on what the conditions of a potential deal might be. We've been reporting throughout this window here on Sky Sports News that West Ham had been one of 6 clubs interested in the player. They include Crystal Palace and Newcastle, who had also made contact with City about a deal this month. In terms of European interest, Atletico Madrid, Barcelona also understood to be interested. But what we're hearing this morning, West Ham are now in talks with Manchester City over a move for Calvin Phillips. He's been someone that we've been talking about throughout this transfer window. It seems like West Ham now front of the queue. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think it'd be a brilliant signing. I think it'd be a good move for him as well, going to a great club in West Ham who are going really, really well in the league this season, recruited well with the Declan Rice money in the summer, and I think there's obviously some funds left over to get Calvin Phillips in on loan as well. I think he probably slots in next to Alvarez quite nicely in that midfield. He's having a good season. He's had a good first half of the season, and they've got James Ward-Prowse who perhaps plays a little bit in front as well. Souček's actually having a really good season, but West Ham in multiple competitions, we know what that Thursday-Sunday load's like. To have an extra option there in that midfield, I think that would really help them. It feels a very David Moyes signing, doesn't it? The Phillips and Alcaraz midfield as a double pivot feels very David Moyes. And a few years ago, when Souček was at his top form and they had Rice and Phillips, I felt like they gave the attacker, Rice and Souček, they gave the attackers a licence to go forward, knowing that they were protected, but they also gave the defence that consistency, that they knew that they had that solid platform in front of them as well. This feels like West Ham going back to that, and yeah, I think it would be a good signing all round, good move all round for everyone.
For Calvin Phillips, I mean, there's lots of clubs interested in him. Do you think he would like to go to somewhere where he's going to be playing minutes, or where he might be in with a shout of winning more trophies on a similar level to Manchester City? And when you look at the list of clubs that are interested in, maybe, you know, Juventus and Atletico Madrid might fit into that category.
I think if you look at Calvin Phillips since he's gone from Leeds to Manchester City and what he's won: Premier League, FA Cup, Champions League, Club World Cup, Super Cup. He's also got the Championship at Leeds, so he's decorated, but he won't feel like he's part of it. Obviously, he would have with the Leeds promotion for sure, but in terms of what he's won at Manchester City, he won't feel part of it. And for a player to have those type of honours and feel like a bit part, that's going to be a sore feeling. So absolutely, he has to go to where he's going to play. He's almost done it the other way around. You know, if you're a player and you retire and you want to sort of put those medals down on your table and say, what did you achieve in your career? But the story that for Calvin Phillips isn't quite the one that matches up with someone who's been an integral part of winning such prestigious honours. He has to go where he's going to play. I mean, I was saying yesterday about maybe the Crystal Palace situation where Roy Hodgson put their name into the hat, or somewhere where he could get minutes, and that's exactly what he can get at West Ham. I think the best version of Calvin Phillips offers more than Souček. I think Souček does have his attributes. You know, he's good in the air and can get goals from midfield, but essentially, if it was Alvarez and Calvin Phillips week in, week out, with Ward-Prowse just ahead of that, Paquetá on the left and Kudus on the right and Bowen up front, mouth-watering for West Ham fans. So I think he really needs to go where he's going to play, and if this move is to materialise into a loan deal or permanent, whatever it's going to look like, I think it definitely would be a good move for him.
Do we underestimate sometimes? I mean, it's easier. Calvin Phillips is at an elite football club, so do we underestimate sometimes how hard it is for players to leave those environments, even when they're not necessarily playing lots of minutes? It's an easier sell, for instance, for a younger player to say, step away from the elite environment for the moment, because you can get back there. But when it's a player at the stage of the career at Calvin Phillips who's tasted Manchester City, do we underestimate sometimes how hard it is for players to move away from that atmosphere and move to another club?
I think so, especially when you consider what a pull it must have been to move to Man City in the first place, and it would have taken a big move like that to move him away from Leeds. I mean, you can only see the Leeds documentary. He speaks about how much the club means to him, how much the club means to his family, to then move away to Man City. And yeah, Flex mentioned the CV he's now got, which is incredible, but he'll feel he's not contributed towards it. Euro's obviously on his mind as well. Gareth Southgate has been very loyal to him, despite the fact he's had limited minutes this season. But this will also feel, if he does move on loan in this window, because of Pep Guardiola's comments in December, and Pep Guardiola almost apologised for him because it suggested that he wasn't the right fit in the first place. The way that Guardiola spoke about things, he sort of said, it's not you, it's me, in terms of why he can't see in his head Calvin Phillips being a big part of that squad. So this feels like the beginning of the end for Calvin Phillips, if he is to move on, because this is incredible. To come in for the fee he did in that summer, he's made 4 Premier League appearances this season, 2 Premier League starts in his whole time at Man City, and both of those came in May after Man City had already won the title. He's not played in the last 9 matches in the Premier League, and I think Manchester City are in a position now, they do tend to recruit brilliantly, they also sell really well. I think at the moment they're looking at trying to get some money back for Calvin Phillips in the short term, because they know no club is in a situation where they can fork out the money that Man City would want for him, a current England international, still a top player, and it is those wages as well. And I think Crystal Palace and Newcastle, I think, would make more sense because of the issues they've got at the moment in their midfield. But perhaps West Ham are the only club that can stump up a huge amount of that wage, which is £135,000 a week. And Man City, ideally, want all those wages to be paid by the club he moves to on loan, with that loan fee as well. West Ham currently 6th in the table, went out to Bristol City in the FA Cup. A number of issues in forward areas. They probably would rather sign a striker or a winger at the moment. But when an option like Calvin Phillips comes up right now, I think it shows how much ambition West Ham for this to be a successful season in the Europa League and in the Premier League, because it felt like with the injuries they're suffering at the moment that perhaps they may look to slide down the table with the issues they have. But by signing a player like Calvin Phillips, what a statement of intent that is at this point in this month.
Yeah.
What a game it turned out to be. Atleti 4, Real Madrid 2 then after extra time. And we told you throughout the day, if you were watching our coverage, that this was going to go to extra time because it had done in the previous 7 occasions. It is now up to 8. And in single elimination ties, we see extra time when these two teams meet. We welcome to the show Frank Leboeuf joins us here. Frank, in a moment. That was great, wasn't it? That's what you want from a cup tie.
No, I'm not a mathematician. But that's 14 goals,
right?
I believe.
Yes.
In the last 2 games between these two sides.
Yeah.
I am absolutely loving this version of Atletico Madrid.
Yep.
From the depths of despair of not wanting to watch them play.
The Real Betis rant.
Early in the season.
Yep.
To this version that we've been sort of calling out for, more expansive, more attacking, utilising these quality players that they do have. These players that can influence games and can cut teams open and can score goals. And it's not just about defending. And yeah, it's leaving them more susceptible at the other end to counter-attacks, and it's putting Jan Oblak under more pressure. But by God, particularly at home, it's really, really good to watch. And yeah, Real Madrid had more possession, but it's hard to argue that in the end, Atletico Madrid didn't deserve to win this game.
Real Madrid fans will disagree, but this was a lot of fun, wasn't it?
It absolutely was. I thought, again, you knew coming into this, 2 very good footballing teams. The only question would be which version of Atletico Madrid would show up. I'm happy to say, as Craig just alluded to, is this more attack-minded one, that not just pragmatic and physical, but one that utilises the full talents available to this squad. And then Real Madrid, we know who they are. That didn't change, and it turned out to be a wonderful football game between 2 really good teams. And now the winner, Atletico Madrid, of course, will be the favourites to go on and win this title. And while you cannot take anything away from Atletico Madrid and their post-game celebrations, there's still a long way to go yet. But this is a huge scalp, especially given everything that's kind of happened in the build-up to this game.
This crowd get behind this team, even in the most turgid performances.
Yes.
And somehow you sit and you wonder and you go, how can 60-odd thousand be so excited about watching what they've been watching? So can you imagine when they see performances like this, where it's end-to-end, what the atmosphere
Those whistles in extra time when Real Madrid had possession, you could just hear them. Can you reverberate around
there's
the
no
stadium?
doubt there's no doubt they have harnessed this atmosphere, this backs to the wall, everybody hates us, and some do. There's just this mentality that I suppose in some way comes from the coach all the way through to the playing staff, and it's far from perfection, but boy, this is a big scalp for them, particularly coming off the back of the 5 goals they lost in Saudi Arabia, particularly that they've just fallen off the top of the title race in terms of the gap is open for them, and they lost a little bit of form, they lost a little bit of energy, and you just felt that they got that back tonight.
And of course, a Frenchman who scores the winner, Frank.
Yes, and it was from far not his best game ever. He was celebrated at first, but except his goal, I would say that he wasn't the Griezmann that I was expecting to see today. But what a goal! What he did to Vinicius Junior was absolutely perfection on the right side, and how he finished the action was great. I loved all the dramas of the game. I loved everything I saw because we saw mistakes. We saw, big errors, and we saw that on that goal specifically, maybe from Tchouaméni, and Craig eluded it. But I saw a football game. Without mistakes, there is no goals. But you have to have two teams who give their best to have those sort of dramas. And what I liked, and the two differences between Madrid and the two Madrid is, you have, in fact, certainties from Real Madrid about what they have in hand, the game that they have, but bring it to a sloppiness in a way, because they're sure to come back. So they don't how do you say, they don't go to stress, and they know that at some point it's going to come, but they are confronted to a team who have a self-belief which is unbelievable, and it comes from the coach and his craziness, in fact. And it's what I loved about those two teams, because they're completely different, but they fight for something which is the best of the best, and they never give up. And I loved it. I loved the confrontation from two completely different way of thinking the game, but what a game.
Where did Real Madrid lose this game today?
I'm trying to think back to all the goals now. I mean, where they lost it was they weren't clinical enough when they had possession and they had some chances. And All Black, made some mistakes, and Atleti made some mistakes. I think they lost the game maybe as it went on in the middle of the park. Modric didn't put his hand up to be in the team before Toni Kroos. The Tchouaméni situation baffles me. He's one of the freshest players on the field. He's only off the bench. He's got his mate who's played all game, and he's now chasing back into the left back area, Vinicius Junior, and he's chasing one of the most creative players in Spanish football, in Antoine Griezmann, and he's used to use this word again. He's sauntering, he's ambling, and it absolutely baffles me why. And that's not it's not the only reason why they lost, but they certainly lost a goal. And if Tchouaméni is alert and doing what a defensive midfielder should do, and sees that happening in front of him, he busts a gut to get over there. And there is no way in the world that Antoine Griezmann can get the strike away.
Right.
He's then going to have to beat Tchouaméni as well and do what he did.
So why doesn't he?
I thought he's either... This is what I'm saying. It baffles me with some of these players.
I'm very disappointed by... I think it's Nacho next to him. Nacho has to go. He knows that he has to go because he knows that Tchouaméni doesn't have that reflex. You have to make sure that Vinicius is being helped out, and the only way that you can do it is to take the decision to go for it. I think Tchouaméni hasn't got that reflex because he's not in a survival situation, and that's what we are when we are centre backs. We know that if we don't do that, it's straight to the goalkeeper. Midfielders, they know that maybe the defenders are there, and Tchouaméni thinks, as his mindset is, that somebody is going to cover him or is going to go for Vinicius. That's the main problem that Tchouaméni has in that situation.
I get what you're saying, Frank, but we're not talking about Brahim Diaz in that position.
Right.
We're not talking about Rodrigo. Tchouaméni's a defensive midfielder. Guess what defensive midfielders have to do? Not just now, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, they have to track runners. They have to sense danger. They have to cover fullbacks. It's what the best ones do. One of the best ones at the moment is Rodri playing for Man City. He covers everybody. And the better players sense that. As a midfielder, when you see that happening, do I think as a midfielder, I'll just leave him be? Or is my first thought, I need to go over there and double up because he's in trouble? That's just that should be automatic for him, and it's almost, to me, when I watch some of these players, it's like, well, I wasn't told to go and do it. You have to, Roy Keane, Patrick Vieira. I mentioned Rodri. There are others out there. They are the best and have been the best at what they do because they read these scenarios and they snuff them out. And I think he was culpable there for just not getting across and doing his job.
I agree. I think he is culpable, but I do take Frank's point that maybe it doesn't come as naturally to him as it does to Roy Keane or Patrick Vieira, and Tchouaméni is still growing into that position.
Well, they better hurry up as a defensive midfielder.
But he's not a starter for a reason. He's not a starter. Let's admit that. He's not a starter for a reason. He's growing into that position. But at the same time, if we discuss where it kind of went wrong for Madrid, a lot of Madrid boxed the first half.
Yeah.
And did so with 10 men, let's be honest. Look at Modric. was only on the park for set pieces. He didn't offer an awful lot. So I think at moments like that, you go to somewhere like the Metropolitano, and you have command of the game. You have got to separate yourself from Atletico Madrid, and they couldn't. Not for want of trying, but I just feel that Luka Modric, as outstanding a player as he was, I thought he was a little bit of a passenger for Real Madrid today.
Obviously, we thought, all right, Ancelotti solved his goalkeeping problems. He's got Lunin now as his number one. Kepa making the mistake in that game against Atleti last week. Lunin at fault for the second goal and Morata.
And when he did, I thought his angle of approach, his decision-making was entirely wrong. It's just, again, one that he just has to take on the chin.
I think what they have two goalkeepers that we could perceive as being okay.
Mm-hmm.
And Real Madrid, you know, when you think about Courtois and Claudio Brava and others, they just aim for so much higher than that, and they're in a quandary now because of this Courtois injury that was picked up in the summer. And look, Kepa got better at Chelsea. You know, Kepa went to Chelsea, this big money signing, had a horrendous time, right? The players lost confidence, the manager, he was dropped and nobody fancied him. Somehow he found his way back in and actually played not too bad, but not to the standard of what Real Madrid really are looking for.
Let's be honest, Real Madrid have two number twos in Lunin and Kepa.
Yeah.
They're not starting goalkeepers by any measure.
Where's Keylor Navas these days? What's he up to again?
I have absolutely no idea. But being a number two is a totally different mindset from being an established number one. Being a number two for somebody like Thibaut Courtois, even more so. And I think that's what you're seeing. Whenever a number two has a sustained run in the team, you will see mistakes crop in. The mindset is totally different in how you go about your business. And I think that's what you're seeing. Kepa gets an extended run, starts making mistakes. You can't really describe this as an extended run, but it looks like Lunin is about to embark on an extended run, and little mistakes, little concentration errors are creeping into his game.
Do they go out, I wonder, in this period between now and end of January and try and find somebody that...
I don't think
Kepa
so.
was supposed to be that, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
Well, clearly the manager has got no confidence in Kepa, and I would imagine his confidence is... what little is left is probably drained after that Lunin performance. So what do? Do they say, right, okay, this is what we got and we have to figure it out and go with them between now and the end of the season? Because, you know, they're fighting for the league with Girona, might be a couple of other teams, we'll see. The Champions League is going to be huge for them again.
Yes.
And it's going to be difficult to carry passengers. And at the moment, the goalkeeper issue and all these other issues that Ancelotti's had, he's now got another one in goals again. That's a problem.
Here's my question to that. If you are a number one, as I'm calling it, and Real Madrid, you never turn that call down. You know you're playing for, 6 months? Because once Courtois gets fit, you're now on number two. So how does that, again, kind of affect what Real Madrid does in this transfer window?
Meanwhile, Cameroon are trying to get their tournament kick-started after that 1-1 draw in the opening game. We've talked a lot about Onana and his absence so far from this tournament. He addressed it by saying, "Let people continue to criticise me. I'm used to it. I do what is good for my country. It's like choosing between my father and my mother, but my country comes first. That's why I'm here. We're together. I have a lot of things to say, but I won't say it here because we are in a competition. I'm one of those leaders, so I take responsibilities, and that is why I'm here. I don't want people to criticise the youngest." He wants to take all the criticism.
Well, his country doesn't come first. I don't want to go over all ground and go...
I know, we go back to the World Cup, obviously.
I'm more interested in which one is his mother, which one is his father.
Oh.
If his country comes first, right, which is his words, then how come he was lingering around getting Man United a very valuable point at home to Tottenham? Man United came first. Because if you can't have it both ways, right? If you want to help Man United, which he did, then come out and say, I felt obligated to play for my club team here and I was going to be late. But if you're going to say, my country comes first and before anything else, then he wouldn't have played for Man United in that game. It's pretty simple. You can't. Both scenarios don't stack up. It's as simple as that.
There's a lot going on here, and while I understand and kind of supported what seemed to be a dialogue and the understanding between the Cameroon FA and Manchester United and Onana to allow him to stay and play that game and then travel late, then he doesn't make the starting lineup, which seemed to be a bit of a surprise to him. Not a surprise at all to Rigobert Song, who said that was always the plan. Onana seems to voice some concern around that, which then suggests to me that Song was never that much on board with him, at the very least, arriving late, let alone coming back into the squad after what happened at the World Cup in 2022. So there's and I felt just the way that he left and the way that he was brought back in, I wondered if that kind of undermined Song's authority within the national team. And it shows that this was less about the coach in Rigobert Song and more about Cameroonian officials and Onana doing a deal to bring him back in. Once you start undermining the coach in that way, you're asking for a whole lot of trouble. And that's what it's kind of building to be.
Rigobert Song was asked about Onana playing tomorrow, and he says for Andrey Onana, we'll see his form to see if he can play. Everything will depend on him. In this situation, Frank, you don't really want Onana coming out and saying anything, do you? Because it's not going to help.
Of course it's not. The coach already made his decision, and I agree with Shaka. I think that's the problem with some countries in this tournament, where some people are deciders where they shouldn't. They should let the coach deciding. And I think it was from Rigobert Song very clear that Onana is number 2, and he shouldn't play for Manchester United. He shouldn't come and take the private jet, and he shouldn't make any comment, especially a comment doesn't mean anything, because he says two things completely opposite. That the country comes first, but I want to play for Manchester United and come the last time at the last moment. So yeah, don't say anything, because otherwise you're gonna put everybody in the middle of something that we don't want to go, because it doesn't help the team to grow, the team to be united. It doesn't help anybody, especially your position. And this position is not clear. It doesn't make it clear. It doesn't help the coach to make it clear. So it's not useful.
Would you start him tomorrow, Shay? It looks like he will start.
I'll be honest. If it were me, if I were in charge of Cameroon, I wouldn't have him in the squad. Not what happened in 2022. I simply wouldn't. But again, I think this is more about Cameroonian FA officials getting into a conversation with Onana, because they believe he's the best goalkeeper, and you could certainly make that argument given the level that he's playing at, wanting him in the squad. But successful teams, it takes a lot more than the best 11 players. It takes everybody buying into whatever the coach's selling, everybody kind of having each other's backs. And once you walk out on a team once, I'm not sure how you mend those bridges. And if I'm the coach and you walk out of my team, you're not coming back. If you could change coach and come back in, fine.
Right.
But if I'm the coach, if I'm still the coach, I'm not having you back.
And you know, it smacks of a sort of one rule for one and a different rule for others sort of mentality. And when you've got the other players in the squad who are there preparing for it, and he's off doing what he's doing for Man United and getting dispensation to do so, and then walks him back in, making big statements as if he's the big cheese of the whole scenario. Don't worry, everything's fine, lads, I'm back. It just doesn't sit well about, and particularly not with preparation. Preparation is huge. And you want everybody there, right? You want everybody there before it. You want to get everybody, and you want to get a sense of form and how everybody's gelling. And it's such a big job. It's not like it's some small thing for the.
Yeah, the volume is up now. People can hear me finally. Hello. Good morning, good night, good evening, good whatever time it might be in your location. Welcome. Oh man, struggling to wake up, to be honest with you. But it is what it is. It is what it is, my friends. So we're gonna be here for a little while. Arsenal against Crystal Palace is a London derby. Get in the comment. Call us if you want. Send us a question or something. We are here to answer. Alright? So 52 minutes to go until the kickoff. Very, very early. Oh man, I think many people are gonna miss this game in the US, to be honest with you. People are struggling right now to wake up, but it is what it is. What should we do now is to try to find the lineup. Okay, sounds like logic to do. So let me try to find where the lineup is. No way. Audio wave. Bam bam. Board. How everybody is feeling? It's already like noon or afternoon in your location. What is happening your side of the world? Because it's different, right? Very, very different from every country. It's different. So you can click on that call button and call us if you have time to do so. If you don't have time to do so, it's cool. No problem. Don't worry. So let me try to find the lineup and put it live right now. Okay. Go to radar. Not radar, really. Scoreboard. Okay, flash. Okay. Let's take care of that. We'll go to the Premier League. If we can find something there. Bear with me, people. Let's do this and see if we can get the lineup. Okay, let's go to matches. So if you are in the US, the game is on the USA network and also on Universal. I think Universal is all Spanish. USA is in English. So I don't see it on Peacock. It's not on Peacock today. So there you have it. So this is the lineup here for the almighty Gunners. I don't know why it doesn't allow me to wait. Only pitch. So you can't really put both teams together, which is strange, but yeah, it is what it is for now. Hello, Skylar.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, brother, I can hear you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the AFCON is more interesting than this week's Premier League week. I saw the games and I was so disappointed. Like none of them are worth watching. I mean, Arsenal Palace, Arsenal are going to win that game. I think then there's Bournemouth Liverpool, and then I think there's a Brentford and Wolves or something like that. So none of them games are worth watching. So I guess we have to wait for the next game week, which is midweek, because I think Liverpool Chelsea, that's an interesting game. So yeah, but yeah, AFCON is getting interesting. I'm seeing it is getting a lot of attention. I haven't seen so much attention for the AFCON for quite some while. I mean, why? I really don't get it. Why?
It's a lot of attention. And did you see your boy Onana yesterday?
Yeah, I mean that guy stayed for 2 extra games in which we could have easily paid our Turkish backup goalkeeper, and he was. He couldn't do anything for the Tottenham game. I mean, all the goals were not really his fault, but he still conceded a very easy goal. I was listening to Peter Schmeichel just an hour back. He was doing this. He was on the podcast with Simon Jordan, and he was saying after that Bayern Munich game, if you remember, where Onana conceded that goal, which is why one of the reasons why we are out of the Champions League. He said that after that game, he came himself to talk to the media and he apologized and all that. And the next Champions League game, we lost to Galatasaray, and he was culpable as well. So. Yeah, I don't think I'm not convinced with Onana. I think so far what I've seen is that what his main asset is, which is playing out from the back, it's nullified because we don't really play out from the back. I mean, we are not a team which which plays like Arsenal or Man City, where we do lots of passes and then into the midfield and all that. We don't do that. So he becomes very null and void, you know.
Yeah.
So, and you have seen his goalkeeping, which is not really top level. So I think this is just another player which is on Ten Hag, and he will be the reason. He'll be one of the reasons, including Mason Mount and Højlund and Onana himself, that he'll be sacked because we spent 40 million on Onana. All right, he did well in the Champions League run with Inter, but that's 40 million. Same goes for Mason Mount. You know, and same goes for Højlund. Now I'm seeing this guy wants this Broja from Ajax as well. So his talent ID is so limited, man. Like so limited, so average. Like this, I watched this Broja. He's at best an Everton level striker. At best, you know.
Oh wow.
He's not really good. He's just a big brute. You know how like the old-fashioned number 9s. He's not really good on the ball. He's just there to cause trouble in the box. So
how old is he?
He's a youngster. He's not really that old. I watched. I watched a couple of those games. He's born in 2002 only, so he's not. I just don't see him. He just reminds me of a younger version of Mikel Antonio. You remember West Ham? That's how he is. So his talent level and talent scouting. That's why we need a sporting director. If a sporting director was there, Ten Hag can be overruled, but I don't completely blame it on him as well, because we don't have that guy to connect between the people who are going to spend the money plus the scouting guy. So he has to scout and look into his black book and bring players who he has probably worked with. So how can we forget when I mentioned Højlund, Onana, and Mason Mount? You can't forget Anthony. This guy, he has been so bang average. Like he was decent first season. But this season he has completely gone reverse. So, I think this guy could get sacked by summer.
Yeah.
So,
He need just to win. The only thing that can save him is like qualify for the Champions League, win the FA Cup or something, and then people can say, "Wow, he did something." But if he doesn't win anything and the players still not performing, he's gonna be in trouble.
Yeah, see, that's what I don't want. I don't want him to win. If we do that, we just become Chelsea. You know, Chelsea, what they do, they bring in managers, they win something, and that manager in his second or third season, he gets bad, they sack him, and the cycle repeats. I don't want to do that. I want a manager who will be there like Klopp, who has an established style of play. And even if he's not winning stuff within the first 2 years, but he has an established, like, look what Ange is doing, We absolutely played us out of the park at our home ground with 8 first-team players missing, and we except for Casemiro, Casemiro, we didn't have any first. Okay, you can put Luke Shaw as well. Only 2 people missing, because Amrabat, Mason Mount, all these guys, AFCON people, they don't really play for us. They're not first-team players. So. That's the path we should be following. Same goes for Chelsea and all these clubs who are below. We look at Arsenal, Liverpool, and Man City. Okay, let's remove Arsenal for a second because they haven't won anything. But if you look at Klopp and Pep, everyone knows how they're going to play. So that's the starting ground. You have to establish that. Otherwise, why are you doing your coaching badges? If you are doing your coaching badges, I expect you to have some kind of identity. This is what. Peter Schmeichel, I was listening to him, he was saying that every time someone asks me about United, I cannot answer the question because I don't know what the identity is. So
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I'm very much fine if we don't win anything this season. He gets sacked and we get someone who, at least for the first 2 years, builds a system where these
Who
players
is in
can
your
thrive.
mind? Like who should be there?
Yeah, look, there are lots of names being thrown around. Obviously, Hansi Flick, he's the top, not the favorite, but he's the top manager. And that's this Simeone Inzaghi, the Inter manager, he's there. So those two are there, and obviously then you have the likes of Roberto De Zerbi and these people. So
yeah.
But again, that's I have to. Even if I want, if this was a Glazers, if Glazers were in charge for making sporting decisions, I am 100% convinced they would have hired De Zerbi because he's the next hipster, like how Ten Hag was in 2000 when we hired him. But I want to see what kind of route they are taking. Even we heard the names of Graham Potter. So we need to. I need to know what who's the sporting director and who he recommends to be the manager and all that. So yeah, first we need to see what this Ineos and Jim Ratcliffe guys. These guys are planning, what their strategy is. So then only we can wish.
That need really a rebuild at Manchester United, and a lot of money spent for literally nothing on average players, and the new manager is gonna need his own player. I don't know what direction the Jim Ratcliffe is gonna take long term, or let's go and get like already made players and then let's try to win something and go to where we belong. Or it's going to be the Chelsea kindergarten project, which is buying a bunch of kids all around the world and hope that they can explode in the future and win you something.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, look, first thing he is looking to do, what we have seen is that he's trying to trim the wage bill. I mean, if you remember, I told you a couple of streams back, he was very unhappy with that Casemiro transfer because we paid 60 million and he's like our top 3 earners for 30, I think he's 31 now. So we knew there were rumors that he wasn't happy with that kind of deal, even though Casemiro was our player of the year last season. So I'm not really convinced by his footballing IQ, but that's okay. I mean, Todd Bowley is not sitting in the dressing room, instructing Pochettino that you have to buy this player. He has people for that. So I hope he hires the right people, and I do agree that we have to trim the wage bill, because if you look at Man City, only the franchise players are on top 20. So if you look at Haaland and De Bruyne, they are only earning the top bill. And if you see Kyle Walker, he's on 180 grand a week. He just won the treble and he's one of the best right backs in the world. How is he earning more money than Luke Shaw? How is he earning more money than Ben Chilwell?
Yeah.
So those kind of things you need. That's why they have a structure. You look at Liverpool, them guys, they have. I can never forget this. This is like 2018. I think when just Trent broke in and they won the Champions League. Trent got a pay rise of, I think he was on 30 grand. He went to 90 grand. And we gave Brandon Williams, for 2 good performances against a relegated Sheffield United, 90 grand a week contract for 2 good performances. One was in the FA Cup, one was in the Premier League. So those kind of things need to stop, completely stop. These things, affect our FFP. At least, with Chelsea, you guys can recuperate that money because you guys sell so well. I mean, whoever was sitting in that boardroom when United and Arsenal called for Havertz and Mount, they would be like, don't put down the phone. Can we put a sell-on clause as well? Those are the things they are thinking. I mean, you guys sold Mark Gahey, who never played a single game for you, for 30 million. Man City sold James Trafford for 18 million. Again, didn't play a single game. So that's a full profit. So we can't even do that. Do you know a stat that Man City have sold more academy players for more money, that is 400 million, than United have made in sales for making first team players? I mean, they have sold more. They have made more money from their first team players only.
Yeah.
These kinds of things contribute to the success. Because you cannot just buy and blind your wage bill and FFP. That's why we are haggling for Amrabat in the last day, because we don't have 25 million to give to Fiorentina.
I think also Amrabat is gonna go back to.
Yeah, he's going back, man. I mean, I'll be honest. I was very excited when he came in. I mean, I think he could have done the Casemiro role, although he hasn't played much. I mean, I can't forget that the manager played him left back in his debut game. I think it was in the cup against Palace. That's a funny thing as well. I think we had Palace back to back. One was in the EFL Cup, then it was in the league. So Amrabat played left back. We won that game, and Palace were knocked out. But in the league, they beat us. Amrabat was playing left back. And all them guys, Eze and Olise and all those people, they came, and again, that's another home defeat for us. So, yeah, man, I think I'm very, very optimistic of Ten Hag being sacked, because I'm kind of getting annoyed by this guy. Because, I mean, imagine if you have 2 shots at home, you scored both of them, and Tottenham had 16 shots, and the manager comes out in the press conference and says that if Scott McTominay had taken that chance, we would have won the game. I mean, he's not looking at the fact that an opposition manager with 18 first players missing outplays him. So, yeah, man, this is very annoying, because his whole excuse was when Casemiro and Lisandro Martinez are back, we'll be back to what we were doing last year. So, I don't think that's going to happen, because even when they were playing, we didn't really have a style of play. We were just, difficult to break down, and we were trying to hit them on the counter when Rashford was on top. So, yeah, it's not good, man. This is not United standards. Even though, one other thing which really annoys me, I think United have the most cringiest social media presence. If you look at their Instagram posts and Twitter posts, if you looked at what last week happened, Garnacho got a new haircut, and they are promoting it as if it's like a unique title.
Really?
And they have, they were putting in their stories and retweeting him, tagging him. And you know what?
He got a new
I was
haircut.
so angry because
the
this
lowest.
guy Garnacho,
This guy
Garnacho got pocketed by Destiny Udogie. Literally got pocketed. I didn't see him, and they are sharing these things. This is why that's the biggest problem with United. They don't have that. What's the word? Like, they don't have that tunnel-sighted vision. This is what we are a football club. I mean, you look at what happened last week. The Real Madrid, they lost to Atletico, right?
Yeah.
They want Vinicius gone after he scored a hat-trick against Barcelona. They got their white handkerchiefs out, and they were cussing Vinicius, their own fans. So, these are the standards which should be, man. You are only good at the last
promoting haircut.
Yeah, you're promoting haircuts, and you just look at United's Twitter. Every week they will put minimum 2 posts of the shop direct link, where you can buy the kits and all that. Every 2 weeks. This week it was Aaron Wan-Bissaka. Man like Aaron Wan-Bissaka, buy his kit, buy his training top. Representing South London and all that kind of nonsense. So I think if Jim Ratcliffe had any sense, he would sack the media team, because these guys have no clue. They don't have any kind of awareness that what the team is doing.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing McTominay doing podcast with this high performance guys. I mean, there's a podcast channel called High Performance. They have Humphrey. Yeah. McTominay was getting sold to West Ham for 30 million, and we didn't accept that. And this guy is giving, TED Talks on what is high performance, even though he can't trap a ball. I told you.
That is the wrong person, really, to talk about high performance.
Yeah, he's just a taller version of Conor Gallagher. I always said that, So.
But I think Conor Gallagher is better than him. But
I might just be. Conor Gallagher is better.
Yeah. I might be just biased because
no,
Chelsea and stuff. But yeah, this is embarrassing. How can you go and teach people high performance? Well, he scored against Chelsea, so
yeah,
he's
that
legit.
just shows where Chelsea are.
Scoring against Chelsea, and now you're teaching people high performance. What the hell is happening at United, man? That's so low. Promoting haircut and all the good stuff. Wow. That is not the United that we used to watch growing up at another low level. So people, let me just remind you the lineups here. Give me a few seconds to try it. And you can see on the screen, I'm trying to put it bigger so you can see, but Palace get a lot of injuries. I think Arsenal are going to beat them in this game because of that, part of that. So Arsenal just came back from Dubai, and it looks like they are ready and in shape to try and win this game. So while I'm trying to to fix everything on the screen. Bear with me. Live radar. Scroll. Bam. All right. So about around the 32 minutes, the game is gonna start. If you wanna call, just like our brother Skylar, you can do so. If you wanna comment, you can do so. If you wanna give us a like, much appreciated. And let's see if I can put this nice names. Sesko. Okay, I think this one is gonna be too complicated, so let's go on Twitter. PL browser and flash score. Not really. PL browser, take it off. I'll try to put Twitter. Not transparent. Boom. Alright. So what do you think of Karim Benzema and Jordan Henderson? Why people are running away from the Saudi?
Yeah, I mean, look, Jordan Henderson, I think he has realized that, his little start of trying to promote LGBT in Saudi Arabia, that didn't work out. And also playing in 7,000 capacity stadium, that's not really equal to playing at 50,000 at Anfield or even 45 at Johan Cruyff Stadium, which is now going to be playing at. So, yeah, I mean, when Henderson moved to Saudi and all these people were complaining about, why is he going to Saudi even though he's against this, what he's standing up for. My big thing is that you should never put footballers in position where they are promoting things which they have no clue about. With all due respect, that's just a PR stunt for me. Jordan Henderson taking LGBTQ as an issue because he has absolutely no clue what's happening and what it is. It's just for PR stunt. So I never put footballers at a position where they are, teaching me or preaching me what the rights are because they live in their own bubble. They don't really know what the common people go through. So yeah, so I had absolutely no problem of him going to Saudi and making lots of money. But he has that, there's a Euros coming up and my position might be in threat because look at England's midfield options. There are way too many. Even if we were talking about Conor Gallagher, he seems to be getting regular in that lineup. So, yeah, I think Henderson he's just looking for a way back to. I don't think he cares about the Ajax league too much, the Dutch league. He just wants his place back in that England squad for that Euros in Germany. So I think that's the decision. And with Benzema, I saw that United were linked with him. Same for Chelsea. I mean, you cannot get Benzema out of his contract, first of all. That's like in 8-figure contract. So the Saudis are very clear. If you want a player, you have to pay all his contract, as a transfer fee. Or if you want him on loan, not only you have to cover all his wages, but you have to give a hefty chunk of a loan fee. Because don't forget, Benzema, he's a Muslim as well. So it's not a good look if a player of that ethnicity is coming out of the league, Premier League. Because you look at all those transfers, most of them are like, Mahrez and all these people.
N'Golo Kante, they have some root, some Muslim root. Edouard Mendy, Koulibaly. Yeah, so they represent more than just playing football over there.
Exactly.
They represent the culture and all that. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, so that's why they are very strict about their contract. And I don't think Benzema wants to leave. He's 36. Why does he want to come to a mid-table team like Chelsea and United? And anyways, he should not come to United because we don't create chances for a striker. At least you guys create. Our only problem is that you don't find the back of the net. But he would die in United squad. Why ruin your legacy? You're a Ballon d'Or winner.
Yeah.
So just money, retire and practice your religion in that country freely and just chill. I mean, I don't see him coming to the Premier League I don't think he's going out of Saudi for a long time because he's comfortable there. It's their religion and the culture of them guys is much similar. So, yeah, I don't think that's is going to be happening anytime soon. Although this transfer window has been very silent because if you remember the last transfer window, many teams spent the whole average transfer value or the people who spent was 800 million. So it
Wow.
had to
I
be a
think
quite-
600 of them came from Chelsea for sure.
Chelsea,
Because we
so-
bought everybody under the sun last window. Every
Yeah.
wonder kid that scored a goal in the training
Yeah.
camp is a bowler. We bought him.
Yeah, every wonder kid as well from
Yeah.
Colombia, from all these people. So,
Mm.
yeah, man. I mean, only good thing about you guys is that when you are these people are young, so when you have to sell them, you can almost get your money back. Not the money for Enzo and Caicedo.
No,
but,
that
you
is
know,
gone.
that's
You
not
have
going
just
to
to
happen.
hope and pray that they perform good in the future.
Yeah, but if you for example, Madueke, if he flops, you can
You can still
ship him
sell
out
him
for that.
and get good money. Yeah.
He's very young, so that's a check mark for you guys. But yeah, performance has to improve, and I'm not really sure if Pochettino does not do the job here, where he goes, because this has to work for him. Because he failed not failed at Tottenham, but he didn't win the Champions League. He didn't win the Champions League at PSG. I was expecting so much from Chelsea this season because you had one game a week. I was expecting you would challenge for top 4 and probably make one of the cups, but that's not happened. So, yeah, man, you guys, especially for Chelsea, that it has to improve, man. Otherwise, Chelsea,
Yeah, we
club.
spent a lot of money and nothing is working. But credit to, not even like credit, but I can understand that we are struggling with a lot of injuries. But
Nice.
also, we can't really give always excuses of injuries because other team too got injuries, got key players injured. So the problem with Pochettino is like when he's playing people out of positions. And the game management is so poor. Like every change that he make it just like making the team worse, and it doesn't make any sense. He's gonna bring a defender in place of an attacker in the 90th minute while you are losing 1-0. Stuff like that. Like, hey, probably go for it, put more legs there and attack something. So some of the decision from that guy is weird. I hope that he can improve because next week we have on Tuesday Middlesbrough, and they beat us in the first leg. So they are coming with a lot of energy, knowing that if Chelsea don't score, we are going to the final. So that one is a very complicated game for Chelsea. So Pochettino need to win that game, get to the final, and try to push a little bit and see where we finish on the table. But we have to go game by game. Game by game. Don't even think about top 6 or top 7. No, just go game by game. Let's see what's gonna happen. Hopefully United can drop some points along the way and other teams can drop points. The team who are usually around us, if they can drop points, and Chelsea, you have to be perfect and win all your games. Very difficult to do. And with a proper number 9, it's difficult. Chelsea are trying to sell some Armando Broja because he's pure profit just to balance books. But they are ready to get rid of him even if we don't get a replacement, which is a little weird, knowing that we don't have anybody. So it's still really hanging there. We're not spending anything in this window so far. But it could go right to the wire at the end and you see Chelsea doing some madness. As always, the last minute, Enzo Fernandez and stuff like that. Or hijack somebody's target. Sesko been also linked with Chelsea from Leipzig. But not sure. Chelsea really needs somebody established, somebody who can score, who is, mentally and physically mature to do it.
I don't think Chelsea will be going for any young striker. I think they are saving all that money and they'll go all out for Osimhen. I just have this feeling because Chelsea needs that batsman. They have been lacking it for a long time. I mean, they spent ridiculous amount of money on Lukaku. I don't know why. I mean, he was literally a flop at United. Then he did well at Inter, but then he wanted to go back to Inter, and that was a very bad move. So I think either this guy, I think Chelsea and Arsenal, they will be going both I think more towards Arsenal, they will be going for Ivan Toney, and you guys will be for Osimhen because.
Going for Arsenal. But to be honest with you, I'm really not too sure about spending another 120 on a striker. You know, knowing how strikers been flopping at Chelsea, I'm not too sure about Osimhen. I will welcome him just like Lukaku. We all got gassed. They say he was the missing piece. We're gonna win everything. Lukaku was perfect for Chelsea, and I don't blame him only because the system that we were playing, the manager and everything didn't really work out for him. The interview didn't help him. But in the football side only, like now the amount of chances that Chelsea are creating, if you have Lukaku there, he was going to score a lot of goals. Back then, we were not even creating a chance for him. He was just isolated because of the system. But now we are struggling. So I'm not too sure about spending 120 million on Osimhen. I see that John Obi Mikel been pushing for him to join Chelsea. Broja been pushing for him to join Chelsea. Even the last game, Ivory Coast against Nigeria, you see them, Broja and Osimhen and all that. But let's wait and see. I'm all for like not too crazy money, because you're coming up with the pressure of, you know, your price tag is 120. You're wearing number 9 at Chelsea. You have to score. Everybody's looking at you to do miracles. But whatever they decide, I don't make decisions. So at the end of the day, you just have to accept it.
Yeah, I mean, look, only reason I'm telling this is that because I think Osimhen will be moving this season, this summer. And,
yeah, definitely he's moving. He's going somewhere. And
yeah,
Chelsea,
I don't see any. Yeah, that's the reason I don't see any other club with the financial might of Chelsea to buy him because. I don't think
let's
Real
say
can.
if Mbappe doesn't sign for Real Madrid.
Maybe,
They might go for Osimhen target man. Mbappe is
I
not
think
even.
he wants to play in the Prem.
Yeah, he wants to play for the Prem, but when Real Madrid come calling, the prestige, and if nobody is offering you what you want in the Premier League, you know, even Lukaku's dream was to play for Chelsea and the Premier League. So those dreams and likes change over time. You think about your life at the end of the day, and you're like, you know what? Let me go to Madrid. I might win a couple of trophies the first season. Chelsea still building. I'm not sure I'm going to win anything. So those things are just on paper. Yes, he won the Premier League, but Madrid come calling. He's not going to Bayern because Harry Kane is there. But just giving an example of big clubs that can change your mind immediately, right? Like boom, PSG, for example. You love the city. You've been in France before. PSG are competing for the Champions League. Go there, replace Mbappe, more money, everything. You like, okay.
But they have two strikers, don't they? Gonzalo Ramos and this guy.
Colomani. Colomani, they are the worst signings, man. PSG are just like Chelsea. They buy a bunch of expensive players that not doing anything. Colomani is just like the worst signing. The chances that he's missing, you will be proud of Nicholas Jackson. Like it's worse even than Nicholas Jackson. Gonzalo Ramos, mostly from the bench, but not doing that much on the pitch. And another guy that they bought, Ugarte. Oh my goodness. Manuel Ugarte is benched by a 17-year-old kid from the academy of PSG.
He chose PSG over Chelsea, didn't he? I think that was the saga.
Say it again.
I mean, if I remember correctly, he chose PSG over Chelsea. You guys were almost done with that deal.
we already gave an offer. PSG threatened to take us to court. Apparently, Chelsea approach was illegal, some stuff like that, and they decided to abandon. But Chelsea were so close to signing Ugarte, and I'm happy that we didn't sign him because the way I watch him, oh my goodness, the guy can't pass the ball. He's good on like tackling and defensive work a little bit. That's about it. He can't pass the ball. He can't play from the back. Like horrible, really. And he been benched by a 17 years old. at PSG. That tells you the level. But he's still 22 years old, and there is something there that pushed people to sign him. So there is something, probably new country, new weather, language and all that can affect your first season in a team. So I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. But in teams like PSG, they expect you to come and hit the ground running. Kolomwani, oh my goodness me, what a flop he been so far. The PSG even signed.
What about Dembele? Have you watched him?
Dembele, yes, he's doing good. He's like the brain in terms of creating, dribbling, beating people one-on-one, stuff like that. But when it comes to scoring goals, in front of the goal, he is also awful. The finishing is horrible. So far, I think he scored like one goal in the League Cup or something like that. But he just created a lot of chaos in the defense. So you can understand, like, even he doesn't score those easy chances, he can still do something.
Right.
So yeah, they spent a lot of money, but the majority so far been very, very poor.
Yeah, they lost to Newcastle. I mean,
Yeah.
they could have easily lost at home as well. I mean, because of a dodgy decision.
Yeah, I don't even believe that was a penalty though. I think that there was just a PSG. Nasser Al-Khalifi was in the stadium. He's a member of the UEFA committee. They did him a favor, man. How the hell that is supposed to be a penalty? No way on earth that is a penalty. No.
Mbappe cannot be playing Europa League. So, all due respect.
Imagine.
Yeah.
Imagine. I think if they went to Europa League, probably he was going to force his way out in January so he can go to Real Madrid and continue playing in the Champions League or something. But
yeah, I mean, speaking of Khalafi, I saw this report that they have offered Mbappe 86 million per year contract. Have you seen that?
yeah, I've seen all kind of reports. Mbappe moving, Mbappe not moving. They offer him this and that. That guy basically can command the money that he's gonna get. Oh, you give me 86 million, okay, give me 120, and they're gonna pay for it. That's how he is.
Yeah.
Even the president, the French president, need to intervene in Mbappe's case and say, "Hey, stay in France." Politically, it's a lot of stuff behind Mbappe. Politics more than
because if he leaves, lots of media rights will be going away with him. Because let's be honest, no one really cares about the French league because he's there. He's the face of that league and Paris and France, and so that's why. Otherwise, no top footballer is going to Liga. So everyone comes out of that league to go to a top club, but he's there.
Yeah.
He's just there to win the Champions League. I think if he does, then he leaves. But I want to see him at Real Madrid, man. I mean, just imagine that front three of Rodrigo, Vinicius, and him. That's
the problem I have with that is Mbappe is not a target man, and he had it to be in the middle. Like it was some hashtag trending back like last year. The pivot gang, like in France, like in number 9, we call them like pivot, and then it say like a pivot gang, which means which was literally protesting against that position that he was playing. It was like, no, I don't like. He made it so clear, even in press conferences, that he need a target man to play with him.
Yeah, he likes playing with Giroud, isn't he?
Exactly.
He loves playing with Giroud.
Exactly. Yeah. So if he goes to Real Madrid, it's gonna be like hard really to fit them in the same team, unless if he accepts to be from the middle and kind of number 9. Or Ancelotti always find a way to fit players no matter what.
He can put Rodrigo false 9. He has played that position lots of time, Rodrigo.
But the problem is Vinicius is very good from the left-hand side, and Mbappe also is good from the left-hand side. So they have to switch somehow. I know Ancelotti can find a way to play them together because he's really one of the best out there. The way he can find a way of playing people together and keep them happy and win games. It's just like nobody can do that. He adapts himself to the players that are already there, which is a little different than Pep Guardiola, who can even buy a 60 million player, and then when you don't fit or you don't do what he's telling you to do, you are on the bench. Like, he doesn't care about let's find a solution to fit you. It's just like, you do it my way and that's it. But Ancelotti is kind of, okay, what are we gonna do now? You know, switching Camavinga, play from the left back position. The centre back, we're not gonna buy anybody. 2 ACL injuries, no problem. Let's put Tchouameni over there as a centre back. It's working for him. Like, he knows how to adjust, to make those little adjustments, and also the way of convincing players to play from positions that they are not comfortable and accept it and become good is out of this world.
Yeah, I mean, look, with Mbappe, I think the only place he can go is to Real Madrid, because at Real Madrid he'll be just another player, because that's the only club I can think of where players, no matter what your name is, you will never be bigger than the football club. You will never be bigger than Florentino Perez. Because, say, for example, if Salah leaves and they sell him for 90 or 100 million to Saudi, and they use that money to buy Mbappe, he will be bigger than Liverpool. Because Liverpool, with all due respect, I'm not even including United because we are rubbish, but Liverpool, say, if they win the league, and they flog out Salah and they try to replace with him, he'll come there and he'll be bigger than the football club, because brand Mbappe is bigger than Liverpool itself. So it's not a match made in heaven. It's not what Klopp would like. Although he's a brilliant player, let's be honest. But and you know how Liverpool supporters are. For them, everything is their football club. It's like Newcastle. The whole city is just centered around that football club.
Yeah.
I mean, at least Manchester, it's like a port city. But with Liverpool, although Liverpool is also a port city, but people are very very attached to their football club, and they won't accept a player being bigger than the club.
Yeah.
So I think Real Madrid is the only place where he can go where he'll be just another player. These guys, if you remember what they did to Iker Casillas, they booted him. Him out, and he was crying in the press conference. They don't really care.
They don't care.
Do you remember when Eden Hazard, when he was being presented, there was a chance that we want Mbappe. They didn't really care about Eden Hazard.
Yeah.
They just wanted Mbappe. So that's how, like everything, like the club name Real Madrid, it is bigger than the football club, bigger than the players. That's how it should be.
That is
that's why they have so many Champions League. Yeah, that's how it should be. That's what United was when we had Sir Alex. No one is bigger than the club. If Van Nistelrooy is creating a ruffle, we'll flog him out to Real Madrid. If Beckham, same goes with Beckham. If Rooney wanted a big contract, or he wanted to go to Chelsea, Sir Alex would have, he would have flogged him out. But then again, we gave him a big pay rise and we had to keep him. So that's what Pep has done as well. If Cole Palmer comes to Pep and he says that I want to play, but Pep says that I cannot play you, I cannot guarantee you, you can leave. Same, that's what he did with Ferran Torres.
Yeah, even Cancelo, Joao Cancelo. I was even like, Pep, what are you doing? This is the season that you have a chance to win the Champions League, and then you are getting rid of one of the best left back / right back, because the guy is so versatile. He's so good from every position. I was what are you doing? But Pep don't care, Yeah,
he don't care. Don't forget, he was crying on the last day that we cannot replace Aguero. Then he bought Haaland and they won the treble. So,
we cannot replace him.
That's how top clubs are, man. Ruthless, That's how Chelsea were under Roman as well. Except I don't remember, except for Lampard. I don't think any other managers got too much sympathy from Roman, because he built that club in his own image, and he said that in his mind that Chelsea, the name or the brand or the club is bigger than any other player.
Yeah.
So even if Claudio Ranieri, he claimed too close to winning a title, he got sacked and replaced by Jose Mourinho, who built one of the best teams in the Premier League has ever seen. 24 clean sheet out of a 36-game season.
Yeah.
Just imagine, only conceding 18 goals. So that's how top clubs operate. You look at clubs like City, Bayern, and Madrid. They never let the standards drop.
Exactly.
But if you look at clubs like Barcelona, what they have become, let's not talk about United because we already know what we are. They already crossed a decade of not winning a title, and you can add Ajax to that as well. Like what has happened to Ajax? They were in the Champions League semi-final 4 or 5 years ago. Now they are signing Henderson, and they are putting vignettes of Henderson against Johan Cruyff. Oh, I mean, did you see that tweet? Like they were saying
Yeah.
that Henderson has sold the most number of shirts. I mean, this is
Yeah.
Jordan Henderson we are talking about.
Henderson.
It's ridiculous, man. I cannot get it.
Yeah.
That's football in a nutshell. Players
Yeah.
like Henderson, they should not be even mentioned in the same breath as Johan Cruyff.
Yeah, I mean,
it is what it is.
I don't know, just because the world is changing with social media influence or something, but yeah, you're right. They shouldn't even be mentioned in the same sentence. That is embarrassing. All right. So, listen, Skylar, I'll be coming on and off, but I will leave everything on the screen because I'm not gonna do like a watch along. Have to go and take care of the family a little bit and come back. I'll be on and off. If you see me again and you still have time, you can come and say hi. Thank you so much for helping, brother. Thank you so much. All right, so that was a brother, my brother from another mother, Mr. Skylar, live from Delhi. All right, so 6 minutes to go. I'm gonna be on and off here. Everything is gonna be on the screen. Amazing commentary, all the good stuff, and you can jump if you want me to come back here and take your call. You can tell me in the comment, and I will jump right back and talk to you. So let me just remind you what is happening here. David Raya, Ben White, Saliba, Gabriel, Zinchenko, Rice, Havertz, Odegaard, Saka, Trossard, Gabriel Jesus. And then we have subs, Ramsdale, Cedric, Waters, Kiwior, Jorginho Ferreira, Smith Rowe, Reece Nelson, Martinelli, and Eddie Nketiah. They have a strong enough team to beat this team here. So no more excuses, Arsenal. No more excuses. And let me go and remind you from Crystal Palace starting 11. Okay, starting 11 from Crystal Palace. They have Henderson, Klein, Anderson, Gueye, Mikel, Richard, Lerma, Huge, Eze, Schlapp, Mateta. No Michael Olise today. He got injured a few weeks ago, and he's gonna be out for I don't know how many weeks. But they can still make life very difficult for Arsenal. Arsenal kind of people found out how to beat them. Just be defensively organized, let them have the ball, and they want to do anything with the ball. So that's why they needed a proper target man, number 9, to come and help them, but it didn't happen. That is another conversation, my friends. Anyways. Like I said, I'll be on and off. If you want me to come back, you shoot me a message down and I will come take your call. But otherwise, I'm leaving, going behind the scenes. Make some breakfast for the people in the house. Still really night. Almost you can't even see. It's dark outside. It's cold. It's ugly and all the good stuff. But hey, stay there. Stay tuned, my friends. Don't go anywhere. I might come back at halftime to comment or during the game or something is going to happen. 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go. Okay.
between Arsenal and Crystal Palace in the Premier League. It is a packed house at the Emirates, and it is worth mentioning that both sides do have their injury absentees. Arsenal, of course, without Thomas Partey, a long-term absentee with a thigh injury. Fabio Vieira is also out. And we are now underway for the start of the clash, and the ball is whipped into the Arsenal area by Mitchell on the left-hand side, and Paul Tierney immediately blows his whistle for a Arsenal free kick. So Declan Rice stands over the ball inside the Arsenal half. Arsenal kicking from left to right in this first half. We have played the opening 30 seconds, and White plays it all the way back to Saliba, who then plays it on to Martin Odegaard. Now the ball is centrally onto Zinchenko and helped down the left-hand side to Havertz. Now an opportunity for Trossard down the Arsenal left inside the Palace half. Ball is played back though onto Gabriel, and now Declan Rice rather centrally inside the Palace half. Ball is played forward, and then it goes out for a Crystal Palace goal kick. It was Ben White who played the ball forward straight out for a goal kick. But Bukayo Saka is in the Arsenal ranks this afternoon, and he is Arsenal's in-form man. That is Bukayo Saka, the leading Arsenal goal scorer, 6 goals this campaign. It is in fact the lowest tally by the club's leading scorer after 20 matches, since 4 players were on 5 goals in 1989-90 season. At this stage, in fact, of the 22-23 season, Martin Odegaard had 8 top-flight goals to his name, and Saka and Gabriel Martinelli were both on 7. A free kick momentarily for a foul on Mark Guay. 2 minutes gone, Arsenal 0, Crystal Palace 0, and a free kick to the Eagles inside the Arsenal half, just over the halfway line, which Eze will take. All bodies back though for Arsenal, as Eze floats the ball into the Arsenal area, and it was actually headed on by Joachim Anderson, but out of play for an Arsenal goal kick. David Raya quickly gets proceedings underway, and he plays the ball out straight to Ben White, who hoofs it downfield, and it's dealt well with by Mark Guay. Will Hughes battling for it, but Gabriel Jesus does well to evade Will Hughes, and then he gives the ball away, and this time it's picked up in the centre by Crystal Palace, and Jefferson Lerma played out to the left onto Tyrick Mitchell, who fires it downfield, but it's picked up by Ben White and over the Crystal Palace halfway. Gabriel Jesus goes down under a challenge, but is immediately told to get back to his feet. Ball is all the way back to Anderson, and this time it's played out to Chris Richards, who gives it away straight to Bukayo Saka, who darts forward down the Arsenal right inside the Palace half. Ben White now on to Declan Rice, out to his left-hand side to Zinchenko. The Ukrainian plays the ball forward into the path of Leandro Trossard, and now it's all the way back to Ben White, and now back to Declan Rice. Now Gabriel plays it forward. Ball is out to the Arsenal left and whipped in. Now Odegaard inside the area, and he can't control it, and Will Hughes looks to immediately find a way out. Mateta all the way back to Guay. Now on to Richards, who's dropped further back into the Palace back line. It looks as though it will in fact be a 5-man defence with 2 wing-backs for Crystal Palace. Eze twists and turns and brings the ball centrally over inside the Palace half. Now Klein all the way back to Jefferson Lerma, who fires it out to the left-hand side. Picked up by Mitchell. Mitchell immediately gives the ball away. Now an opportunity for Declan Rice to bring it forward. Instead he goes all the way back to his teammate and Arsenal defender Gabriel. Now Zinchenko, he finds a way out and picks out Kai Havertz, who brings it forward over the halfway line. Out to the left to Lisandro Trossard. Trossard onto Zinchenko, and then he gives the ball straight to Eze. Eze onto his right foot and plays it out to the right to Nathaniel Klein. Klein this time back to the USA international Chris Richards, headed down by Matete, and then all the way straight to Gabriel and picked up by Declan Rice. Now he brings it forward and then opts to go all the way back to Alexander Zinchenko. Ball is played forward into the path of Gabriel Jesus. Now Zinchenko floats it out to the right-hand side. Killed instantly by Saka. Saka up against Tyrick Mitchell, and then the ball drifts out for a throw-in, which Ben White will take. The Arsenal right back this afternoon, quickly played in and hacked away by Mark Guay, but it's recovered well by Arsenal, and Declan Rice has it. Now back to William Saliba. Saliba, the French international, on to Ben White. Now Declan Rice has it inside the Arsenal half. Now it's with Zinchenko centrally, who drifts over inside the Palace half. He lays the ball off to Kai Havertz. Now Martin Odegaard flicks it into the area. Is it going to be picked up by Jesus? It is. And he fires over from around 9 yards out inside the Crystal Palace 18-yard box. But it's a bright start, this, by Mikel Arteta's side. The ball broke to Gabriel Jesus inside the area, and his left-footed effort was a rather wild one, which was easily seen over by the Crystal Palace goalkeeper, Dean Henderson. 7 minutes gone, and it's remains goalless between Arsenal and Crystal Palace at the Emirates. Matchday 21 of the 23-24 campaign. One which Arsenal will certainly be expected to secure all 3 points as they look to return to winning ways and mount a title charge. Declan Rice has it, meanwhile, inside the centre circle, out to the left-hand side to Gabriel. Now Arsenal have it inside the Crystal Palace half, played back by Zinchenko. Now Ben White has it inside the Arsenal half, helped on by Martin Odegaard, and out comes Dean Henderson to clear it downfield, and the ball is all the way back to David Raya, who continues to dislodge Aaron Ramsdale and is the firm number 1 for Mikel Arteta. The fellow Spaniard, David Raya. Ball is back with the Arsenal goalkeeper, and he plays it out this time to William Saliba. Now Saka goes down under a challenge and wins his side a free kick. So free kick to the Gunners inside the Arsenal half. Free kick is quickly taken. Now Ben White plays it over the halfway line. It's picked up by Alexander Zinchenko. He brings it in centrally and then fires it out, looking to pick out Trossard. He's done well. Trossard manages to keep it in from the left-hand side of the Crystal Palace area. And the last touch is off Nathaniel Klein, and it drifts out for the first corner of the match. It will be a corner to Arsenal from their right. Declan Rice to take it. Gabriel Jesus and Gabriel, the Arsenal defender, takes his place inside the area with William Saliba. But Declan Rice to take the corner. Rice delivers in, and it's all the way in. Arsenal have lift off inside 10 minutes. It's Gabriel from the corner. A glancing header beyond Dean Henderson into the back of the Crystal Palace net. And Arsenal have lift off in an early lead. Crystal Palace couldn't deal with the Arsenal man, and the ball was whipped in straight onto the head of Gabriel, who was unmarked, so there was nothing that Chris Richards could do. And Gabriel stood firm and glanced a powerful header to the left of Dean Henderson. No chance for the Crystal Palace goalkeeper, and Arsenal have lift off inside 10 minutes. It's Arsenal 1, Palace 0. And the game has restarted, and Will Hughes plays it all the way back to Joachim Andersen. So now it's all about Crystal Palace. Can they respond? Ball is played forward by Mitchell and headed out of play this time by Ben White. But it's a bright start by Arsenal, and Mikel Arteta will be delighted with what he's seen from his side in these opening exchanges. Ball is floated forward into the path of Eze, who managed to keep the ball in from the left of the Arsenal area, but has played it across, and it's straight into the gloves of David Raya. Now Arsenal come forward again. This is Zinchenko down the Arsenal left, and he plays it infield to Declan Rice. Now Gabriel. He's looking to find a way out. Martin Odegaard all the way back this time to the Brazilian Gabriel, the Arsenal goal scorer. Gabriel this time picks out Martin Odegaard, who drifts over the halfway line. Arsenal tails are up. Now on to Kai Havertz, who floats it out to the right. Saka from the right-hand side of the Palace area picks out Ben White, and his attempted cross finds a Palace head and goes out for another Arsenal corner from the right. Saka to take it. 13 minutes gone. Arsenal 1, Palace 0. All bodies back inside the Arsenal area for Crystal Palace. Saka to take it. The ball is played into the Palace area, and it's dealt well with this time, and Dean Henderson manages to gather it in his clutches. The ball was played in, and it looks as though it come off a Palace head in the end. It was Jefferson Lerma who looked to get his head to it when the ball actually cannoned off the crossbar, but Dean Henderson did have it covered and managed to gather the ball. Arsenal have it now inside their half with Declan Rice. Now Zinchenko. Zinchenko plays the ball back to Gabriel. Now this is Ben White. White this time back to Gabriel. He plays it onto Kai Havertz, who plays it all the way back. Now Raya. Raya plays it out rather dangerously to Declan Rice, and This time, Arsenal managed to find a way out. Rice plays it on to Martin Odegaard. Now on to Rice. It was a rather poor ball that by Odegaard, and to his standards. Now Mark Way. A free kick has been awarded this time to Crystal Palace, midway inside the Arsenal half. A free kick which Will Hughes will leave for Eze to take it. Quarter of an hour gone. Arsenal a goal to the good. That header from defender Gabriel, which separates the sides. Free kick to Palace. Eze delivers into the Arsenal 18-yard box. It's picked up from the left of the area by Joachim Anderson, who's up against Trossard and Ben White. Now Will Hughes has it. It's with Joachim Anderson from the right. He delivers it into the area, and it's headed away by Zinchenko. Picked up this time by Eze from the left-hand side, and then he brings it in centrally and gives it to Mark Way. Now Will Hughes has it. He plays it forward into the path of Eze. Eze lays it off to Will Hughes, and then he plays it back to Joachim Anderson. The ball is with Chris Richards now, who plays it out to the right-hand side. Klein all the way back to Richards, and Gabriel Jesus closing Joachim Anderson down, and the ball is with Will Hughes inside the Palace half, and he plays it all the way back to Henderson, who hacks it straight out of play for an Arsenal throw-in. So an Arsenal throw-in from the right-hand side. It was a poor clearance that by Dean Henderson, who apologises to his teammates. Throw-in to the Gunners, which Ben White will take. White just looking for options, and a long throw, which is a poor one to say the least, and goes straight out for a Palace goal kick. But Palace are without several players. Michael Elise, a thigh injury, and of course Jordan Ayew, who is away at the AFCON with Ghana. They do have Hodson Edouard, their top scorer, Crystal Palace, on the bench with 7 to his name, 6 in fact in the Premier League. This is Chris Richards, who is being pressurised by Gabriel, the Arsenal defender inside the Palace half. Gabriel goes down under a challenge and wants a free kick, which Paul Tierney doesn't agree with. And the ball goes out for a throw-in to Crystal Palace, which is quickly taken. Now a free kick to Arsenal from the left-hand side inside the Crystal Palace half, just over the halfway line, which is quickly taken. Now Zinchenko onto Ben White inside the Arsenal half. Zinchenko has it again. This time it's played all the way back, and it's fired downfield by Gabriel, who's looking to pick out Jesus. Nice hold-up play by his fellow countryman. Jesus has it on the left-hand side of the Palace 18-yard box. Offloads it to Zinchenko. Now picked up by Declan Rice rather centrally. He offloads it out to the left onto Zinchenko, who then gives it back to Rice. Arsenal seeing plenty of the ball in these opening 19 minutes. Now Zinchenko, who's looking to feed it through to Havertz. He's managed to do just that. Havertz all the way back to Jesus, picked up by Trossard from the left of the Palace 18-yard box, but Trossard was in an offside position, and it goes out for a goal kick to Crystal Palace. That was a nice header by Gabriel to find the back of the Crystal Palace net. Ball is played forward, and now Crystal Palace are on the attack. This is Jeff Schlupp. He picks out Eze. Now Mitchell has an opportunity to deliver, and he does that from the left-hand side, but it's straight into the gloves of David Raya. Now Arsenal quickly come forward on the attack. Ball is played through into Saka. Saka latches onto it. Saka into the area, and it's dealt with inside the 18-yard box by Chris Richards, who puts it out for another Arsenal corner from the right. But that was nice build-up play by the Gunners, who quickly got the ball moving forward. Saka was adjudged to have just been onside, and he did in fact look offside, but it will in fact be a corner to Arsenal from their right-hand side. Saka to take it. Ball is whipped in by Saka, and it's headed wide in the end by Gabriel, who looked to replicate his goal for Arsenal. This time the Brazilian heads wide of Dean Henderson's left-hand post. It was in fact well wide of the goal, and it will be a Crystal Palace goal kick. But it is nice play by the Gunners in these opening 21 minutes. Now Declan Rice picks it up. It's with Odegaard inside the Palace half, and then the ball is played all the way back to David Raya. Now the Gunners look to bring it forward with Gabriel. Gabriel plays it on to his fellow centre-back William Saliba. Saliba this time all the way to David Raya, who looks up and puts his right boot through it, and it's picked up by Gabriel Jesus inside the Palace half. He offloads it to Declan Rice. Now Odegaard plays it out to his left onto Gabriel, who then picks out Trossard. The ball is into the path of Kai Havertz, and then a free kick has been awarded to Crystal Palace. A foul by Kai Havertz on Jefferson Lerma. But the ball was whipped in, and Havertz went down. And a free kick has in fact been given for a handball by the Germany international. Palace quickly get on with things. This is Mateta who picks it up. And a free kick this time has been awarded to Arsenal. Mateta, the Palace striker, with a left arm into the face of Gabriel, who goes down under his challenge. So a free kick to Arsenal. "23 minutes gone, and Arsenal leading by that one goal to the good, that Gabriel header, which separates the sides as things stand. So free kick to Arsenal, which is quickly taken. Now William Saliba has it. Saliba onto Zinchenko, and then this time Palace reclaim the ball. Dean Henderson fires it downfield, and then it's headed up in the air by Zinchenko, and Arsenal look to win the ball back. Mateta has it this time inside the Arsenal half, but it's recovered well by the Gunners, and Palace want a free kick, nothing given. Now Gabriel Jesus chests it down, but he's in an offside position, and it will be a free kick to Crystal Palace, but there's a lack of urgency from Crystal Palace as Roy Hodgson watches on inside his technical area. He was in fact questioned, the Palace manager. A lot of the Palace supporters questioning his decision to substitute Eze during the 1-0 defeat to Everton in the FA Cup third round at Goodison Park, and he simply said he was saving him for today's encounter. We haven't seen much of Eze so far, but there is of course plenty of time for the Englishman to produce a moment of quality. The ball is back with David Raya, who plays it out onto Gabriel, the Arsenal goal scorer. Now onto Declan Rice. Rice out to William Saliba. Now Saka has it on his left foot. He offloads it onto Martin Odegaard. Odegaard over the halfway line. He's managed to pick out Lisandro Trossard. Trossard looks to go for goal, and his attempted effort is closed down and picked up by Eze inside the Palace half. Eze does well, and he goes down under a challenge and wins his side a free kick. Leandro Trossard this time the offender, so free kick to Crystal Palace, just short of the halfway line. Chris Richards to take it. Mikel Arteta's side have scored 1 goal from 61 shots across their past 3 fixtures, and we'll be hoping Gabriel Jesus can get his name on the score sheet this afternoon as the ball is fired out for a Arsenal throw-in from their right-hand side inside the Gunners' half. Ben White to take it. Again, the Arsenal fullback looking for options. He plays it on to Martin Odegaard, who plays it all the way back to the Frenchman William Saliba, and then it's played out by David Raya back to the 22-year-old Saliba. Now Raya out to Gabriel. He floats it forward onto Trossard, who can't keep it in, and it goes out for a throw into Crystal Palace inside the Arsenal half down their right. Klein quickly takes. Now Chris Richards all the way back to Dean Henderson inside the Palace goalkeeper's 18-yard box, and Henderson's kick is straight to Zinchenko. Declan Rice fires it downfield this time, but the ball ends back with the Palace goalkeeper. Palace, of course, losing their opening league fixture of a calendar year on each of their past occasions in a London derby. We'll be hoping to change that this afternoon. They have in fact conceded 11 goals in their last 15 minutes of a Premier League game, and only second to Sheffield United. So it does suggest that the majority of Palace's attacking threats have come in this first half, and mainly around the 60-minute mark, as Eze has it inside the Arsenal half. He lays the ball off to Jefferson Lerma, picks it back up. Eze, who goes down under a challenge this time and wins his side a free kick. So a free kick to Crystal Palace rather centrally. Eze taking a tumble, and it's around 25 yards out. A foul by Declan Rice. And an opportunity now for the away side to test David Raya in the Arsenal goal. Half an hour played, and Arsenal still leading by that one goal from Gabriel. Eze standing over the free kick. Around 22 yards out. Eze fancies his chances here. A four-man Arsenal wall. Eze to have a shot at goal, and it's straight into the wall. Klein then hits it, takes a deflection. The ball is loose inside the Arsenal 18-yard box, but it's dealt with in the end by William Saliba and goes out for a Arsenal throw-in. But that was a great opportunity for the Eagles, and it was a rather wasteful effort by Eze. But first sights of a Crystal Palace attack in this opening half an hour. Arsenal take the throw-in meanwhile, and then Crystal Palace win the ball back. It's played forward by Mark Way, and then cleared away by the Arsenal fullback Ben White, straight out of play for a Palace throw-in, which Tyrick Mitchell will take from the left. It's quickly taken and then cleared away by Gabriel, headed up in the air by Joachim Anderson. The ball is down the Palace left, just over the halfway line. Played forward by Mitchell, looking to pick out Mateta, who's done well and goes down under a challenge, but nothing is given, and Saliba plays it all the way back to David Raya. Now Ben White, Saliba again, brings it in on his right foot, and then Raya clears his lines, but it's a poor click. Now Lerma goes for goal, and it will be a corner. That was a great opportunity for Jeff Lerma. A poor clearance by David Raya, who swung his right boot at it, and Lerma went for goal, and it was a tester for David Raya, who got his clearance all wrong. Now Eze to take the corner from the right. Ball is played in, and it doesn't beat the first man, Declan Rice, and it goes out for a Palace throw-in. So throw-in to Crystal Palace down their left inside the Arsenal half. Mitchell takes it. Now Joachim Anderson rather centrally. He gives the ball away. Gabriel Jesus recovers it. Trossard back to Jesus, who's up against Chris Richards. He brings it in centrally, the Brazilian, and goes down under a challenge, but wins himself a free kick. A free kick by Lerma this time. So 12 minutes of normal time left to play in this first half, and that header from Gabriel on 11 minutes from a Bukayo Saka corner separating these two sides. Martin Odegaard, Gabriel and Declan Rice all in discussion over this free kick. Can Can Arsenal double their advantage before half-time? Gabriel and William Saliba are both inside the Crystal Palace penalty area as Martin Odegaard raises both arms and signals he's about to take it. Odegaard into the area, headed away this time by Tyrick Mitchell. At the back there for Palace, and Ben White quickly takes the Arsenal throw in. Now Zinchenko, he plays it on to Declan Rice in the centre. Back to Zinchenko. This time the ball is out to Ben White down the Arsenal right. Picked up by Odegaard on the right of the Palace 18-yard box. Now Zinchenko has it, and then he fires it out to the left to Leandro Trossard. Cuts in onto his right foot, but then delivers it into the area from the left. Now Odegaard inside the 18-yard box, the Palace 18-yard box, and the ball this time goes out for a corner to Arsenal. The last touch of Mitchell, who is happy to clear his lines and away from danger. So free kick to Arsenal from their left, which will be taken by Saka. It is in fact Arsenal's fourth corner of this match. 36 minutes gone, Arsenal 1, Palace 0. Saka standing over the corner. The Englishman delivers into the area, and it's 2-0 to Arsenal. Dean Henderson believes there was an obstruction in there, but Arsenal turn away in celebration. They double their lead. Dean Henderson immediately rushes out of his goal, and Roy Hodgson speaks to the fourth official on the far side, and the ball has ended up in the back of the Crystal Palace net, and Saka delivered an inviting ball in, and it was Gabriel who's got his head to it. His second of the match, and Dean Henderson believes he was obstructed by Ben White, who was standing in front of the Crystal Palace goalkeeper, and no doubt VAR will take a look at this. The initial reaction is that Ben White was standing in front of the Crystal Palace goalkeeper, but the Arsenal players don't care. They turn around in and immediately celebrate. And the goal does stand. It's Arsenal 2, Crystal Palace 0, and Gabriel has got his second of the game. So 2 goals and 2 headed goals from the Brazilian. And Arsenal in control against Crystal Palace in this first half. Palace with a throw in. The ball is played forward by Joachim Anderson, but Arsenal immediately closing Palace down and winning the ball back. Now Gabriel on to David Raya. William Saliba plays it forward this time. Now Havertz plays it into the path of Gabriel. Now Declan Rice picks it up centrally inside the Arsenal half. He plays it on to Zinchenko. Now played forward by Saliba. Now Ben White plays it downfield into the path of Gabriel Jesus. Jesus inside the Palace 18-yard box. And the last touch is off Mark Guay, and the ball runs out for an Arsenal throw-in down the right. Odegaard quickly takes it. Now Jesus, nice turn, and he goes down under a challenge, and it will be another Arsenal free kick from the right-hand side of the Palace 18-yard box. A foul this time by Tyrick Mitchell. 39 minutes gone, Arsenal 2, Palace 0. And a chance for Arsenal and Saka to deliver it into the Palace area. Can Arsenal find a third goal before the break? All Palace bodies back in the area. Saka standing over the resulting free kick. Gabriel Jesus just short of the goal line. The ball is played into the area. It's not away. Chip back in by Zinchenko. It then goes for goal, and the ball drifts out for a Crystal Palace goal kick. But 5 minutes to go before half-time. And Mikel Arteta will be delighted with what he's seen from his side in this first half. Arsenal on course for the 3 points. Dean Henderson with the Palace goal kick, and he fires it downfield, and the ball is headed up in the air by the Palace striker Mateta. Arsenal keep the ball in, and Bukayo Saka gives it away. Now Palace look to conjure up an attacking opportunity, and Jeff Schlupp goes for goal, and it's a tame effort which isn't troubling David Raya from around 30 yards out. The ball goes out for a Crystal Palace throw-in down their left-hand side inside the Arsenal half. Now it's played back by Anderson to Dean Henderson, who gives it back to the Danish centre-back in the Crystal Palace ranks, and now David Raya clears his lines and plays it downfield. Mitchell all the way back to Mark Guay, and then Paul Tierney has blown his whistle because Jefferson Lerma has handed down on the deck under following a challenge involving Gabriel Jesus and Joachim Anderson. It looks as though Joachim Anderson and Jefferson Lerma both got themselves in a bit of a tangle. So on come the Palace medical team, and it gives both managers now the opportunity to give instructions to both sets of players. 3 minutes to go of normal time in this first half between Arsenal and Crystal Palace, as both Roy Hodgson and his trusted number 2 Ray Lewington watch on from their technical area. It remains to be seen, of course, how many minutes will be added on at the end of this first half. But there's plenty of work to do for Roy Hodgson at half-time if he's to get his team back into this contest. There's been very little threat, it's fair to say, from Crystal Palace in this first half, and no doubt the Palace manager will look to freshen things up at half-time or earlier on in the second half. Lerma is in fact back to his feet after receiving treatment from the Palace medical team. As previously mentioned, Palace do have Hodgson Edouard on the bench this afternoon, and he is their top goal scorer with 6 in 15 Premier League appearances so far this campaign, which does in fact equal his best run in a season since 2021-22. And the Frenchman has not in fact made a league appearance since a home defeat against Liverpool on December 9. So it certainly will be a welcome return for the Palace striker Edouard. Arsenal have a free kick meanwhile inside their half with Ben White, which he takes and gives to William Saliba. We're about to find out how many minutes are added on in this first half. Zinchenko has it just short of the halfway line, and then he plays it forward and it's picked up by Leandro Trossard. He delivers an inviting ball out to the right. It's picked up by Saka. Saka up against Tyrick Mitchell. He plays it infield to Ben White, who delivers a rather hit-and-hope ball into the area, and it's easily dealt with. Now Eze. He brings it over the halfway line down the Palace left, and then is easily... his attempted pass is easily cut out by Ben White, and Palace now have it. Now Loma goes for goal from around 22 yards out, rather centrally, and it's dealt with rather easily by David Raya. And there will be 4 minutes of additional time at the end of this first half. Declan Rice has it inside the Arsenal half rather centrally. He plays it out to the left to Havertz. Now Zinchenko just short of the halfway line, out to the left onto Leandro Trossard. Back to the Ukrainian Zinchenko inside the centre circle. He's got Gabriel up alongside him on the left. He plays it out to Gabriel. Now he gets the ball back. Zinchenko brings it forwards, rather deep inside the Palace half. Now Jesus. Nice ball out to the right to Saka on the edge of from the right of the Palace 18-yard box. Saka chips it across, and then it's easily dealt with by the Palace defence. Odegaard now on to Rice, back to Odegaard. Odegaard floats the ball in, and it's headed away by Richards, and then helped on by Mark Guehi. But Arsenal once again come forward on the attack. This time it's played into the path of Havertz. Havertz into the area, onto Trossard, and then the Belgian international fires over from around 6 yards out. Goal kick to Crystal Palace, and the Eagles can breathe a sigh of relief. We have played 2 of the 4 additional minutes that had been signalled by the 4th official. But it was another great opportunity for Arsenal and Leandro Trossard, who has caused Crystal Palace plenty of problems down that left. Ball is headed down from the Dean Henderson's goal kick. Arsenal again win the ball back, but it's given away by Kai Havertz this time. Picked up by Mateta inside the Arsenal half, and then played all the way back to Joachim Andersen. Brought forward by Guehi over the halfway line, down the Palace left. Now Eze, he's looking for a way out. It's still with Eze, who lays it off to Guehi. And then Eze gets the ball back. Now it's in the centre circle with Jefferson Lerma. Chris Richards has it on the halfway line. And then he plays it back to Joachim Andersen. Andersen now on to Guehi, and then
Saturday Social brought to you by EA Sports FC with PlayStation 5.
Last weekend saw the return of Kevin De Bruyne to the Premier League. What an impact, Joe, that he made. He came off the bench to get a goal and an assist to give Man City all 3 points. Cracking game that was, by the way, at St James's Park. And it got a lot of people talking online about where Kevin De Bruyne ranks. We know he's a top player, but where he ranks in terms of the greatest ever midfielders.
He's up there, isn't he? He's up there. So we've asked our guests to pick the 10 greatest Premier League midfielders of all time. This is not going to be easy. There's actually 11 magnets on the table in front of you guys. You're going to have to come to an agreement on the order, though, because I've seen both of your 10 lists, and there is quite a lot of disagreement on the order.
And the reason why there's 11, as you say, is because there's one name different and the order's slightly different.
Dan's got the Neve has it. So let's start at number 10. Who do you think is the 10th greatest midfielder? You've got your list in front of them, so you don't forget your 10 list.
I mean, I don't need to look at my list for this one because my number 10 is an incredible number 10, and that is my boy Mesut Ozil.
Yeah.
For me, second highest assists in a single Premier League season, and that was whilst every other assister here was supplying some of the greatest strikers in Premier League history. This guy did it in a season where he was supplying Welbeck and Giroud, who are top players, but you wouldn't say that they were the standout striker of a Premier League season. 19 assists in a single season. And aside from stats, there are things that this guy does on a pitch that are simply magic, and I love him. One of my favourite players of all time, Mesut Ozil.
Agree or disagree, Neve?
I mean, I don't disagree that he's incredible. And as well, you know, this was through that Wenger in, Wenger out time.
Yeah.
It was a really messy period for Arsenal, and he was a shining light. But no, he's not in my top 10.
Who would you go?
My 10 is
N'Golo.
Oh,
wow, low.
I feel that's low for Kante.
Wow.
That's, I mean, I prefer, N'Golo is in my list, which we'll find out, but 10th is harsh for what he's achieved.
You know, it's still the 10 best midfielders. With a lot of midfielders in the Premier League, we're talking the 10 best out of so many. So, you know, I'm not saying
Where have
he's
you
bad.
got?
So I've got N'Golo. Let me just check here. I've got N'Golo 9th. So
He's making a big fuss.
but what? The reason
that.
why I think Ozil should be in is because of the team he played in, and it's kind of like a Stevie G thing where if Ozil was playing for the likes of City, United, or any of the great Premier League teams, he would have gone on to achieve what they achieved, but to be in a lesser team and get 19 assists in a single season, and also just on the eye test to be one of the most amazingly gifted footballers I've seen.
Players, aren't they?
Are you happy to have him 11th, maybe? And then we can use number 10 and change
seriously, I can concede so many things, but Mesut Ozil has to be in this list.
Who is not going to be in the 10 then? Because this is
David Silva, because he was going to be my 11th.
David Silva's not in your top 10.
He was going to be my 11th.
Wow, I know it's your birthday.
No,
but
but can I just say he was going to be my 11th. Wait, guys, please let me land. Let me land. I'm under pressure right now. Let me land. He was going to be my 11th because there is no doubt that there's a reason he's called Merlin, like unbelievable player. And also at one point when people thought he was finished, he came back, shaved his head and just became even better. But for me, he was in a City team that was dominating the Premier League.
But are you trying to say that David Silva couldn't do what Ozil did at Arsenal?
I think Ozil's skill set and what he can do is totally unique. I think Ozil can do what Silva did. I don't think Silva could do what Ozil did.
David Silva recorded 27 more assists than any other player during his 10 seasons in the Premier League. He won 4 Premier Leagues.
titles.
60 goals, 93 assists and 309 appearances. I don't think I can put my name to a top 10 without David Silva. I know it's not our choice,
I would
but
feel a little
we
bit
have
sick
to have David
inside.
Silva in.
Mesut Ozil.
Is there anybody else?
No, everyone else here I think is like banked on in the top 10.
Okay, if it's 3-1.
The only other thing, this would kill me as an Arsenal fan, the only other one that I would be logically saying is Cesc Fabregas, because everyone else would be ridiculous to not have them in.
I think 3-1 here.
Guys, don't do this to me on my birthday.
Well high.
A lot higher than 10.
So if you were going to have Kante at 10, you were going to have Kante at 9. We start with Kante at 10 and Mesut just missed out for now.
Seems like a good shout.
And then we can carry on building through. We can always come back to Mesut.
I'll tell you what we can do as well. We can always come back and look at the order.
Come back.
All right, Mesut, full disclore, I love you.
Arsenal fans,
I forfeit.
let's get Kante in there.
Stick Kante up.
But Kante is a deserved player. I mean,
PFA Player of the Year, FWA Footballer of the Year for 16-17. Of course, won Premier League title back-to-back, didn't he? I think Leicester.
Yeah, Leicester and Chelsea.
4 at 9, Neve.
Yes, so at 9 I've got Cesc.
Okay.
You've got 8, I guess.
So,
One ahead.
yeah, so Cesc Fabregas was at 8, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm more than happy with that. Captain of Arsenal at 21 and still second in all-time Premier League assists, despite being out of the league, like in between his stints at Chelsea and Arsenal.
Almost for his prime, really.
Yeah.
111 Premier League assists, which is second in the all-time league.
It's outrageous.
Incredible.
And like when Chelsea signed Diego Costa, you thought, oh, they finally sorted out a killer in front of goal. When they signed Fabregas, they guaranteed themselves a league title.
So you're happy to put Chelsea legend Fabregas at 9, yeah?
Look at the kit he's wearing.
Okay, we'll keep rolling up your lists. Who you got next?
Top player, I do agree. Top.
So, I mean, for me, in 7, so I'm happy to have him 8th if you are as well. I had Yaya Toure in at number 8.
I've got 8th as well.
Yeah.
Agreement so far.
2013, 2014 season, I believe it was 35 games, 33 goal contributions, and he had a 90% pass accuracy for an entire season. I mean, that's up there with one of the best individual performances of a season, so Yaya has to be in there for me.
62 goals he scored, 32 assists in 230 appearances. Great.
Yeah, he became that kind of midfielder at Man City as well, but people forget that when he was at Barcelona, he was a defensive midfielder, even played centre-back in matches as well. He could be whatever midfielder he wanted to.
Yeah. Unreal player, unreal.
Okay.
Yeah, so he was such a match winner, Yaya, wasn't he? Like in single moments when they needed a big goal or a strike from distance.
Clutch player.
So Yaya. 20 plus Premier League goals, he said, in a season. I think it's only Frank Lampard did that before that, but yeah.
Next on the list, where we go?
Amazing return. Neve, do you want to take number 7? Who did you have at 7?
Yeah, so I've got Patrick Vieira.
Oh, no.
That feels low for me.
How dare you, Neve? Damn.
Who did you have, Dan?
I had, your boy Joe over there is not going to like this. I had Paul Scholes at number 6. So I would.
Where's the reaction to that?
Well, so I had him at number 6, but I'm happy to have him at 7. But I do think 7's too low for Paul Scholes. I'll be honest.
Sorry, 11 Premier League titles, Paul Scholes, we're talking about here. Treble winning Paul Scholes.
No, but when you see the players I've got in front of Scholes, I don't think you'll.
I will.
There's no
I
way
absolutely
he's better.
will.
You will, because he's his number 1.
I think
7 feels very low for both.
7. I think 6 feels about. I think 6 feels about right.
So you didn't even have David Silva in your list. So should we be considering David Silva here? And you?
Yeah, I'm happy. Actually, no. Yeah, I'm absolutely.
But who would miss out from this list if David Silva went in?
Well, it'd only be Mesut Ozil out.
Yeah, sure.
So the rest can all go out.
So the rest can still go in, yeah? Yeah. Okay, fine. I'm happy for David Silva, for Merlin to go in.
So you'd have him above Fabregas and you'd have him above Yaya?
I feel like David Silva's Premier League legacy is greater than the other players here. Obviously, what he did in the
even though you weren't going to include him in your list at all.
Well, yeah, but it's because I wanted Ozil.
You're very critical of it.
I genuinely think if you watch like an Ozil compilation, I know that's a very like specific thing to say, but there are some things he did on the ball that just they didn't get you a goal or an assist, but they were just breathtaking to watch.
Yeah.
And I think that deserves a mention. So
right.
I would be happy to have
David Silva happy with 7?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get David Silva up.
Okay, David Silva in 7.
Which means let's talk about why you've got Vieira so low then, Neve.
Yeah, I mean, it's still really high. There's nothing negative to say about Patrick Vieira, but it just depends what midfielder you like, which type of midfielder. I absolutely love Patrick Vieira. I mean, the Patrick Vieira that I saw as a first account was the Serie A Patrick Vieira, not really the Premier League Patrick Vieira, but still he had that tenacity.
So then we could possibly take my view on this because I saw him in the Prem, but being invincible.
So where
disrupting Roy Keane. So I had Vieira as 4th.
Do you think Vieira over Roy Keane?
Yeah.
See, that's where
I had Roy Keane 5th.
Wow.
I had
a regular debate.
Yeah, so I had Roy Keane as the greatest captain in Premier League history.
Yeah,
he won 7 Premier League titles. I think it was 4 of them as captain. There's no doubt about that. But if you're taking what Vieira won when he was disrupting United and also just on the ball, who is a more naturally gifted footballer, I think Roy Keane is a top footballer, a great legend, a great leader. But Vieira, I mean...
Those battles were great, weren't they?
They were unreal.
Vieira, about 3 Premier League titles, Vieira.
So if it's Keane and Vieira between 6 and 5, which way around do you want to go?
I think it would be disrespectful to have Vieira below Keane in terms of footballing ability. So I think.
But then you've got the whole package as a footballer. I mean, they're both very similar in the sense that we've seen at Crystal Palace that Vieira's manager is a very calm, thoughtful man. And you look at, he's kind of introverted and laid back and comedic, Roy Keane. But they were so aggressive. They did what they needed to do to win games on the pitch. They were both that kind of player. They left everything out there and showed that respect to the fans.
Absolutely.
In terms of ability, yeah, OK, perhaps you... But Roy Keane, he was so tireless. His work rate, he covered every single
but work rate for me is something that's kind of like overplayed in English football. We seem to think like work rate is like...
Gonna have to push you on our...
What's the be-all and end-all? I think Vieira is way better as a technical footballer than Roy Keane. It has to. Get Vieira in there, please.
You don't stay in that Manchester team, that iconic team. You don't stay for that long if you've not got the technical ability as well.
No, absolutely, I agree with that. That's why Gary Neville was also there. But
by the way, you can
gonna...
put them down and move.
Yeah.
You just need to see
OK, go on.
OK, Neve is conceding. Roy Keane, incidentally...
You want Neve at 5, right?
So I want Vieira at 5.
OK, put Keane in 6 then. Roy Keane, interestingly, 7 Premier League titles, named the PFA Premier League Team of the Year 5 times. Vieira named the PFA Team of the Year 6 occasions.
Top 4.
So 2 top players. Let's go to top 4. Let's just reveal the magnets you've got left so that we know. So you've got Frank Lampard, Paul Scholes, Steven Gerrard and Kevin De Bruyne, which I think is fair, actually, because you see on socials when people are talking about there's often the Scholes, Gerrard, Lampard
the
debate.
Trinity, yeah.
And De Bruyne.
You say the Trinity, does that mean Frank Lampard is 4 for you?
So I actually had Lampard purely because of his goal-scoring stats. I gave him that extra buy. I had him 3rd, Frank Lampard, because I thought 177 Premier League goals.
Where did you have him?
Yeah, goals and assists. Brilliant. I had him 4th. I did the other 3.
And I'm not mad at that. Like for me, Scholes and Lampard for me were interchangeable. Like Scholes for me does the hardest thing to do in a midfield, which is control the tempo of a game, whereas everyone else had more to bring to the table in terms of goals or assists. But I'd be happy to take your lead on that. I do want to say is that Lampard is in the top 10 for goal-scoring midfielders of all time in football history, by the way, which I think is outrageous.
Absolutely. Get Frank up at 4 then. Frank Lampard at 4.
I think this is a fair 4. When you see the debate going, this is often the 4 that people compare. So I think your top 4 is...
We started fireworks here, but then logic is now taking...
Now this pressure, though. This is crunch.
Scholes, De Bruyne and Stevie G.
Number 1, is it? You go
number 3.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to put Paul Scholes number 3. I am. Which, it makes me sad, but at the same time, I'm
Have we got a close-up on Joe for this one? That
Joe's
was
not happy.
Okay.
Go on.
It's 11 Premier League titles, treble winner.
20. I mean, Bebe's won more Premier League titles than Steven Gerrard, but I wouldn't...
Didn't win 11, though.
I mean,
great goal for Cape Verde.
Yeah, unreal. I mean, for that alone, he could
If you two are in agreement, it's not my list, it's your list. So if you're in agreement with him at 3, let's go Scholes at 3.
You happy with Scholes at 3?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah? Okay.
11 Premier League titles, 20 major trophies.
Okay, Neve, where do you come down on the top 2? What's your opinion?
Work with me on this one, please.
Okay, yeah. So I've gone with KDB at 2.
Yes! Yes, Neve, yes. Sorry. I was very nervous about that.
Okay.
Why?
I think Kevin De Bruyne, he's come back. That 20 minutes that he's played against Newcastle, he scored a typical De Bruyne goal outside the box, pinpoint. He's got another assist. That's 103 assists now that he's got, which takes him to 8 behind Cesc Fabregas in second. You've got to bear in mind the games. Kevin De Bruyne's played 244 Premier League games. Cesc Fabregas played 350, and Ryan Giggs with 162 assists.
Unreal.
Gerrard over
600 games.
Oh, I was going to say that De Bruyne would comfortably be the highest of all time if Giggs didn't play till he was like 87.
If injuries hadn't stopped Kevin De Bruyne from playing full seasons a couple of times, he'd have smashed that record by now.
But you agree, you're both in agreement, sorry, just to confirm.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
KDB at 2.
KDB at
2. With Rice again. Now Zinchenko plays it in, and now it's broke to Saka from the right of the 18-yard box, the Palace 18-yard box, and he floats a ball in straight into the gloves of Dean Henderson. But it's a bright start to the second half by the Gunners, and they have certainly come out for the second half where they left the first, and now Martin Odegaard plays the ball out and Arsenal come forward once again. Saka chasing it down up against Mark Guay, wins it. The Arsenal winger now played rather centrally, and Arsenal again going in search of that third goal. Gabriel Jesus, now Trossard, centrally. Trossard goes for goal, and then his attempted effort takes the deflection, and Palace look for a way out. Eze this time onto Mateta. Now onto Nathaniel Klein inside the Arsenal half. Jeff Schlupp, his ball eventually finds Jefferson Lerma. And now Palace have it with Will Hughes just over the halfway line inside the Arsenal half. Now this is Tyrick Mitchell. He plays the ball all the way back to Anderson. Now Eze. Back to Joachim Anderson. Now it's with Chris Richards in the centre circle. All the way back to Anderson, who brings it forward on his right foot. And again, Palace looking for options. Now Chris Richards has it once again inside the centre circle. He's got Jeff Lerma up alongside him. Lerma all the way back this time. And now Will Hughes gathers it and plays it forward. And now Palace come forward. A shot is fired in, and it was Eze, the player who took the shot on, and it was easily saved in the end by David Raya, who got down to his right to palm it away and out for a Palace corner. But that was nice play by Eze and Crystal Palace, and they win themselves a corner from the left. Eze to take it. Ball is floated in, and it's too close to David Raya, who gathers in both gloves, and he immediately fires it downfield, and he's picked out Havertz. Havertz onto Gabriel Jesus from the right of the Palace 18-yard box. Centrally into Trossard, who couldn't get the ball in his feet, and it was nice play that by the Arsenal goalkeeper David Raya to set his team on their way, and the ball broke to Gabriel Jesus, who played it across from the right centrally, and Leandro Trossard couldn't gather, and the ball eventually runs through to Dean Henderson. But Arsenal going in search of that third goal. We have seen it before where momentarily Nathaniel Klein has it, and Klein crosses and it evades everybody and goes out for a goal kick. But we have seen it where Crystal Palace have turned the game around against Manchester City previously. That Olise penalty, which earned Roy Hodgson's side a point before the turn of the year, and Arsenal will certainly know that they need that all-important third goal. Mateta, meanwhile, has it for Crystal Palace. He holds the ball up, and the ball is crossed into the area, and it's dealt with by Alexander Zinchenko and helped on this time by Kai Havertz. Now headed down by Leandro Trossard, and Saka goes down under a challenge from Joachim Anderson and wins his side a free kick. Free kick which was quickly taken and given straight to Nathaniel Klein, and Palace this time have it with Dean Henderson, who sends the ball out to the left-hand side onto Tyrick Mitchell. Mitchell this time onto Will Hughes, who does well to pick out Eze. Eze over the halfway line, looks up and plays it forward into the path of Tyrick Mitchell, but it's watched out rather comfortably by Saka and out for an Arsenal goal kick. But both teams having opportunities in this second half. That effort from Eze and that delightful ball by David Raya, which picked out Gabriel Jesus on the right-hand side of the Palace 18-yard box, who then cuts it across, only for Leandro Trossard to get the ball caught up in his feet. Goal kick to Arsenal, which David Raya fires downfield, headed on by Gabriel Jesus. This time it's played forward by Anderson and picked up by the USA international Chris Richards, who then plays it onto his goalkeeper Henderson, who's happy to fire it downfield. Throw in to Crystal Palace, just short of the halfway line down the Eagles' right. Nathaniel Klein to take. Again, he's looking for options, plays it further forward and it's easily cut out, and now Leandro Trossard plays it against Jeff Schlupp and out for an Arsenal throw-in. Zinchenko to take it. Arsenal still leading Palace by those 2 goals, by 2-0. Gabriel, 2 headers from Gabriel in the first half, which separates these two sides. The ball is played forward by Leandro Trossard, given away and easily picked up by Will Hughes. Chris Richards now, he brings it forward over the halfway line, then plays it back to Joachim Anderson. Now Will Hughes out to the left onto Tyrick Mitchell. Mitchell has got Mateta alongside him. He picks out Mateta. Now back to Will Hughes, who gives the ball away, and Arsenal now have it with William Saliba, and then it's fired downfield by goalkeeper Raya. 53 minutes gone. Arsenal leading Crystal Palace by 2-0. Now Declan Rice has it and is again asking for more options. Lays it off to Martin Odegaard. Now played forward down the Arsenal left by Gabriel onto Zinchenko. Odegaard centrally onto Declan Rice. 24-year-old picks out Zinchenko. Back to the Ukraine international Zinchenko. Now Gabriel. Zinchenko this time centrally onto Rice. Rice lays it off to the right-hand side onto Gabriel, and it's held up rather neatly by Kai Havertz. Havertz back to Rice. Now Zinchenko. He's got Gabriel to his left. Instead he plays it forward. Flicked on by Martin Odegaard, and then Gabriel Jesus picked it up but was in an offside position. So a free kick to Crystal Palace. 55 minutes gone and they trail Arsenal by 2-0. Joachim Anderson to take the free kick for Palace. He fires it down the left, rather deep inside the Arsenal half. Will Hughes battling with it up against Kai Havertz. Anderson chests it down and then plays it down the Palace left, held up by Mateta, who wants a free kick. Nothing given. Arsenal win the ball back. Now it's with Zinchenko down the Arsenal left, inside the Gunners' half. Centrally to Leandro Trossard. Now Gabriel. Gabriel onto his fellow centre-back, William Saliba. Now Zinchenko onto Gabriel once again. Now the Frenchman Saliba onto Odegaard. Odegaard offloads it this time to Declan Rice. And this time it's played forward by Saliba and dealt with by Mark Wade, but Arsenal come forward with Havertz, who lays it off to Zinchenko. Zinchenko midway inside the Palace half centrally. Offloads it to Odegaard. Better from Arsenal. Jesus from the right, who goes for goal. And it's side netting. But again, positive play by the Gunners, and continuing to test that Palace back line. It did in fact take a deflection off a Crystal Palace body, and it goes out for an Arsenal corner from the right. So a chance now for Martin Odegaard to deliver an in-swinger from the corner. He does just that. Odegaard's ball in, still not away, breaks to Jesus. Now a shot is fired in, and this time Arsenal want a penalty. Crystal Palace clear their lines and then eventually managed to get the ball away to safety. Picked up by Eze now, down the Palace left, midway inside the Arsenal half. All Arsenal bodies back, and then Eze plays it against William Saliba and out for a corner from their left. But there were shouts for an Arsenal penalty. Gabriel Jesus going down under Nathaniel Klein's alleged challenge, and it certainly did look a very soft one. And nothing is given by the VAR, so it will be a Palace corner from their left. Ball is whipped into the area, and it breaks to Will Hughes on the edge of the box. He floats the ball back in, and out comes David Raya to gather and immediately throws it out. Nice throw out. Gabriel Jesus now midway inside the Palace half, squares it. Leandro Trossard into the area. Trossard! 3-0 to Arsenal. Wonderful play by the Gunners, involving goalkeeper David Raya. And Mikel Arteta immediately salutes his goalkeeper for his quick thinking. And Arsenal now have surely wrapped all 3 points. It's Arsenal 3, Crystal Palace 0. A wonderful Arsenal move. The ball was whipped in by Will Hughes, and out came Raya to immediately claim, and he threw it into the path of Gabriel Jesus, who broke clear and picked out Leandro Trossard, who was all alone, and then he got himself into the Palace 18-yard box. He cut inside on his right foot and fired it beyond Dean Henderson into the back of the Crystal Palace net. And with just less than half an hour to play, it is Crystal Palace who trail Arsenal by 3-0. Arsenal 3, Crystal Palace 0. Leandro Trossard, who was preferred to Gabriel Martinelli. The VAR are just checking this potential offside, but it does look as though Trossard was onside as the ball was played. Take nothing away from Leandro Trossard's finish, and the VAR can confirm that the goal will stand. So Arsenal now lead Crystal Palace by 3-0. And it's certainly a long way back now for the Eagles if they're to get anything out of this encounter. Trossard has it for Arsenal. The Gunners' tails are certainly up after that Trossard goal. Half an hour left to play. Arsenal lead Palace by 3-0. Declan Rice has it inside the centre circle. He offloads it to Zinchenko. Arsenal starting to enjoy themselves out there. Gabriel Jesus turns. He's got Trossard to his left. He picks out Trossard inside the area. Still not away. Odegaard. Jesus goes for goal. Takes a deflection. And Palace survive. And there is an offside in there anyway, so it wouldn't have counted. But again, it's nice play by the Gunners. And it was Gabriel Jesus' ball into the path of Trossard from the left, which was deemed offside. Roy Hodgson deep in conversation with Paddy McCarthy on the far side, and it remains to be seen whether Crystal Palace will change things in a moment or two, but Arsenal have the ball meanwhile. It's with Declan Rice inside the Gunners' half. He offloads it to his skipper Martin Odegaard. Now Leandro Trossard over the halfway line up against Nathaniel Klein, and now Jeff Schlupp. He's managed to pick out Lerma. Now it's into Mateta. On to Jeff Schlupp. Schlupp this time onto Eze. Eze looks to go for goal. He does that, but it hits an Arsenal body, and Arsenal Gabriel Jesus has fouled Eze in the process, and it will be a free kick to Crystal Palace from around 22 yards out. Just rather centrally, but from the left of the Arsenal goal. And an opportunity now for Eze to test David Raya. He had the opportunity in the first half, which he fired against the Arsenal wall. Can he go for goal? And Eze does go for goal, and this time it draws a save from David Raya, who managed to prevent it finding the back of the Gunners' net. It was a good effort that by Eze, and it will be a Palace corner from the right-hand side. One which Eze will take. All Palace bodies in there. Eze does take it. The ball is played across into the path of Will Hughes, who fires it back into the mix, and then the ball is dealt with by the Arsenal back line, and now Palace have it with Joachim Anderson over the inside the Arsenal half, and then he plays it all the way back to Nathaniel Klein. Klein this time out to Eze, back to Klein. He plays it forward into the path of Mateta. Now Mateta once again. Mateta from the right-hand side of the Arsenal 18-yard box, and he plays it against an Arsenal body, and it goes out for another Crystal Palace corner from the right-hand side. And we're about to see the first change of the afternoon. Crystal Palace ready to make a substitution, and it looks as though it will be Ozo ready. David Ozo, the 18-year-old who is about to enter the fray. Corner is quickly taken. This time it comes out to Joachim Anderson, who delivers it into the area, still not away. Ball is played in by Jeff Schlupp, and then Arsenal are happy to just clear it away, and anywhere will do for the Gunners. Now Palace have the ball inside their half. Anderson plays it on to Will Hughes. Now Hughes back to Anderson. Tyrick Mitchell all the way to his goalkeeper Dean Henderson this time, who plays it downfield looking to pick out Jeff Schlupp, and Gabriel battling with Schlupp, and this time a free kick has been awarded to Arsenal for a foul by Jeff Schlupp on Gabriel. So Crystal Palace readying that change. David Ozo, the Valencian-born 18-year-old midfielder, about to enter the action, but play continues momentarily, and Arsenal have it with Gabriel Jesus inside their half. He offloads it to William Saliba. Now back to David Raya. Gabriel this time fires it downfield, and it's headed up in the air by Gabriel Jesus, and he plays the ball forward, and then Havertz was in an offside position, and play will be brought back for a free kick. But the change can now take place, so on comes David Ozo, and he takes the place of Will Hughes in the heart of that Crystal Palace midfield. "67 minutes gone, and Arsenal leading Crystal Palace by 3-0. Arsenal themselves about to make 2 changes, and Gabriel Martinelli and Emile Smith-Rowe are about to be introduced by Mikel Arteta. Martin Odegaard has the ball inside the Arsenal half. Now Zinchenko. He plays it out onto Trossard, and Odegaard gets the ball back, and then Gabriel Jesus couldn't control it. Nathaniel Klein has it and immediately plays it onto Eze. And now the ball goes out for a throw-in to Arsenal down their left inside the Gunners' half. Those changes can now take place, and Gabriel Martinelli will replace Leandro Trossard, the scorer of that Arsenal third goal. So on comes Martinelli to take the place of Trossard, and Kai Havertz is the other player to leave the field, and on comes Emile Smith-Rowe, the Arsenal number 10. So 20 minutes of normal time left to play. Arsenal 3, Palace 0. The Gunners have the ball with Gabriel inside their half. He plays it out to his right onto William Saliba. A first touch for Emile Smith-Rowe, who lays the ball off to Gabriel. And now the ball is played onto Zinchenko. First touch now for Gabriel Martinelli. Martinelli looks up and continues to bomb forward down that left-hand side. Gabriel Jesus' attempted ball to Martinelli is cut out. Now it's cleared by Nathaniel Klein, who's managed to pick out Jeff Schlupp. He floated out down the Palace left, looking to pick out Eze, who's done really well. Now he offloads it to Jeff Schlupp. Schlupp battles up against Emile Smith-Rowe, who pinches the ball back, and Arsenal have it now with Declan Rice. Rice to Zinchenko inside the Palace half down the left-hand side. Now Martinelli looking to take on Klein, and Martinelli brings it forward inside the 18-yard box from the left, but it runs out of play, and it will be a Palace goal kick. But Palace have lacked cutting edge, it's fair to say, in this clash. It was always going to be a difficult one for Roy Hodgson's side, especially given Arsenal's recent slump. And it remains to be seen whether Palace can get themselves a goal and some sort of a lifeline with 19 minutes left to play. The Eagles have the ball at the back with Joachim Anderson. Now Jefferson Lerma. He lays it out to Mark Wade down the left-hand side. Picked up by Lerma again, who looked to play it into the path of Mateta, and Palace have it inside their half with Anderson. Anderson looks up and lays the ball off to Tyrick Mitchell. Picked up by Lerma. Back to Mitchell this time. He plays the ball forward onto Mateta. Now Lerma. Joachim Anderson chips it forward, looking to find Eze, and Eze's done well to hold the ball up from the left-hand side of the Arsenal 18-yard box. He cuts inside and lays the ball off this time to Lerma. Picked up by Anderson, who delivers it in, and it really is a poor ball to say the least, and goes out for an Arsenal goal kick. Arsenal readying another change, and we're about to see Jorginho enter the action. The experienced Brazilian, and Declan Rice will now leave the field, with Jorginho about to take his place. The experienced midfielder Jorginho will play the remaining 18 minutes. So goal kick to Arsenal, which is taken by William Saliba onto his goalkeeper David Raya. Now Odegaard onto Saliba. He plays it out to Gabriel, and a free kick to Arsenal this time for a foul by Jeff Schlupp on Martin Odegaard. Gabriel standing over it, and he will most likely play it back to his goalkeeper. In fact, he's left it for his goalkeeper David Raya to take it. Palace, meanwhile, about to make another substitution. David Raya clears the ball downfield, and this time Jorginho recovers it for the Gunners. Arsenal have it inside their half, played forward by Gabriel. Now Zinchenko looked to play it forward down the left to Martinelli, but he's overhit his pass and it goes through to Dean Henderson, who quickly plays the ball out to Mark Guay, and then Jefferson Lerma gives it away. Arsenal pinch it back, and now Gabriel Jesus has won it back, and Martin Odegaard has it inside the Palace 18-yard box onto the edge of the area, and the shot is fired in by Saka, and it certainly would have done a lot to have beaten Dean Henderson from that angle. But it's a wayward one by Saka that drifts over the Crystal Palace crossbar and out for a Palace goal kick. So that change for the Eagles can now take place, and off comes Jeff Schlupp, and he leaves the field alongside Nathaniel Klein, whose afternoon is also over, and on comes Palace number 11 Matthias Franca. And there's also an opportunity for Naweru Ahamada, the young 21-year-old defensive midfielder, Marseille-born, who joined the club in the summer from German side Stuttgart. So a quarter of an hour left to play at the Emirates. Arsenal 3, Crystal Palace 0. As Mikel Arteta has both his arms folded and watches on with a stern face from his technical area. Free kick though to Arsenal inside the Palace half. Martin Odegaard standing over it and places the ball down from the right hand side of the Palace area before pulling his socks over his knees. So an opportunity for the Gunners to fire the ball into the Palace mix. Odegaard does just that, and it doesn't beat the first man, and then the ball broke to Jorginho, who fires it over and out for a Palace goal kick. So Dean Henderson with the Palace goal kick. 77 minutes played at the Emirates, and Crystal Palace trailing Arsenal by 3-0. The goal kick is eventually taken by Henderson, held up by Eze. Now Ahamada. He plays the ball all the way back this time to Chris Richards, and then it's easily won back by Arsenal, and now Zinchenko has it for the Gunners inside their half. Jorginho, he gives the ball to Martin Odegaard, and it's won by Eze. Eze comes forward, plays it into the path of Tyrick Mitchell, and it's dealt with by Saka and goes out for a Palace corner from the left. So an opportunity now for the Eagles from the set piece. It will be Eze to take it from the left-hand side. Mateta in there. The ball is delivered in by Eze, easily dealt with by Gabriel at the back there for Arsenal, who heads it clear. Now the ball is picked up by Martinelli, who's all alone, and he's up against Tyrick Mitchell. Martinelli breaks clear inside the area, and Mitchell does well, but he gives the ball away. And now Odegaard, a chance for an effort from the edge of the area, and he strikes at goal, and his effort is deflected, and Palace break away and have it inside their half, and it will be a free kick to Crystal Palace in the centre circle. So 10 minutes of normal time left to play. Arsenal 3, Crystal Palace 0. It was good defended in the end by Tyrick Mitchell, but he gave it straight to Martin Odegaard, whose attempt was blocked. And now there's a worry for Arsenal, because Gabriel, their centre-back, has gone down and is now receiving treatment from the Arsenal medical staff. And we're about to see Jakub Kiwior, the Poland international and centre-back for Arsenal, to come on for these remaining 10 minutes. And there will also be an opportunity for Eddie Nketiah. Gabriel Jesus will leave the field for Nketiah, and it is likely that Kiwior will also come on in place of the other Gabriel, an Arsenal defender who has found the back of the net twice with his head this afternoon. So those changes can now take place. So both Gabriel Jesus and the Arsenal centre-back Gabriel leave the field. So on comes Jakub Kiwior and Eddie Nketiah respectively. Can Arsenal find themselves a fourth goal? Crystal Palace have it inside their half. It's played forward by Chris Richards this time, helped on by Mateus Franca. Now David Ozo has it. He offloads it to Ahamada, who plays it all the way back this time to Chris Richards. Now Joachim Anderson centrally inside the Palace half, again looking for options. He plays it on to Tyrick Mitchell, and then Palace are awarded a free kick for a foul on the Crystal Palace midfielder Eze. James Tompkins getting ready for Crystal Palace on the sidelines. He's about to make his entrance and play the remaining 8 minutes. Joachim Anderson has it for Palace inside their half. He plays it out to the right onto Chris Richards, who floats the ball forward. And Matthias Franke did well to bring the ball down, but is offside. So a free kick to Arsenal. 82 minutes played. Arsenal 3, Crystal Palace 0. Arsenal come forward with Emile Smith-Rowe. Now it's picked up by Martin Odegaard. He plays it out to the Arsenal right. Picked up by Bukayo Saka. Now Odegaard. Odegaard plays it forward. And now it's picked up by Saka once again. He offloads it to Zinchenko. Now Jorginho. His ball is played out down the right-hand side, and it's easily dealt with by Tyrick Mitchell, who brings it forward. Now Mitchell plays it on to Eze, who gives the ball away. Nketiah now, he gives the ball away. The game becoming very scrappy in these remaining 8 minutes. But Palace managed to find a way out, and it's picked up by Lermo, brings it forward over the halfway line. And now Matthias Franke, he offloads it to Mateta, who then gives the ball away, and it's now broke to Emile Smith-Rowe. He gives it to Martin Odegaard. The Arsenal skipper brings it onto his left foot and offloads it to Jorginho. Now it's with goalkeeper David Raya, who plays it out to his left onto Jakub Kiwior. Now played forward by Jorginho. Nice play by Arsenal as Emile Smith-Rowe brings it forward over the halfway line. He offloads it to Gabriel Martinelli. Now Martinelli onto Saka on the edge of the Palace 18-yard box. Back to Martinelli, who cuts inside, and then it's recovered by Emile Smith-Rowe. Now Jorginho rather centrally, 22 yards out. Back to Jorginho. Now Saka has it. Saka on to Martinelli. He offloads it to Zinchenko. 6 minutes of normal time, and whatever will be signalled by the fourth official left to play. Nice play by Martinelli, who has the ball on the left-hand side of the Palace 18-yard box, but he gives it away. Now Mateta chasing it down, and the ball is played back by William Saliba all the way to his goalkeeper David Raya. Ball is played forward by Jorginho this time, and it's held up by Gabriel Martinelli, who's up against the Palace defender Ahamada. Well, defensive midfielder who's slotting in a five-man defence for Palace as they look to weather this Arsenal storm. Now Martin Odegaard. Ben White. Odegaard has it inside the Palace half. Onto Emile Smith-Rowe, who plays it out to the left. Now a chance for Zinchenko, and then it's played all the way back, and Arsenal have it with Martinelli. Martinelli to the left to Zinchenko on the left-hand side of the Palace 18-yard box. Zinchenko does well to pick out Martinelli. Martinelli cuts the ball across, and it's dealt with by Palace, and it's cleared away by Ahamada, and then helped on, but again won back by Arsenal. And a free kick for a foul by Mateta on William Saliba. Arsenal 3, Palace 0. And now we're about to see James Tompkins enter the action for these remaining 4 minutes. So Tompkins to come on for Tyrick Mitchell. In fact, it will be Mark Guade to leave the field. So Tompkins takes over the armband and will play the remaining 4 minutes. Arsenal, meanwhile, go on the attack. Martinelli plays it on to Jorginho. Now this is Jakub Kiwior who joins in. Jorginho plays it forward down the Arsenal left-hand side onto Emile Smith-Rowe. Won back by Zinchenko. Jorginho this time onto Odegaard. Odegaard wins the ball back and then plays it onto the experienced Jorginho. Ben White helps it onto Zinchenko. Now Emile Smith-Rowe has it down the Arsenal left. Jorginho floats the ball into the Palace area and then it's dealt with by Joachim Andersen, who's happy to just clear it away. Now Emile Smith-Rowe wins the ball back, offloads it to Zinchenko. Now Jorginho onto Kiwior. Kiwior has picked out Saliba, who then finds his skipper, Odegaard. Arsenal have it in the centre circle. Jorginho plays it out to the right-hand side. Picked up this time by Ben White. And he plays the ball all the way back to Saliba. 2 minutes of normal time left to play. Arsenal 3, Palace 0. The Gunners have it inside the Palace half. And now it's with Zinchenko down the left-hand side. Now Kiwior. Kiwior plays it forwards onto Martinelli. Martinelli up against Ahamada. Martinelli cuts the ball across inside the area. Zinchenko manages to get his shot away as he took a tumble inside the area, and it was a tame effort straight into the gloves of Dean Henderson. The ball is with the Crystal Palace goalkeeper. Ball is cleared downfield and Palace have it with Ahamada. Now Mateus Franca helps it on. Eze manages to put it through the legs of Saka. Eze brings it forward and then gives the ball away straight to Zinchenko, but Palace have it with Joachim Andersen inside the Arsenal half. Out to the left-hand side. And now Eze. He offloads it to Mateta, who holds the ball up, but he's crowded out this time. And now David Raya puts his foot through it and clears it downfield, headed down by James Tompkins. Now Ahamada brings it forward for Palace, and he offloads it down the right-hand side on the edge of the Arsenal 18-yard box, and it will be a corner to Palace. Last touch off Zinchenko, and it will be a corner to Crystal Palace. So a corner from the right-hand side, which Eze will take. 6 minutes of additional time has been signalled. The corner is played into the area, headed down and then onto the roof of the net by Chris Richards, and out for an Arsenal goal kick. But it certainly has not really happened at all for Palace this afternoon. They've struggled to conjure up any clear-cut opportunity, and Arsenal have seen plenty of the ball and have been worthy of all 3 points so far. Palace meanwhile come forward on the attack. Now it's Eze down the Palace left-hand side. He plays the ball forward into the path of Mateta, and the ball is once again given away and Arsenal clear it. Bukayo Saka sends it up in the air, but he gives it away, and Palace have it midway inside the Arsenal half. Now this is David Ozone, and then his ball is a wasteful one, and Ahamada can't keep it in, and the ball drifts out for a Arsenal throw in, which kind of sums up Palace's day overall. So a throw in to Arsenal inside their half on the left. Zinchenko to take it. The Ukraine international does take it and then gets another opportunity at the throw-in. You have played 2 of the additional 6 minutes that was signalled by the 4th official. Arsenal 3, Crystal Palace 0. Zinchenko this time plays the ball out and it will be a Palace throw-in. Quickly taken down the right by Ahamada, and the ball is once again given away. Arsenal come forward with Odegaard. Nice ball into the path of Eddie Nketiah, who can't control it, and Palace win the ball back. But nice play now by Ahamada, who breaks clear down the right-hand side, just short of the Arsenal 18-yard box. And again, the ball is given away this time by Mateta. Chip forward by Ben White, who's looking to pick out Bukayo Saka. Now Eze, he offloads it to Mateta, and again it's given away. Arsenal bring it forward. Eddie Nketiah into the path of Martinelli, who breaks clear inside the area and steers it beyond Dean Henderson. And Arsenal have a 4th, which caps off what has been an emphatic afternoon for the Gunners overall. Martinelli gets his goal, having been left out of the starting 11 with Leandro Trossard preferred, but the Brazilian is on the score sheet, and Arsenal now have 4 goals. It's Arsenal 4, Crystal Palace 0. And it's now more misery for Crystal Palace and Roy Hodgson as the away end starts to empty, and the ball broke into the path of Eddie Nketiah, who put it on a plate for Gabriel Martinelli inside the Crystal Palace 18-yard box. And Martinelli looked up and steered a right-footed effort beyond Dean Henderson into the left-hand side of the Palace goal, and it is Arsenal 4, Crystal Palace 0. So 2 minutes of the additional time left to play, and Dean Henderson fires it downfield. And it's headed on by Matheus Franca, but Arsenal again play it forward, and now there's a chance for 5. Martinelli again, and scores again. 2 goals for Martinelli in the space of a minute. And the Brazilian nets a brace. Arsenal have 5. And it caps off a stunning display for the Gunners. Arsenal 5, Crystal Palace 0. The ball was cleared downfield by Dean Henderson, and it was headed on by Matheus Franca.